Hello everyone and welcome to the Beginner's Guide course in MS Excel. This course on Microsoft Excel is for absolute beginners. This course will cover a wide variety of topics that will help you to gain the much needed knowledge for Microsoft Excel. Since this Microsoft Excel software is becoming a new trend, and wherever you go, especially in the corporate world, its knowledge is extremely important. So we have decided to bring out this course for you all. Since this course is for beginners, so you do not need to have any knowledge about Microsoft Excel to start learning it, and we would be covering it from the very basics. We will teach you everything that you need to work on Microsoft Excel. We would be covering a wide variety of topics and will teach you that how can you edit, enter and manipulate the data in Microsoft Excel, how can you use formulas over the data, how can you format the data, how can you apply the fonts, set the alignment, and after that we will also teach you how to create tables and charts. Once you have covered all these topics, we will also teach you all you need to know about pivot tables and pivot charts. Also, we would be covering a wide variety of Excel functions such as if, SUMIF, etc., ranging from the basic ones to the advanced ones like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP and so on. So, after that we would also teach you how to create reports in Microsoft Excel, and then in the end I will teach you about some of the shortcuts that you must know in order to learn Microsoft Excel and use it very easily. So what are you waiting for? Let's start this course and begin on a new journey where you will move from an absolute beginner in Microsoft Excel to a person who has all the tricks on his tips. So let's start with the course. So as we know that Microsoft Excel is a software that is available with the Microsoft Office package, and this software is used to create spreadsheets or charts, tables, etc. Basically, whenever you want to format your data or organize it and try to view it in a tabular form or in a graphical representation, then this particular software is used. However, there is a general misconception that this software can only be used by the people who have a advanced knowledge of accounting, but that is not the fact. And from this tutorial series, we are going to tell you some of the basics through which you can easily organize your data using Microsoft Excel. So in our first tutorial today, we are going to start with a basic introduction of Microsoft Excel. So in front of your screens, you all could see that this is a Microsoft Excel being opened, and I'm using a version of Microsoft Excel 2016. So once you open your Microsoft Excel, you will find this kind of a screen in front of you, and it generally has different options, that is like home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and so on. And whenever you click on these options, you can see that there is a kind of a ribbon that is changing its contents. So these contents are with reference to these options or the tabs, as you can see. And if you just go to home, you can see that these are the different groups that are available to you. In the first group, you have options of paste, cut, copy, format painter. Similarly, in the second group, you have some options through which you can just manipulate your font style, its size, or its color or a background color. Similarly, there are different groups and different tabs available through which you can manipulate whatever you do in your Microsoft Excel.
Now I have opened this kind of a workbook, and in workbook there are different sheets available which are known as worksheets, and we usually work on the worksheets only. So here you can see that this is named as sheet 1. So this is the sheet 1 of book 1, which is written over here at the top. Now, if I want, I can add as many sheets to my book as I want by just pressing on this plus sign that is available over here. So as you can see, I have added these kind of sheets over here. And all these sheets, as you can see, are made up of cells. Now, what are these cells? These cells are basically the intersection of the rows and the columns together. These horizontal things are called rows, which are represented by numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on in Excel. And these vertical things are known as columns, which are represented by the letters of the English alphabet. So these are the columns and these are the rows, and the intersection of the rows and the columns are known as a cell. So if we just click on it, then this is a cell and its address is generally the column number and the row number. So you can see that here we can see the name of the cell or the address of the cell, and if we just click on any of the cell, then you can see that its address changes. And if you want, you can just also click on a number of cells together like this. So this is basically just selecting a range of the cells which is depicted by the first cell over here, that is C3, and the last cell over here, that is J13. So that would be the range of this cell. Now how can you enter data into a cell? So if we just go back to the first cell, you got to double click on it first of all. Then you can see that a cursor is present over here. Then when a cursor is present over there, you can just type anything that you want. Suppose I just type in data. So this data is now entered into a cell, but how can we save it? If we just press the enter key, then you can see that the cell A1 is now containing the word data, and now my cursor has moved on to the next cell, that is A2. Now in the cell A2, if I add something, suppose table, and I press on the tab key, then you can see that my cursor has now moved on towards the right side, that is the cell B2. Now if I type anything, suppose some garbage values like this, and I don't want it to be saved in the B2 cell, then what I do is just simply press the escape key. So whatever the data that I entered over there is now removed from the cell. So that's how you can just navigate to the different cells in your worksheet, that is either by pressing on the arrow keys, or when you are on a cell, you can just press the tab key to move to the right. Then you can press the enter key to just move on to the downside. And if you want to move upwards, then you can just press the shift and the enter key. And similarly, if you want to move towards the left side, you can just press the shift and the tab key together to move to the right. So just the tab key will move you to the right, and if you press the shift and the tab key, then you will be moving towards the left. And these are some of the important things that you can use while creating or entering data in an Excel sheet. Now apart from that, if we just enter some of the data, I am just clearing this data over here, and from here I just type name, age, and gender. So this is some data that I have entered. These are these three columns, name, age, and gender. And basically I'm trying to create a table over here whose whose heading is going to be data. and this is the data that is present over here. So this is kind of a table that doesn't looks very good, so we are going to apply some formatting to it, and for that, first of all, just go to this bottom right corner and increase the zoom percentage a little bit so that you are in clear view of whatever data that you have written. Then in order to just make it more visible to yourself, then what you can do is just select these three cells together, and if you want to bring your heading to the center, go to the home tab, and here you will find an option of merge and center. So just click on it and you will see that your heading data is now centered and these three cells have been merged together. So for that we just selected those cells and merged them together. And if you want, you can also just select these two cells together and again click on merge and center. Then you will see that these two rows have merged together and these three columns have also been merged together, and the content, that is data, is now available at the center of all. Now we are going to apply some formatting to it, so just select it and you can just get it a bold. If you want, you can also increase its size, so I'm keeping a 24. If you want, you can also just change its color like this. So that's what we have got. And now the same thing, now what we have done is just selected this 3. So this whole row is selected, and now we are going to just turn it to bold and an italics. Its color I'm going to change to a shade of green, and the background color I'm going to apply a yellow like this. But I don't want it to be applied to this whole layer, so I'm just keeping it a none. And then I'm going to select only these 3 cells, and to these 3 cells only I'm going to apply a background color of yellow. Now what I'm going to do is just keep all these things like this only, but as you can see that the column age is having a small amount of data, but it is occupying too much of space. So for that, what we are going to do is just select all these cells and move to the intersection of these two columns and just double click on it. Now on doing that, you can see that all the columns are occupying the minimum space that was required for them. Now if you want, you can also decrease its distance like this, and you can see that the word gender is now just coming out of the cell contents. So if you want, you can just increase its distance like this. And that's how you create a table in Excel. If you want, you can just select these cells and just change its background color to something else like this. So that is in today's Microsoft Excel introduction. Today we learned about some of these shortcuts, that how can we move between the cells in Excel and how can we create and format the data in Excel. So that is
In today's video, we are going to take a deeper look into some of the functionality of the Microsoft Excel. So in today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we will be looking at some of the steps which will help you in organizing your data and maintaining a good record whenever you create any kind of a worksheet for yourself in Microsoft Excel. First of all, in front of your computer screens, you can see that I have a table whom I have named as data, and these are these 6 columns that it is containing. These columns are order date, name, item, units, units cost and total. So the reason I have chosen this kind of data is because I have got the different kinds of data that I required for this particular tutorial into this video. This table that I have created is being created by taking up the data from the internet. So if you want, you can just go to Google and search for any data that you require. and you will be able to download a sample data for yourself. Whatever data you want, you can just enter into the sheet, or if you want, you can just go to Google and download any sample database for yourself. So now I have adjusted this data to look like this, and whatever the steps I have followed are the basic steps that were covered in the first video of Excel tutorials, so you can also follow the same steps and organize your data like this. Now first of all, we are going to look that what types of data are available in Microsoft Excel and how can we access them. So in this table, as you can see that we have different kinds of data. First of all is the order date, which is the date on which the order was placed. The second is the name of the person, which is another type of data. Then is the name of the item. Now the data type of the name of the person and the name of the item can be same. Then we have units, which is generally a numerical value. Then we have the cost of the units and the total. So the cost and total are going to be currency values. Now to organize this data into the different data types, we have got the different data types in Microsoft Excel. Now what we can do is, suppose we want to apply the data to units cost. So what we're going to do is just click on this H, and whole of this column will be selected. Then into the home tab you will find something called general. Just right click over this arrow, and here you will find currency. So when you click on this currency, you will see that the units cost has been changed into a currency with a dollar symbol preceding all the values. Now this is exactly what it tells us that this is a kind of a currency. The same thing you can just do with the total as well. Just apply currency to it. As the units are concerned, so the units will not be a type of currency. So what will we do is just select its whole column, then go to general, and here there is another data type called number. So when you just click on it, you can see that .00 has been added after all the values of the units, and that's exactly what tells us that it is not a single text, it is a number. Now the other data type is date, so we can just select its whole column, right click over here, and here you will find an option of short date. So you can just click on it, and you will now see that it has been organized into a format where the month is written first, and then the date, and then the year in YY format, which is the standard format. So that's how our data is organized as well. So these are the different types of the data that are available in Microsoft Excel, and if you want, you can just simply access them very easily. Now for example, you have this data and you want to know that which item is the priciest, or which item is the most expensive and which one is the least expensive. So what you can do is just select this units cost and you can apply formatting to it. Now this formatting is of different types, and since we are applying some conditions to it, so that is the reason why this formatting is known as conditional formatting. So for that, you can just select this whole column. In the home ribbon you will find an option of color conditional formatting. When you just click on it, you will find all these different types of options. Now you can apply these data bars to it with a solid fill or a gradient fill, and when you apply these data bars, you can see that some of the data is being filled by a particular color. So if we just apply this green colored data bar, and if we just move through this column, then you can see that the maximum value, which is $275, is completely filled with green color, while all the other values are filled slightly. But this is not very clear. So what we are going to do is just apply another type of color formatting, which is color scales. And at the same time, we are going to just clear up this data bars formatting that was earlier applied. So you can just clear all the rules, then go to conditional formatting and apply this color scales option. So you can see that the value that is the minimum, that is $1.99, is being colored with red color, and actually 1.29 is the minimum value, so it is being colored with a dark red color, and $275, which is the maximum value, it's been colored with a darkest green color.
and all the rest of the values are filled with the corresponding colors. So that's how you can organize your data and make sure that whatever the data you have written is minimum value or its maximum value. You can just differentiate between them. The next thing is how can you filter the data. So for that, what you can do is just select this whole row, and here you will find in the home tab itself an option of sort and filter. So you can just click on filter, and as soon as you do that, you will see that these kinds of arrows are available in front of you. These drop down arrows are now available. Okay, now you can see these kind of drop down arrows are available. So if you just select this, and you can see that the different values have been selected over here. So if you just uncheck the select all, and if you want to see only those items whose price is $1.29, so you can just click on it and select OK. Then you can see that only those items are visible whose price is exactly $1.29. Now if you want, you can just go to clear filter from units cost, and all these filters would be cleared. And in the same way, you can just apply these different kinds of filters. Like in the items tab, you can just view only the pencils. You can just click on OK, and you can see that the different records only where the pencil is being stored, like this. And if you want, you can just sort it by more than one columns, like pencil and desk, and then click on OK. Then only those values would be visible which have the data as desk or pencil. If you want, you can just clear all the filters like this, and all these records would be visible once again. Another important feature that is available in Microsoft Excel is autofill feature. Suppose this is a cell, this is an independent cell from the table, and now we just supply some data to it. Suppose we write the year as 2019, and then in the very next row I write the data as 2020. Now this is something worth noticing, a pattern that I have incremented the next value by 1. So what I'm going to do is just shift and click on the arrow to select both of these columns. Then here on the lower right corner, you will see that there is a black kind of a plus sign. So when you get this, you can just drag in downwards your contents, and you will see that your area or the value, whatever value you supplied, is now incremented by 1 in each case. And that is the feature of autofill in Microsoft Excel that enables you to not only enter the data but only its pattern, and it will automatically fill up the rest of the data. Now what is its importance? Its importance is over here. Suppose in my table I want to add a serial number column. Then what will I do is I just type in SNO, and then instead of writing all these numbers from 1 to whatever the number of the records that are available, what I will do is just I will type 1. Then in the very next column I will type a 2, and then I will select both of these columns for Microsoft Excel to understand the pattern, and then I'm going to drag it all the way down to the last record. And you can see that it has automatically filled all of these records itself up to the number 36. Now you must be wondering what happens if we just provide a single value. For example, over here if I just provide a single value, that is 2019, and then I just drag this data, then what will it do? It will just copy the 2019 value to all of these cells. So if you want to copy the same data, then also you can use this autofill feature of Microsoft Excel. Otherwise, an important thing that you need to know is, suppose if you type in Monday, that is the first day of the week, and everyone knows that it is a universal thing. So what will Microsoft Excel do when we just drag it down is, it will just copy the next value itself, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and so on. Similarly, it does with the name of the months. Like if you type in January and just drag in, then you can see that all of this data is being filled up itself. like this: January, February, March, April, May, and so on. So that is an important feature of Microsoft Excel, that is the autofill feature. So that is all in today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video.
We are going to see that how can we apply the different types of formulas in Microsoft Excel. We have got a database in front of ourselves and we are going to apply the different formulas to our database to generate the different values or the different results as per our choice. Now these formulas can be applied in a variety of ways, and I'm going to show you the different ways so you can judge for yourself that which way is the simplest or which way you like the most. So you can continue using that way for the formulas in Excel. But first of all, what I'm going to do is just clean up my worksheet a little bit because it's been looking messy since the last tutorial. So what we are going to do is I have got this tons of data that I want to clear. So for that, what will I do is just select all these data that I want to clear, right click on it, and here I will find an option of clear contents. So when I select on it, and boom, all my data is cleared in one go. So that is an important trick that I wanted to share with all of you. Now let us start with our tutorial. So first of all, let's zoom in a little bit, and this is the table that we got from our last tutorial. And suppose we want to add some data to it, like if we are creating a database and we want to add the data like what is the total amount of the sales that happened. So in that case I will like to generate a total of this total column. Okay, now if I want to generate the total value of the sales that I made, so for that I'm going to do is just select a cell like this one and I'm going to type in some formula to it. So for that what I'm going to do is just add up all those values that are available to me. So simple approach would be to just sum up these values. So how can we sum up these values in Excel? This is the simplest way. What you can do is just type in an equals sign, then type in the values that you want to sum, like 54 plus 78 plus 66 plus 32 plus 10, or anything that you want. Once you have typed all of your values, you can just press enter and you will see that the sum of all these values is shown over here. So that is a simple approach on how you can just sum the different datas into a single cell in Microsoft Excel. But what about when you want to take up the data from the Microsoft Excel sheet as well? One approach could be the same like the one we just showed you. You can just enter all this data manually and sum it, but that's too lengthy of a process. So what we are going to do is follow a noble approach for that. And for that exact same purpose, Microsoft Excel has given us some of the built-in functions which we can easily use. Now how can we use these functions? So in this particular example, what we are going to do is make use of the sum function, because we are going to take out the sum of all the currencies or all the payments that we are going to get. So for that what we are going to do is just first of all select a cell for ourselves, then press equal sign into it, and that is the starting symbol of all the formulas that we are going to type in Microsoft Excel. So always remember that whenever you are typing any formula in Microsoft Excel, just remember to type this equal to sign. And after that what we are going to do is just write our function name, that is sum itself. After that just open the parenthesis, and as soon as you do that you will see that a help is shown in front of you like this. So here also what you can do is supply numbers to it. Suppose you can just type in 12, then comma, then type in 23, 89, 32, anything that you want, and then just close the parenthesis. And as soon as you hit enter, then you will see that in this particular cell, whatever the sum of the values you entered is shown over here.
And this is another approach of summing the values. Instead of putting in the plus sign, what we did is made use of a function of Microsoft Excel which is called the sum function. It is an inbuilt function that is given to us by Microsoft Excel. Now what we need to do right now is just press equals, then write in sum, open the parenthesis, and now what we want to do is just sum all these values in the totals column. So for that, what we are going to do is provide it a range, that what is the starting address of the cell and what is the ending address of the cell whose sum we want to calculate. So in our case, what we need to do is just provide a starting address like this one, which is I4, and as soon as you click on it, you can see that here I4 is automatically being written. Then what we are going to do is provide an ending value to it. Now to provide the ending value, which is kind of a range, what we are going to do is just type in the colon symbol, which stands for through. So what we are going to write is, we want the sum of the values from the address I4 through the ending address would be this particular cell. And as soon as we select this, that is I39, then you can see that the sum formula is automatically written like this. Then we can just close the parenthesis and press in enter. As soon as you do that, you can see that the total of the numbers that is being written from the cell I4 to the cell I39 is being entered over here. Now this is one approach of using the built-in sum function of Microsoft Excel. The other approach is, suppose we write equals sum, open the parenthesis. Then what we can do is just drag in our cursor like this to select a range of the cells, and it will automatically get the range like this. Here you can see it. Then you can just close the parenthesis and press enter, and then you can see that it has itself calculated the sum. Now another approach of calculating or using any formula or any built-in function of Microsoft Excel is, you can just select a cell for yourself, then go to the home tab. In the home tab, you will find under the editing group something called auto sum. When you just click on this arrow, there are these different options that are available, and when you just click on this sum, then it will automatically write the formula itself, and when you press enter, it will automatically find out the sum of all the values that have been written. You can see this is the value that was calculated by the AutoSum function of Microsoft Excel, and its value is the same as the ones that we got when we manually typed the formulas ourselves. And instead of the sum, what you can do is just calculate the average of the numbers. So you can just click on auto average, and then the formula of auto average or the average would be written automatically by Microsoft Excel, and as soon as you click on enter, then the average values would be stored over here. By clicking on count numbers function, then there would be another automation and it would count the numbers. Now it is being shown a currency symbol because on whole of our column we applied a currency data, that is why it is showing in a currency format, but you can just simply understand it that it is not a currency format. It is just the number of the columns that are available or the number of the records that are available in the totals column, that is 36. Now the question comes that can we use the autofill feature of Microsoft Excel in this formula itself? So the answer is yes. Suppose this is what the formula we have written is the formula of sum. Now if we want to find the sum of the total units cost, then we can just drag it like here, and you will see that it has generated some number that is different from this number. And when we just click on this cell, and in the formula bar you can see that a corresponding formula for sum with the column H instead of I is written, which ensures that the autofill feature works correctly and it shows the sum of the corresponding values for the column H. Now one important question is,
How can anyone remember the so many functions that are available with Microsoft Excel? So the good news is you do not need to. All you got to do is go to Formulas tab, and here you will find an option of Insert Function. As soon as you click on it, you can just type in a brief description of whatever you want to do. Suppose we want to find the sum of the numbers, so what will we do is just click on sum and just click go. So you will find that sum function is shown in front of you and its description is shown as well, that it adds all the numbers in a range of cells. So using this insert function also, you can insert any type of function that you want in Microsoft Excel very easily. So that is all in today's Microsoft Excel tutorial. We are going to see that how can we use the different types of the relational operators that are available to us in Microsoft Excel. Then we are going to use these same relational operators inside a built-in function of Microsoft Excel, which is known as the if function. Then we are also going to understand the functionality of the if function and along with it analyze it in detail to generate the different kinds of the outputs. Using the if function, we are going to generate three kinds of output, that is the numerical output, the string output and the boolean output. So let us start with our tutorial. First of all, in front of my computer screen, what I have got is a Microsoft Excel sheet which is named as data, and I have sorted it in the A to Z order with respect to the names. Now this is the sheet that I have got and I have downloaded it from the internet. So if you want, you can just download any kind of database for yourself from the internet. So first of all, what we are going to do is just understand the usage of the different relational operators in Microsoft Excel. So this usage we are going to understand is independent of this table that we have created. So just select a cell anywhere in your sheet and just I'm going to zoom in a little bit for a better look, like this. Alright, now if you want to just write anything in Microsoft Excel, any formula if you want to write, then we know we have to first press on the equal sign. So just press on the equal sign, and now we want to check two values, that whether 3 is greater than 2. So in that case we need to use relational operators. These operators are used to tell the relations between two values, and that is why they are known as relational operators. So here we want to check if 3 is greater than 2. So here 3 and 2 are the two values, 3 and 2 are the two numerical values, and this greater than sign is a relational operator which is used to tell the relation between them. And as a simple calculation, we know that 3 is greater than 2. So when we press enter, it returns true, which means yes, the value 3 is greater than the value 2. So this is one relational operator. If we just write it over here, so this is what is known as greater than. It is a relational operator. Then another relational operator is the less than sign, which tells that whether a number is less than the other number or not. So if we write equals 2 less than 3, we want to check whether 2 is less than 3, and yes, the condition will evaluate to true because 2 is less than 3. Then there is another relational operator which is called greater than equals to, and another relational operator called less than equals to. So if we want to analyze its usage, then just press equals. 3 is greater than equals to 3, and as soon as we press enter, we get the value as true, means yes, 3 is equals to 3. And similarly the case with less than equals to is 2 less than equals to 4. So the condition would be true because 2 is less than 4. So these are the relational operators that we are going to use today, and it's their usage. It's very simple. Now let us jump into a built-in function of Microsoft Excel that is known as the if function. So suppose we just select this cell, then come to the formulas tab, and here we click on insert function. Now here we just type in if and click on go, then we will get this if function. So I'm going to use this function, so just click on OK. So as soon as I click on this menu, this kind of a menu is in front of me, and what it asks me, the first thing is a logical test, and this is the condition that you need to supply. This kind of condition is same as the conditions we just evaluated, that whether it can compare two values and return two possible values, that is either true or either false. So we gotta just pass any kind of condition to it. So suppose if we pass 3 greater than 2. So this is our test condition, and there are two possible conditions, that whether its condition would be true or its condition would be false. So now if its condition is true, then what will it do? It will simply write true, as we saw in our case just now. But if we want that instead of true, we want the value as yes, so we just type yes over here in value if true, and if this condition is false, then we want the answer as no. Then we will write this value if false, we will write no. Now when you do that, you can see that the formula result is already evaluated as yes. That means yes, 3 is greater than 2, and as soon as we click on OK, then on this particular cell yes is written. So if we just click on this cell, then in the formula bar you can just note this particular formula. So this is the actual formula of the if function, which is a built-in function in Microsoft Excel. That first of all you type in equals, then you write the keyword if, open the parenthesis, then provide it with a condition, then put a comma, and then provide with a value that needs to be displayed if the condition evaluates to true, and then again put a comma, and then provide it with a value that needs to be shown if the condition evaluates to be false, and then close the parenthesis. Now notice that here we have used double quotes in the starting and at the end of these yes and no words, and that is because these are the string values. So any value, if it is in a string format, it needs to be enclosed in double quotes. We just take it another cell, we type in equals if, open the parenthesis, and here instead of the exact numbers, what we need to do is we need to provide the values or the contents of the cell. So what will we do is just click on this cell. Suppose its value I need to evaluate, so I just click on this cell, its address would be written here, and write is less than, then I will click on this cell, then I will put a comma. If this condition evaluates to true, then what value I need to show? I need to show 1. And if this condition evaluates to false, then what value do I need to show? 0. And then close the parenthesis. So this is the complete expression of an if function in Microsoft Excel, and once I write it, I just press enter, and this evaluates to be 1. This means the contents of H22 cell, which is $15.99, are less than the contents of H26 cell, which is $19.99. That's why I have got the answer as 1. Now if I type any other condition like if, open the parenthesis, 4.99 is greater than this, then in that case I want 1, and otherwise I want 2, and then close the parenthesis. So here we know that this condition will evaluate to be false, and as soon as we hit enter, we get the end result as 0. So that is how the if function works in Microsoft Excel. It requires 3 values. First of all is the condition, then is the value that you need it to show if the condition evaluates to true, and then is the value you need it to show if the condition evaluates to false. Now one more thing, we have seen that how can the if condition provide us with the values which are string like yes or no, and how it can provide us with the end result as numbers. Okay, now what happens if we want to get our result in a form of a boolean value like true or false? Then what do we need to do is just press in the equal sign, write in the keyword if, open the parenthesis, then provide it with the contents of two cells like 125, then less than the contents of this cell, then press a comma, and in the true value you simply write the word true, and here we have not passed any of the double quotes, which means this value would be treated as a boolean value. Then again add a comma and then write false without again passing on the double quotes, means it would be treated as a boolean value, and then close the parenthesis. Now as soon as you hit on enter, then you get the result as false, and this is a boolean value because you can notice its alignment, it is in the center. Now instead of this expression, if we write the same expression but the true and the false, here we are writing in double quotes. So what will happen now? These true and false would be treated as simple string values instead of the boolean values, and as soon as you close the parenthesis and hit enter, then you can see the result is false but it is aligned to the left, which means this is now being treated as a string value because we put it the value inside the double quotes instead of the boolean value, and here when we didn't put it in the double quotes, then it's treated as a boolean value. That is all. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we create a pivot table in Microsoft Excel. But before starting with the creation of the pivot table, let us understand that what is a pivot table. A pivot table is the one that holds flexible data in it, while a normal table holds a rigid data in it. So whenever you want to do some kind of analysis or you want to show a result of your original table, then you can easily use a pivot table in Microsoft Excel, and using this pivot table you can easily create an analysis or a rough sketch or a kind of a report for yourself about the data that is already present in your original table. So for the existence of the pivot table, an original table is a must, and the pivot table is a subsidiary of the original table. The data of the original table does not change at any cost. All you need to do is you can add some rows to it, you can add some columns to it, or externally change the data. But the data of the pivot table can change even when the data of the original table is not changed externally. So how can this be possible in a pivot table? It is what we are going to learn in today's Microsoft Excel tutorial. But first of all, we are going to see that how can we create a pivot table in Microsoft Excel. So as I already told you, for the creation of the pivot table, one requirement is that you need to have an original table existing in your Microsoft Excel. Now here I already have my data table in front of me, and out of this data table only I'm going to create my pivot table. So how can you create your pivot table? First of all, you can just select any one cell of the table from which you want to create your pivot table. Then go to the Insert tab in Microsoft Excel, and in the Insert tab you will find an option called Pivot Table. So just click on it, and the first question it would ask you is choose the data that you want to analyze. That means the data that you want to be included in the pivot table. So you gotta select all the data along with its column headings. Now here I am going to just select all this data and leaving on this heading which is data, and instead of it I'm just going to select all the data of my original data table. Or if you want, you can also select an external data source, which I'm going to cover up later. And Then you want to select that where you want this pivot table to be placed. You can choose two options, either in a new worksheet or in the existing worksheet. If you just click on an existing worksheet, then you need to provide it with a location. That is, suppose if you just click on this cell, so the pivot table would be created from this cell, or if you want, you can also click on a new worksheet, which I'm going to do. So just select new worksheet and click OK. Now as soon as you do that, you can see that a new sheet 7 has been created along with a pivot table over here and this menu in front of you. Now what is this menu will do? It will just help you in organizing the fields between four things, that is filters, columns, rows and values. And using these four fields, you can easily organize your data in the pivot table. Now if we just come back to our original table, then what columns do we have? We have serial number, order date, name, item, units, units cost and total. And when you go to sheet 7, then all these columns are available in a drop down fashion over here, like this: serial number, order, name, item, units, units cost and total. Now if you want to just know that on which order date how much items were purchased, so what will I do is I will just drag this order date into columns, and then the second is units, so I will drag it into rows, and the numerical values of these units we want to show. So I will just drag this units into the values, and actually in the rows I will be dragging in items and dragging units back to here. So this will help me to know that in the year 2018 what number of items were ordered. Like in 2018, 227 binders were ordered, 2 desks were ordered, 106 pens were ordered, 112 pen sets were ordered, and 576 pencils were ordered. And similarly, this is the total data of the year 2019. Here you can see that this is a grand total, that how many binders were ordered in combined in the year 2018 and 2019. And here is the combined data, that how many items were ordered in the year 2018, and this is the combined data that how many items were ordered in the year 2019. And this is a grand total, that how many items were ordered combined in the year 2018 and 2019. Now if you want to validate this data, then how can you do? You can just get a column, that is in the year 2018 2 desks were ordered, and this is the data that you get, and you now need to validate it. So how can you validate it? You can just double click on it, and you can see that this is the whole table. This is actually a copy of the original table, that in the year 2018 a person named Smith ordered 2 desks, and this is the only order for the desks that we got in the year 2018. So that is what the data is exactly, and that is exactly what is shown in the pivot table. Now if you want to just organize the columns, you can organize it by years or by the quarters or by the order date as well. Now if we just move this order date into the beginning, then what will happen? Okay, so what will happen when we move this order date into the beginning? It first combined the data of the year January 2018, then combined the data of January 2019, and then the total amount of the data that we got in the month of January for both of the years. And similarly it does for all the 12 months. Now if we just move this quarter to the beginning, then what will happen? It will combine the data in a quarter wise fashion, that in the first quarter how much orders were made, or how much orders were made, and then in the quarter 2, then in the quarter 3, and then in the quarter 4th. And if we just move this year to the beginning, then it would combine the data into an year wise fashion. Similarly, if you want to just remove this column, you can just remove them back to this original place, and if you want to just organize it by name. So what will we do? We will just drag this name into the columns format, and what will happen now is we will get a name wise organization of the data. Suppose we go to Morgan, then Morgan ordered 28 binders, 55 pen sets and 90 pencils together in the year 2018 and 19, and that is what data we got here. Now if we want to validate the data, you can what you can do is just double click over here, and there will be an order that yes, Morgan ordered 28 units of binders, and that is why this data is being shown to us. And if you want to just double click on this total, like 173 total items is what Morgan bought, and if you just double click on it, then a new sheet would be opened, and you can see that Morgan ordered 28 binders, 55 pen sets and 90 pencils. And if you want, you can just view its total. So just auto sum it, and auto sum would generate to 173, which means that yes, Morgan totally ordered 173 units from us, from this data table. And if you want that some other things to be displayed as well, that instead of the units, its cost must be displayed. So we can just remove this units from here and its cost would be displayed. So this is the total cost that is being displayed. And if you want to just show the data, like if we just go to Harvard and double click over here, then you can see that this is the units cost, and if we just calculate the total, it's $6.98, and that's exactly what is being shown in the sheet over here, that a total of $6.98 is what amount that Harvard purchased from us. And that's how you can create and organize a pivot table in Microsoft Excel. And as I told you, this pivot table holds flexible data, because this data can be changed as per your wish, and as per you organize the data into the various fields, that is filter, columns, rows and the values. And that is all that. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see the usage of the various text functions that are available to us in Microsoft Excel. As from our previous discussions, we already know that there are a bunch of functions that are given to us by Microsoft Excel, and these functions could be used for a variety of purposes, like for calculating the logical output, the arithmetic output, or the mathematical functions, and much more. So in the same spirit, in today's video we are going to see that what are the various text functions that are available in Microsoft Excel, and how can we use them to manipulate the data or the text specifically that is available to us. So here we have some data with us that is available in the data column, and this rest of the data I'm just going to clear out. So just select on all those cells whose data you want to clear, just right click and click on clear contents, and all its data would be cleared off. So first of all, in the data column I have some names. Now these names are written correctly, like their spellings are correct, then the normal camel case convention is followed. First name and the last name are both starting with capital letters, but the only problem that arises over here is that of a spacing. As you can see, in the first name there are so many spaces, and then there is A written and the rest of the name is written correctly, while in the second name you can see there is so much space before the first name, and there is too much spacing between the first and the last names as well. And similarly, in the case of the third name, we have too much spacing in the beginning. So this is the spacing convention that you are bound to get whenever you are playing with the data of the text format. So how can we manipulate this data? Fortunately, we have a function in MS Excel just for this purpose, and this function is known as the trim function. So how can we use that? Here we have this column of a trim function. All you got to do is select a cell, it could be any cell, then press the equals. Now here you gotta type the trim function, that is TRIM. Then press on the tab key so that this function would be activated on its own by the Microsoft Excel. Now what you got to do is type in some of the text or provide it with a textual value. Now what we are going to do is just simply select this particular cell. So just click on it, then close the parenthesis and press the enter key. Now as soon as you do that, you can see that all the leading spaces that were present in this name originally have been removed by the trim function. Now what happens if this particular function encounters the space between two words, like here in the second name Jim and Parsons? There is too much of spacing between these two names, which should not be here. So what you got to do is just when you have applied this particular function on the cell C10, then you want to apply it on the cell C11 as well. What you got to do for that is just click on this cell, that is G10, and drag it downwards to all the cells up to which you want to apply the same function. So when you do that, boom, all of your data has now been converted into the standard format that is being expected. All the leading spaces have been removed and all the extra spaces that were available between the two words, like in the word Jim Parsons or Peter Matthew, have been removed completely. And that is the advantage of the trim function in Microsoft Excel. Now if we just take up on the length function, that is len, what will it do? It will just count the number of characters including the spaces in a particular cell and will give its count to the user. Now suppose we want to calculate the length of the words that have been encountered after the usage of the trim function. So now for the length function, what you got to do is just press on the equal sign, type in the word len, open the parenthesis, provide it with the data and close the parenthesis. As soon as you click on enter, then it would count the number of the characters along with the blank space that is present between them and give its total count. Now you can just drag it towards the end to find out the count of all the characters or the length of all this data that is available to us. Now here we have a column of len without trim. So here we are going to use this raw data over here. Close the parenthesis, and here you can see that this was the length of the data without the trim function, and this is the length of the data after the use of the trim function. So this gives us a clear understanding that how much spaces have been removed by the trim function. Now what happens if you want to convert all of your data into an uppercase format? For that you have a function in MS Excel known as the upper function. You gotta write it, open the parenthesis, supply the data and close the parenthesis. So it will just convert all of your data into uppercase. But as I already told you, it will not sanitize the data. It will only convert whatever data that it gets into the uppercase fashion. Now what happens if you want to convert your data into a lowercase format? You just gotta type lower, open the parenthesis, get the data, close the parenthesis, hit enter, and then just drag it downwards so that it would all be converted into a lowercase format. Now what is a proper case? A proper formatting, what it does, it capitalizes the first letter of each word, and that is the proper case formatting in Microsoft Excel. Suppose we just type in the word proper, open the parenthesis and supply it with this data. Then close the parenthesis, hit enter. Then you can see that it takes data from the lowercase and capitalizes the first letter of each word like this. Now if we just drag it down to here, So this is the proper case formatting as per the Microsoft Excel function. Now we have some more functions or these text functions which hold utmost importance. Now I have two words written which are programming and knowledge in two different cells. Now I want to combine them together to make the name of the YouTube channel you are just watching. So for that, what will I do is use a concatenate function. Press equals, then write in the word concatenate, then provide it with the contents of the two cells. First of all, the contents of the first cell, then put a comma, then the contents of the second cell and close the parenthesis. So it combines or joins the contents of both the cells together. Now what happens if you want these two words to be separated by a single space? Then in that case you can just type in the word concatenate, provide it with the contents of the first cell, put a comma, within double quotes write a blank space, again put a comma, and then provide it with the contents of the second cell. Then close the parenthesis and hit enter. So that's what the output we have got, programming space knowledge. Now what happens if the data instead of knowledge we have got something like this, which has a number of leading blank spaces. So first of all we need to remove those blank spaces because we do not want this kind of data. So for that what can we do is use a trim function. So how can we use a trim function inside a concatenate function, or how can we use a function inside a function? For that you gotta simply type the equal sign, then type in the concatenate function. First of all provide it with the contents of the first cell, then put a comma. Now instead of the regular joining we want it to be joined with the output of the trim function. So herein write in the function trim, open the parenthesis, provide the trim function with the data, close the parenthesis for the trim function and then close the parenthesis for the concatenate function and hit enter. So that is what the data we got, and that's exactly what we wanted. So that is how you can use the various text functions that are available in Microsoft Excel.
In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see the three kinds of cell referencing. Now what is cell referencing? So a simple definition of cell referencing is that when you want to just apply a kind of a formula to the cells, then simply you got to provide the address of the cells. Now when you are providing the address of the cells, what you are doing is actually referencing to those cells, and that is known as cell referencing in Microsoft Excel. So as the cell referencing is concerned, there are three types of cell referencings in Microsoft Excel, and these three are relative referencing, absolute referencing and mixed referencing. Now we are going to study about all these three referencing, and we are also going to see that how can we actually use them in the different kinds of data that is available to us, and how can they be used to generate the results that we need. So first of all, we would be looking at relative referencing. This is the simplest form of referencing as the cells are concerned, and this relative referencing is the most widely used as well. Here we have a table which consists of three columns. These are number of units, price per unit and the total. Now if we take a look at number of units and price per unit, then we know that the total would be a simple multiplication of the data that is present in the number of units and the data that is present in the column price per unit. So simply for the first record, the contents would be $60, and similarly all these contents would be just multiplication of both of these records. So for that what we are going to do is just first select a cell, and here we are going to provide it with a formula which is nothing but a simple multiplication formula. For this what we are going to do is simply type an equal sign, Then we are going to select our first record, that is the number of units. Then type in the asterisk symbol and then provide it with the second records, that is the price per unit. And then as soon as we hit enter, it will just calculate the multiplication of both of them and the product would be shown in this cell. This is exactly what we needed. Now what we're going to do is just drag it to all these columns so that this contents were visible. Now the reason why we were getting the pound symbols before was that this cell was not particularly adjusted to accommodate this kind of a number. So we just double clicked over here so that it can now accommodate 3 numbers, and that's why we are now being visible with the correct data. So that is relative referencing. Now we come to absolute referencing. So first of all, what we're going to do is just change its type from currency to a number. So here what we are having is a data in which we are given different subjects like maths, science, English, Hindi and computer. And along with them we have the marks, like how much marks the student has got in that particular subject. Now if we want to calculate the percentage of that particular subject, then what we are going to do is simply just divide the marks by 100, and that is the total number of marks that we have got. So one approach could be just providing it with a formula like equals the contents of this cell divided by 100, and that would do the thing. Yeah, we are going to select a percentage type for it. So it's 98%. Now what we are going to do that instead of this approach, suppose we are giving that data 100 is present in a cell like this. So in that case, what will we do? We need to just divide the contents of cells like this. Suppose this data is present in this particular cell, and we can just delete it. Alright. So what will we do is we type equals, we just select the contents of this cell, just put a slash sign and then select the contents of this particular cell, that is I5, and press enter. So we get 98%, which is the correct answer. Now we can just drag it down like this. So what do we got? First of all, this is an error over here. Next we have got 81.63%, which is wrong as the answer must be 80%. Then we have got 56.58%, which is again wrong. So all these things are wrong and one error, which should not be here. Now if we just click on this to see its formula, then in the formula bar you can see that this is the formula that we are getting, that is I8 divided by I6. Which is not we required. What we required that the contents of this first thing should change, that is it should change from I7 to I8, I9, I10 and so on. But the second cell contents or its address should remain the same, and which is I5. So this is what absolute referencing does. It just stops the contents or pauses the contents of the one cell from changing. Now here what we want that in all the cases only the value I5 should be there. So for that what we are going to do is just go back to our first cell, just double click on it so that we get the formula over here, and bring your cursor towards the rightmost side such that it is at the end of the text that you have written, and then press the F4 key. Now when you press this F4 key, what will happen? You will notice that two dollar signs have been added, one before the letter I and one before the number 5. And that is how you do absolute referencing. That means you have logged the contents of the cell I5. Now if we just drag this formula again, then you can see that the result that we are getting now is correct. 76% for 76 marks, 80% for 80 marks, 43% for 43 marks and so on. Now the third kind of the referencing that is the least used and is the most complex form of referencing is known as mixed referencing. As the name suggests, mixed referencing is a combination of relative referencing as well as absolute referencing. So what we are going to do here is we have a table in front of us, and this table has some data like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the columns, and in the rows it has 16, 17, 18 and 19. So what it means? It means that in this table what do we need is the data like 16 into 1, which is the result 16 in the first cell over here, and in the last cell we want the data like 19 into 5. So this is the kind of the data that we need. Now what will we do is we simply provide it with a formula. So for the formula we put an equal sign, we provide it with the contents of this cell, then we put an asterisk, and then we provide it with the contents of this cell. Then we press enter, and again it's a currency. So what we're going to do is just select all these contents and change its type to a number. Alright, now this is 16, that's what we have got, and if we just drag these contents over here, so this is what we have got. If we can just, okay, so this is what we have got. So if we just click on its formula, then it is M7 multiplied by N6. But if we click at the contents of the second cell, it is M8 into N7, and that is this. So that's what it is happening. It is incrementing the value over here and as well as over here. That's why we have got the wrong result. So in this case, what do we need to do is for this particular column, that is for the column N, we want all the contents to be multiplied with the number 1. For the column O, we want all these rows to be multiplied with the values of 2, and similarly for P, Q and R as well. So for this, what we are going to do is just press an equal sign, then type in the letter M, that is nothing but the column number for our contents, which we want fixed. So what we are going to do is just press equals, press a dollar sign, then type in the letter M. We want the number of row as 7, then put it an asterisk. Now what we want is that it should be set at the value 6, but this N should not be fixed. So we just put an N, then again type a dollar and then type in like this. Alright, now if we just drag it to the sides, then you can see 16 2s are 32, 16 3s are 48, 16 4s are 64 and 16 5s are 80. Similarly, if we just drag it over here, then it's 17 2s are 34, 17 3s are 51, 17 4s are 68 and 17 5s are 85. Similarly over here, if we just drag it for the tables of 18, and similarly if we just drag it for the tables of 19, like this. So that's what we have got. Now this is a case of mixed referencing, where if we just go to the formula bar, then first of all we have just stopped or paused this M, that is the column, but we have allowed these rows to be changed. Then in the second case, what we have done is just kept a constant number of this row 6 and have allowed the columns to be changed. So that is all.
In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we just separate whatever data is given to us into the different columns. Suppose when you have a database or a table in front of you or an Excel worksheet in front of you, then the data that is given to you is in a column called name, like this data over here. So names are present, which may include the first name and the last name, or the first name, the middle name and the last name as well. So generally the data is present in this format, and you are required to just separate it into the 3 different fields, like the first name, the middle name and last name, or just the first name and the last name, and so on. So what we are going to do as of now is we are going to see that how can we separate the data that is given to us in this format into the different columns. Now there are 2 conditions possible for that. First is whenever there is a delimiter or a separator that is given to you, like in this case there is a delimiter or a separator known as the space, which is given to us. We know that there is a first name and then there is a space, then there is a middle name, again there is a space, and then there is a last name in the second column. While in this third record we can see that there is a first name, then there is a space, and then there is a last name. So we have a general convention with us that there would be a space, and with the help of the space we can find out that what is the first name and what is the middle name and what is the last name. So in that case, how can we separate the data? And then we are going to see that if there is no convention given to us, that there is no specific delimiter given to us, then how can we separate the data? Apart from this, we are also going to see that if different kinds of delimiters are given to us, suppose for example we have a data like over here, there is written as apple, then there is a mod sign, then there is written ball, then there is a space, and then there is written as cat. Now if we just increase its width like this, so this is what our data is. There are two kinds of delimiters present, like apple, then mod, then ball, and then space, and then cat. So in this case there are two delimiters present. First is the mod delimiter, and then there is a space delimiter, and the words are three. Now we need to separate these words into three separate columns. So how can we do that? We are also going to see it over here in this video tutorial. Apart from that, we are also going to look at the various kinds of delimiters that are built in the Microsoft Excel, which are recognized as delimiters, and how can we provide external delimiters to the Microsoft Excel. So let's start with it, and this feature is called text to column feature, and it is present in the data tab or the data ribbon. So once you go to the data ribbon, you will find this in the group called data tools, text to columns feature, and this is exactly that what we are going to do. If we just hover over it, so it tells you about a description of this particular feature, which is that it splits a single column of text into the multiple columns, and on what criteria it does, that is the delimiters or the fixed width criteria. So first of all, what you need to do is just select a piece of data that you want to separate, then go to text to columns feature. Then since we have a delimiter with us, so that's why we are going to select this delimited option, and that delimiter is a space. That's what we are going to use. So just select this delimited option and then click on next. As soon as you click over there, you would be asked to choose delimiters. Now tab, semicolon, comma, and space are the four delimiters that are recognized by Microsoft Excel. So if you have any of the delimiters within them, then you can just select any one of them. Like we have a space delimiter, so I have selected this space, and you would observe that as soon as you selected this space, then these columns are now separated into three parts. Now if I just uncheck it, then there is single thing, nothing is selected, only a single column is present, and as soon as I just click on this space, then these three columns have been divided. Now I just deselect on this tab option and click on next. Then it requires me to select a destination, so I just select this destination cell as H8, and then I click on finish. So as soon as I do that, you can see that this is what we have got, the data being separated into three different columns as we wanted our data to be separated, and that is the feature of text to columns function present in Microsoft Excel. Now we have another piece of data in front of us, in which there are two delimiters present. In our previous example that we just saw, there was a single delimiter present, that was the space delimiter. Now we have two different kinds of delimiters present. So how can we separate this data? So first of all, we are just going to select this cell, then go to text to columns feature. Then again we are going to use the delimiters option, so make sure that this delimited option is selected, and then click on next. Here what we are going to do is, since we have got a checkbox over here, so you can see that this data is already separated, apple, mod, ball in one column and cat in another column, because the space is already selected as a delimiter from our previous memory. Now what we are going to do is we provide another delimiter to it, that is the mod sign, but mod is not a recognized delimiter by Microsoft Excel. So what do? Is we just click on this other sign and then provide it with a data that it is mod. We specify that mod is our other delimiter, So as soon as you do that, you can see that in the preview tab, apple, ball and cat have been divided into 3 different columns, and that's exactly what we needed. Now once you're happy with it, you can just click on next, then again select a destination cell for yourself. It can be any other cell. So I have selected this cell, or it could be even the same cell in which your data was present. So you can just click on finish then, and you can see that apple, ball and cat are now present in the 3 different columns as we needed. Now the third kind of data that we can convert into different columns is the data that is not being present with any kind of delimiters. As in our case, the words apple, ball and cat have no delimiters in them, so we are going to just select these 3 columns, and we are going to apply this feature on these only. Then once you have selected your cells, you can just go to text to columns option. Okay, so what it does, it requires me to select only the columns or a single cell but not the rows. So what I'm going to do is just type in ball over here and then type in cat over here. Then I'm going to select these 3 columns, go to text to columns option, then make sure that my fixed width is selected. Then I click on next, and here you can see that in the data preview we have kind of a scale option in front of us. So in the scale, if we just click over here, so this is what separation has been created, and this separation states that the first letter of the words needs to be separated from rest of the letters. And here's what we need to do, that A, B and C in one column and the rest of the letters of the words in the other column. And that is how you can just create a different column by just clicking over here, and if you want you can just double click and it will move out. So with a single click it would be present, and with a double click it would move out. So I just click on a single, and you can add as many columns as you want. Suppose I add one more over here like this. So after the first letter, then after the second letter, there are 2 columns that I have created extra, so there would be a total of 3 columns. Then I click on next, and again it would ask me to choose a destination. This time I'm going to just keep it the same, that is wherever my data is present it would be used over there only, and then I click on finish. Then you can see that that is what is being created. It was A, B and the rest of the letters over here, B, A, the rest of the letters over here, C, A and the remaining letters, that is the letter T, is not present over here. So that is how you can just convert your data into the different columns using the text to columns feature of Microsoft Excel. And it could be used in a variety of ways, like if a delimiter is present, if no delimiter is present, or if different kinds of delimiters are present. So this is a essential feature of Microsoft Excel, as you could have already seen. And that is all in today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video. I hope you all have enjoyed it. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see and use 2 important features of the Microsoft Excel. And these features are the paste special feature and the speak cells feature. Now both of these features have utmost importance and they are provided by the Microsoft Excel itself. So you do not need to just do anything special to use these features, only you can just follow some steps to use these built-in features of the Microsoft Excel software itself. Now we are going to see that what these features are and how can we use them separately, and what is the advantage that they give to us in the Microsoft Excel workbook. So first of all, we are going to take a look at the paste special feature, and then we are going to take a look at the other feature, that is the speak cells feature of Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we will talk about the paste special feature. So as the name suggests, this is a feature that enables you to paste the data. Now what is its importance? Its importance can be understood simply by here. I have a table which has a single column by the name as name, and there are some names present over in this column. So I just copy this data, just select this data, then press Ctrl C to copy it, and then I just go to some other cell and press Ctrl V to paste it. Then as soon as I do, this is the kind of the output that I got. Whatever the data was there, it has been copied. Whatever the formatting was there, it has been copied. But the only problem is that whatever the width of the cell was previously of that case cell, it has been not changed and my data is looking messy. So to arrange it, I will just double click over here and then it has been arranged. But what if I just don't want to just use this double click option and I just want that the exact width of the cell to be pasted? Or what if I only want to just copy my data? Or what if only I just want to copy my formatting? So in that case, a special kind of a paste feature is what we are going to use, and that feature is known as the paste special feature. Now this paste special feature is present in the home tab, and in the home tab you can see in the clipboard group this paste option. So this is the place from where you can access this paste special feature of Microsoft Excel. So once you have copied the data, you can just go to any cell where you want to paste. Now here what do I want to paste is only my formatting. That is the first, that is the column heading should be in green and the text should be written in white, and the rest of the things with a gray background and black foreground color. So what I do is I just select this destination cell, then I just click on this arrow option. So as soon as I click that, you can see these are the various kinds of paste options that I get. Now in these paste option, I just only want to paste the formatting. So in the other paste option, there is an option of formatting. As soon as I click on that, you can see that only the formatting has been pasted. Now if you want to check it, you can just double click on the cell, you can type in anything like data, anything, and you will see that the formatting has been copied as it is. So that is how you can just copy and paste the formatting as it is of the data using the paste special feature. Now the second thing is if you just want to paste the data and not the formatting. So again, I just select any cell, but before that I just need to copy this data. Once again, just select any of the cells, then go to paste, and here I only want to paste the data. So what I will do is here is an option in the paste values group, that is the values option. So I just click on it and only the values or the data is now pasted without any formatting. And if you can just double click, you can see that there is no formatting applied, and you can now apply any formatting as per your choice or as per your wish. Now the other thing is, what if we want to just paste this data as it is? So with the formatting, with the exact data, and with the exact width of the cell. Now you can see in the G cell that its width is more, and in the O cell where we want to paste the data, its width is less. So again, go to this paste special options, and here you will find an option of keep source column widths. So as soon as you click on that, you can see that exact copy of the data has been created, along with the formatting, along with the data, and along with the width of the cell as well. So this is the importance of the paste special feature. It reduces your time considerably, and it can be used very effectively in a variety of places. Now this is what the paste special feature is all about. Now what we are going to do is learn about any other feature of Microsoft Excel, and that is the speak cells feature. So before that, I'm just going to organize my data a little bit like this. Right, and these rest of the things I'm just going to delete. Okay, so these are the data that I have kept for the use of the speak cells feature. How can we use the speak cells feature? So to use this speak cells feature, first of all go to files, and here you will find options, and in the options you will find an option called quick access toolbar. Now in this quick access toolbar, you gotta search for speak cells, gotta select all commands option, and then just you can go and select for speak cells feature. Okay, so here is the speak cells feature. So I'm just going to select the speak cells, speak stopping, speak cells by columns, speak cells by rows, and speak cells on enter. and then click on OK. Now as soon as you do that, you can see that some of these options have been added on the quick access toolbar. Then what you got to do is just make sure to turn this feature on, but before that you got to make sure that your computer is not on the mute mode as mine was, so I have just turned off this mute option. Then you can just click on it.
Josh Lambert. Josh Lambert. Sheldon B. Cooper. Sheldon B. Cooper.
So this is the speak cells feature. It by default moves in a row format, that is row by row. It first spoke this thing, then this, and then came on to this next row. So that is the speak cells feature, and by pressing this speak cells start, you can start the cells speaking, and just beside it, it's a stop speaking cells option. So you can use that to make sure that the cells have stopped speaking. Now if you want them to move in a different format, that is by column to column format, you can just select this option over here, select your desired data, and then start.
Josh Lambert. Sheldon B. Cooper. Leonard Wolowitz. Howard Stark. Bruce Shaw. James L. Thompson. Tom D. Pratt. Name. Josh Lambert.
So that's how you can make it move on a column by column format. Now there is another way through which you can make your cells speak, and that is cell speak on enter. So when you select this
Spoken on enter.
option,
Turn off speak on enter. Cells will now be spoken on enter.
this is what it will say, and what will you do is just type in any data
HKLLK.
and press enter, and as soon as you press enter, then the cells will speak. Again, if we just type apple,
Apple.
it's speaking. And now if we just type in ball,
Ball.
now what if we type any other thing like cat,
Cat.
then it also speaks. So as soon as you enter any data, whether you present or press a tab key or an enter key, the cells would be spoken when the cell speak on enter feature is turned on. Now if you want, you can just turn this feature off, like just clicking on it again,
Turn off speak on enter.
and it would give you a voice message that you have now turned off the cell speak on the enter option. Now if you want, you can just keep your cursor on any other thing, and you can even just click on this data and present and just
HKLLK. Apple. Ball. Cat.
so that is how the cells would start speaking. And one more thing, if you just keep your cursor over here and just click on speak cells again,
Josh Lambert. Sheldon B. Cooper. Leonard Wolowitz. Howard Stark. Bruce Shaw. James L. Thompson. Tom D. Pratt.
then these two datas were present in a side-by-side fashion. So that is why there once the column was over, then the second column started, but this data is present after a break of two columns, and that's why it was not started as soon as this data was over. So if you want to do that, you can just copy them from here and you can just paste it over here. Now if you just move your cursor over here and click on speak cells,
Tom D. Pratt. HKLLK. Apple. Ball. Cat.
so that is when all this data is now selected in a gray fashion and the cells would be speaking it. So for the cells to speak the data, you need them to be present in a side-by-side fashion or in an adjacent manner. Only then it would be spoken. Otherwise the link would be broken as soon as there is a blank cell encountered after the cell filled with data is spoken. So that is the usage and the advantage of two important features of Microsoft Excel: the paste special feature and the speak cells feature. I hope you all have enjoyed this video. We are going to see two important features of the Microsoft Excel, and these features are very important whenever you are dealing with a large database, and that is usually the case whenever we are making use of the Microsoft Excel software. So these two features are, first of all, we will see that how can we create a custom list for ourselves, and then we are going to see that how can we use the advanced fill options in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we would be starting with a custom list options, and we are going to see that how can we create a custom list, how can we edit a custom list, or how can we delete an existing custom list from the Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we are going to see that what actually is a custom list. Suppose you just select any cell and type in the day as Monday. So we all know it's a universal truth that it is the first day of the week. Now what if we select this cell and drag it downwards like this? So it will automatically be filled with rest of the days of the weeks. Now if we just drag it towards the right, then again it would be filled with the days of the weeks, corresponding days of the weeks. So that is cause the Microsoft Excel knows that what next thing it needs to include whenever it is given the data as Monday. Similarly, what if we type in Jan, that is the first month of the year. Now we drag down, and you can see that the corresponding names of the months in the format that we have given, that is the 3-letter format, are shown over here. So how does Microsoft Excel is getting this data? Microsoft Excel is getting this data because it is available in something that is known as a custom list. Now how can you access or view this custom list? To view it, you can just go to File. Here you will find an option called as Options. When you click on it, there are some different options that are present. You can just go to Advanced, and when you go to Advanced, you will see these kinds of options. What you got to do is scroll to the very bottom, and here you will find something written as Create Lists for Use in Sorts and Fill Sequences, and then there would be a button for Edit Custom Lists. So that is what we are going to do, that we are going to click on it, and here are all the custom lists that are present with Microsoft Excel, like Sun, Month, Tu, Wed, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Jan, Feb, Mar, April, January, February, March, and so on. Now these two lists I have created beforehand. So I'm going to show you in this tutorial that how can you create your own custom list, and apart from that, how can you delete an existing custom list. So whenever I typed this word Jan over here, Microsoft Excel has a list, a custom list that shows the next data would be Feb. So that is why it filled it with this data. Similarly, I have created these two custom lists of my own, and if I type in any word or any country name which is present in this list, then the data would be filled according to this list. Let's see how. So I'm just going to close it for a while, and I'm going to type in India. Now if I just drag it towards the bottom, then you can see that the names of the countries have been copied, like India, China, USA, UK, France, Spain, Italy, and Iran. And it is because this was a custom list present in Microsoft Excel that I have created previously. Now what happens if I type any other country's name which is not present in this list? Suppose I type in Brazil, and then I just drag it towards the bottom, then this word or this country name Brazil would be copied down. So that is the difference between creating a custom list and getting a value which is not present in a custom list. So then again go to File, Options, Advanced, and go to Edit Custom List. So we are going to create a new custom list of our own. So first of all you got to do is click on this new list option. Then you got to provide the list entries. So this time I'm just going to type in the names of the fruits, like apple. Once you have typed the word, just press the enter key for the next entry. Then type in bananas, then enter, orange, enter, grapes, enter, kiwi, enter. So this is the list of the fruits that I have got, and once you are happy with your list, you can just click on the word add, and you will see that your list has been added over here. Now what if you want to edit a custom list that is already present in Microsoft Excel? So what you got to do is just select on that list. Suppose this is the name of the countries list that I'm going to edit now. So I have selected on this list, and simply just bring over your stylus over here. I'm just going to delete this Italy from here. So just delete it and then click on add once again, and then you will see that the changes that have been made to the latest list has been moved towards the bottom. Now the word Italy is removed from this list. Furthermore, if you want to delete any list that is already existing, so what you can do is you can just click on this delete options once your list is selected from this custom lists option. So I have selected this countries list and I'm just going to click on delete. So this is a warning that would be shown that list would be deleted permanently. So just click on OK and your list is deleted. Now there is another option how you can add list to this custom lists option, that is through importing list from the cells. So if you have some data into your cells already present, like the names of the employees, and you want to make a list out of it, so you need not copy the single names again and again in this list entries box. You can just import it directly from the cells. So how can we do that? There is an option called import lists from cells. You just click over here and drag all over the cells to which you want to copy the list. So I'm just going to copy these country names, and then you can see that these cells are selected. Then click on import and you will see that this list is now available in the list entry section, and then you can click on add and this list would be added. So that is how you can create custom lists of your own through importing the data from the cells, or if you want you can also just type in the values over here. You can delete any of the values, you can edit the list, you can delete the whole list as well, and then you can just click on OK and you will be back to your worksheet. Now the list once created lives for the lifetime into your software, and it is available in all the worksheets. Now it is a universal truth for Microsoft Excel as well. Suppose I type in the the country name as India, then I just drag down and it will know that it has to copy that list, it has to follow that list, that custom list, and has to copy the words like or the names of the countries like China, USA, UK, France, Italy, Spain, etc. But what happens in some cases, what you want to do is you do not want to follow this list. You simply want that if you write India, you want that like Brazil is copied over here, you want just India to be copied over to the rest of the cells. Now how can you do that? For that we have an option of advanced fill, and how can we use it? I'm just going to show you. First of all, type in India, and then you gotta select some of these cells up to which you want to copy the data. Suppose up to this cell I want to copy this data. That is, my data is present in the cell D3 and I want to copy my data, which is the name of the country India, up to the cell D15. So what will I do? I will select all these cells and then I will go to my home tab. In the home tab there is an editing group, and in editing group you will find an option called fill. So when you click on it, there are 4 options present: down fill, right fill, up fill and the left fill. What I'm going to do is click on this down option, or alternatively you can also use the shortcut as Ctrl D. So when I do that, you can see that instead of the list, only this data that was present in the first cell, that is name of the country India, is now filled over here. And that is how you can omit following the list and just copy the data. And again, if you want to do it in any direction, you can easily do it. Suppose I want to do it in the right direction, then I'm just going to select the cells and then press Ctrl R, that is its shortcut for filling the data in the right direction. And if similarly I want to fill it into the left direction, then you can just go to this option and press this left. And if you want to fill it in the upwards direction, you can just select the cells once again like this and press the shortcut, or you can just follow this over here. So it is how it's done. That is, you can fill the same data without following the custom list as well, or if you want you can follow the custom list as well. So that is all with the tricks in today's Microsoft Excel tutorial. I hope you in today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video we are going to see the usage of two important features of Microsoft Excel. These features are known as the flash fill feature and the series feature. Now both of these features are available in the fill section of Microsoft Excel, and what is their importance is that they help us to fill the data in our sheet or in the database. Now, as the name suggests, flash fill is a feature which is used to fill the data in a flash, like quickly. And series is what is used to recognize a pattern or a series of numbers and then fill the data accordingly. So this is the basic definition of these two functions, and now we are going to take a look at the usage of these two functions and how can we use them, what is their application, and many more things. So first of all, let us just zoom in a little bit into our worksheet. Here we have some data available with us, and we have 4 columns of value 1, value 2, value 3 and value 4. Now what is the main thing over here is some of the data is given to us, and in the value 1 column what we have got is the first 4 digits of this data. In the value 2 column we have got the last 4 digits. In the value 3 column we have got the middle 3 digits or whatever the alphanumeric characters were available, and in the 4th column we have got the last 3 digits of every data that is present to us. So here you can see that whatever the data is, we can just break it into different formats. Now we can easily do it using some of the text functions as well, but what is the problem over there is that is a lengthy procedure. So instead of using the text functions, we can easily use the feature of flash fill over here. And apart from that, the text functions could not be used for like generating these high quality results so easily as it is possible through flash fill. So we are going to see that how can we use flash fill in this. So first of all, I'm just going to select all them and right click and click on clear contents to remove it. Then what I'm going to do in the value 1 column, what we had is the first 4 digits. So first of all, what we are going to do in the first column, we are going to type the first 4 digits, that is 3000, and then press enter. Now we are going to just select all these cells, that is the first cell which is the data is present, and all the remaining cells to which we want to apply the same formatting. Then make sure you are on the home tab, and in the home tab there is an editing group present. In the editing group there is an option of flash fill. So when you just click on it, all this data is filled automatically. So that is how fast it works. You just provide it with a number and all the remaining work is done by the flash fill itself without asking for any other output. Now for the value 2, what we had previously was the last 4 digits. So this time again we are going to type the last 4 digits of our first data column, that is U300. Then once we have done that, we are just going to select it, go to fill and click on flash fill, and all of them are filled automatically. Now similarly we can do for the middle values as well. Type in A32, select all the columns, click on fill and flash fill, and they would be filled like this. Then for the 4th value, what did we have was the last 3 digits of the first data and the last 3 digits of all the data. So here we type in the value 300 and then we again select them, go to fill and flash fill. So here it is. Here is a problem that all this data is filled with 300 because the flash fill thought that we are going to select the first 3 digits of this column data, but actually we are trying to get the last 3 digits, so we have to tell it that we are targeting the last 3 digits. So for that, what I'm going to do is just press Ctrl Z. Now just go to the second cell and type in the last 3 digits of the next data, that is 191, and then using these two we are going to teach it the pattern of flash fill. Okay, so select all these cells and then go to fill, flash fill, and you can see that now the data is present what we wanted, that is the last 3 digits of all the columns or all the data. That was what we needed, is now being shown over here. So sometimes the flash fill may get confused between two identical sets of data. So for that, what you can do is just provide it with a pattern of the data, that is at least 2 data or even more than that, to teach it that what kind of data you want to fetch, and similarly it will fetch the desired data. Now this was all about flash fill. Now we move on to our next topic, that is the series function in Microsoft Excel, and this is also present in the editing groups fill option. So before using the series function, what do we have here is a table of 2. So similarly we can just type in any number like 3 we have typed, and we can easily just, if we want to generate its table up to the number 10, a simple way would be to just write in the numbers till 1 to 10, or then we can just multiply it by that, like 3. So here we can just put a formula. Similarly, open the parenthesis, 3 multiplied by what number? Multiplied by 2. We just close the parenthesis, press enter, and similarly we can just drag it to 10 and we will get all its multiples up to 30. So that is a simple approach, but what it is if we just click on this and if we just double click on this, so this is actual the contents of the cell. The actual contents of this particular cell are the formula which is being applied to it and not the number. So if we just want to go to the formula bar, you can see that this is what we are getting. Now this is a problem over here. So if we just don't want it, what if we want that instead of a formula, what do we want is something like the number to be displayed actually, then we can use a series feature of the Microsoft Excel, which is present in the fill options, and that is what we have used over here. So first of all, I'm just going to clear the contents over here. Right click and click on clear contents, and all these contents would be cleared. Then go to the first cell. Here go to fill and click on the series option. So since we are going to apply this into a columns format, so just select this columns format. Now what we want is 1 into 1 would be displayed 1, and similarly basically what we want is the table of 1 over here, or the multiples of 1 up to number 10, multiples of 2 up to number 20, multiples of 3 up to number 30, and multiples of 4 up to number 40 over here. So for that, what we are going to do is first of all select columns format, then make the step value as 1. Step value is the difference of the value between the two cells. So what do we want the step value to be here is 1, as first of all we want 1 to be displayed, then 2, then 3, and so on. And then we need to provide it with a stop value, that up to what it needs to do the calculations. So for that, we just provide it with a stop value of 10. Now similarly, since the data is present over here, we are similarly going to follow it with the number 2 instead of 1. We are going to provide it with a step value of 2 and a stop value of 20, and then press OK. So we need to just type in the number 3 and just select all these columns, go to fill series, provided with a step value of 3 and a stop value of 30, and press OK. Similarly 4 and a 40 and press OK. So that's what we have got. So if we just click on any of the cells over here, then you can see that it has got the number 24 actually. Similarly, this has got the number 18, it has got the number 8, it has got the number 7, and so on. So this is basically the advantage of the series function over the traditional formulas that we're using up till now in Microsoft Excel. When you want to generate a pattern of numbers, you can just give a step value and a stop value. With these two parameters, you can generate a series of pattern for yourself, which is actually the number instead of the formula. So you can see for yourself that how fast these functions works and what is their advantage over the traditional functions that we have been using so far. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see some of the important features of the if function in Microsoft Excel. Now we have already done a video about the if function in Microsoft Excel, and today we are going to focus on some of the features of this if function. And in this we are going to discuss about the nested if function, the AND function, and the if error function. Now all these three functions have an important feature of their own, and I will also be discussing that why are they used and what is their importance over the traditional if function. Now we already know the usage of the if function, which is used to evaluate a condition, and if it evaluates a true, then it follows some steps or procedures, and if it evaluates to be false, then some other procedures are followed. So that is the basic usage of the if function. And an extension of the if function is a nested if function. Now a simple definition of a nested if function is a function or an if function inside of another if function. So this is an example that I have taken over here. First of all, I have taken an if function that is comparing the value of num1, and it checks that whether num1 is greater than 100, and if it evaluates to be true, then there is another if function. So this inside if function is a nested if function because it is present within some other if function. So if this value evaluates to be true, suppose in num1 we have something called 120, then this condition would be true because it is more than 100. Then it would check that if this value of num1 is greater than the value of num2, which is if we take 30. So yes, 120 is greater than 30. So in that case the output would be yes. And if it is not possible, so suppose instead of we have 130 as a value of num2, so num1 would not be greater than num2 and the output would be no. But if we have a value of num1 less than 100, if we have suppose the value of num1 as 30, then in that case this first condition would not be true and this nested if function would not be executed, and only the else part would be executed, giving the output as never. So that is the usage of this nested if function, and this is what we are going to see over here. In this result one, we have written this syntax over here, so I'm just going to clear its contents and show you the syntax once again. So just select the cells and right click and go to clear contents. So here we have the values of num1 and num2. So what we are going to do is apply a nested if function. So a simple procedure for it is just put an equal sign, use an if function, open the parenthesis, and first of all we are going to use this bigger if function or the outer if function, you can just say it, which is comparing the value of the first number with 100. So we are going to check it as num1 is greater than 100. In that case, if the condition evaluates to true, so we just put a comma, and if the condition evaluates to true, we do not want any value, we want another if function to be executed. So in that case we are again going to write another if function, just open the parenthesis. Here we are going to check the value of num1 again. If it is greater than the value of the second number, that is the contents of the cell D4, then close the parenthesis. So this is a nested if function, and if it evaluates to be true, then we want the output as yes. So we just put a comma, within double quotes write yes, again put a comma, that is if this condition, that is num1 is greater than num2, evaluates to be false, then we want the output as no. So within the double quotes, write in oh no, close the double quotes, then we just put a comma once again, so that we can get over to here, and then write in the word never and close the parenthesis. Okay, so this is a kind of an error over here. For this, what we can do is just put it in a parenthesis and then put a comma over here. Alright, so we had just put in the comma after D4, we had put in a parenthesis after D4, which was not required. So this is the syntax, and press enter. So you will get the output as never, because num1 is not greater than 100, it is actually 100. So the first condition is false and the output is never. We can just expand it to the rest of the cells, and this is what the output we have got. Now first of all, we are just going to look again at the syntax. First of all, there is an if function. The logical test is C4 is greater than 100, then put a comma, then again instead of the if, the true value, we want another function which is an if function itself. Then we are going to compare whether C4 is greater than D4, and if this condition evaluates to be true, then we want the output as yes, otherwise we want the output as no, and then we just close this if function. So this whole part is actually when the condition evaluates to be true. Then we just put a comma, and this never is executed if the value of num1 is not greater than 100. So this is our whole function. Now here we are going to use the AND function. Now what is the usage of this AND function? AND function evaluates to be true only if both of these conditions are true. It accepts two conditions, and if both the conditions evaluate to be true, then it gives the output as true, otherwise it gives the output as false. So we can just clear the contents over here and provide it with an AND function. So for that, put an equals sign and simply write in the word AND, then open the parenthesis, and here we are going to give two conditions to it. So first of all, we are going to give it if num1 is greater than 100, and the second condition is if num2 is greater than say 50. So these are the two conditions. If first number is greater than 100 and the second number is greater than 50, then only the output would be given as true. So we just close the parenthesis and put enter. So this is what it has given, that it is false, because num1 was not greater than 100. Num1 is exactly equals to 100, so that is why this first condition is false, and that is why we have got the result as false. Now if we just expand it to the rest of the cells, then here we have got the output as true. So here this is greater than 1 and this value is greater than 50. That is why we have got the result as true. Here this second number is not greater than 50, and that is why we have got the result as false. And in this case over here, 70 is not greater than 100, and as well as 38 is also not greater than 50. So that is why both the conditions are false, and that is why we have got the result as false. So this is the working of the AND condition, and it can be used very easily whenever we are trying to compare two conditions or even more than two conditions as well. So that is the usage of the AND function. Then we have another function that is known as the if error function. So if we just put a control C over here, so here we had some error, and what is this error? Is that this is an error over here, but what if we just evaluate it under an if function, and we do not want this error message to be displayed, and instead of the error message we want something else to be displayed? So what can we do? So for that purpose we have another function with us that is known as the if error function. How can we use it? First of all, I'm just going to clear the contents. Then here I'm going to evaluate this result to option and check this with the if error function, and if any error is found, then I'm going to show an appropriate message instead of the error itself. And why are we doing this? Because there are many a times when the data you have presented gets some error in calculation, or the data is not present. But if you just show that erroneous data to somebody else, it would give a bad impression. So instead of showing the errors, you show something else. The perfect example of this is an error 404 page present in the different websites. So instead of showing the backend errors that are being thrown by the system, they just show an error 404 page to attract the users, to just show, tell them that there is some kind of error. So this is the similar usage of the if error function. How can we use it? Just put an equal sign, type in the word if error. Alright, then open the parenthesis, then it acts for a value. So just provide it with a value that is the contents of the cell F4, then put a comma, and what is it concerned with is that what is the value it has to show if an error occurs. So if the error occurs, the value we want to show is just put it in a double quotes, and this time I'm going to write in skip, then just close the double quotes and close the parenthesis and press enter. So instead of skip, what it shows here is no, because there was no error. So the if error function was executed, but the result skip was not shown because there was no error in this column, that is the F4 column. Now if we just extend it to all them, then only in the last cell, since the error was present, so the result that we got in the last cell is the skip. That means it is shown to us that okay, we know that skip means an error, but the other person who is viewing the database does not know about it, and he thinks that okay, maybe skip is something else. Now if you want to show data to someone, you can just right click on this column and hide it. So the error that was present over there is not shown, and only this skip thing is shown, which adds some credibility to your database. And that is all in today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video. We are going to see the usage of two very important features of Microsoft Excel, and these features would come in handy whenever you are going to show your sheets or the data you have prepared in a Microsoft Excel to someone else. So it helps you to improve the readability of your data, and apart from that, it helps you to show a credible data to the others, to the clients, to the presenters, to the managers, anyone you want to share your data with. So you got to follow some steps to make your database refined and show them to the other person. So that is why we are going to look at these features, and these features are the comments feature of Microsoft Excel and the custom views feature of Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we are going to look at the comments feature of Microsoft Excel. But before that, we are first going to see that what is a comment. So basically what is a comment is, suppose you have written some data and you know that what it data is, what it resembles, but when you are sending the same data to some other person, and that other person has no clue that what data is all about, so you write something about that data which helps the other person to understand that what actually is that particular data, and that extra information that you are given about that data is known as a comment. Now here I have some data in front of me, and I have added some comments. Like the first comment over here, you can see if I just move it a little bit over here. Alright, so I have three columns. The first column is a data column, and then there are four columns: value 1, value 2, value 3 and value 4. Now if I send this data to someone else, he will not understand a word that what it is written or what it means to show. So I have written a comment over here that in the value 1, what does it means? That it means is the order number. In the value 2, I have added another comment. It means that it is the product code. In the value 3, I have added another comment, which means it is a serial number or the S number. Then here are some, I have another table. Here I have added the comment that the 6, how do we get 6? If we multiply 2 with 3, so we get the value as 6. That is the whatever the column header is. If we multiply it with the row header for this particular table, we get the value 6. And similarly for this number 27, we have given another comment that if we multiply this 3 with 9. So this is comment which will help the other person to understand the data that is being shown to him. And similarly there is another comment which shows that it is a formula series. So that is the usage of the comments, as it helps some other person to understand the data. Now we are going to see that how can we add our own comments. So to add your own comments, what you need to do is first of all select a cell. Suppose I have selected this cell, and in this particular cell I want to add a comment. So for that there are two methods. You can simply use a shortcut, or you can just use the mouse using the GUI. You can follow these steps, or you can just use the keyboard shortcuts. As the keyboard shortcuts are concerned, you can just press Shift F2. And as soon as you press the Shift F2, the comment box would open and your cursor would be blinking on it, and herein you can just type any comment that you like. But the name that is being shown over here is actually the name with which you are logged in into your computer. So that name would be shown, and here you can just type any comment you like I have to type here 1 into 7 and then press enter, or to just go to the next line and type anything that you want, like series I have typed. So you can type in multiple lines as well of the comments, and once you're happy with your comment, you can just press escape and click anywhere else. So that is how your comment would be added. And once you have added your comment, you can just put your cursor over there and you can just move it to any other place. Now all these comments are shown to us. What if we do not want to view all these comments? So what we're going to do is, this time I'm going to show you the long cut method. Go to the review tab, and there is an option of a show all comments. You can just unclick on it and all the comments would not be shown. Now on the cells on which the comments were added, you can see there is a slight ink mark of red color. So this shows us that on these cells the comments are present. Now to view the comments, you can just click on the cell and the comment would be visible to you whenever the cursor is present on that particular cell. So you can just hover around the cell and the comments would be shown to you. Now what if you want to add the comments in a long term way or a long method? Then you can just select a cell, go to the review tab, and there is an option of new comment. You can just click on it, and similarly your comment would be added. To delete it, you can just select the comment. So once you have selected your comment, you can just go to the review tab and delete it like this. Now what if you want to edit your comment? I am on this particular cell, so just I want to edit this comment. Just click on this cell and again press Shift F2. So your cursor would again be blinking on that particular comment, and now you can edit it to anything you like I just add series. Then to save it, press escape and click anywhere else. Now if you just hover again, then 2 into 3 series is what the comment is added. Now what if you want to delete the comment in a shortcut way? How can you do that? You can just go to the cell, press Shift F2. Here is where your cursor is inside the comment, so you have to move out of it. So just press the escape key, then select this and as soon as you press this escape key, then what happened is that your comment as a whole is selected instead of the cursor itself. Instead of the text, the comment box is selected, and just press the delete key and your comment would be deleted forever. Right, so this is all about the comments. I have shown you that how can you add the comments, how can you view the comments, how you can edit it, or how can you delete it. All the data is present in the review tab. or you have a shortcut with yourself, that is Shift F2 to add the comments or edit them, and for deleting them you can simply press the delete key. Now the second important feature that we are going to discuss in this video is the custom views option of Microsoft Excel. Now what is the importance of this custom views option is there is a data that is present in front of you and you want to share it with some other people. Like you want to show your data to a client or you want to show your data to the manager. So there are some of the columns which you want to hide with the client, like there is a cost column you want to hide, or there is some profits column that you want to hide from the client, or anything. So in that case what you want to do is create views for your data. Now how can you create them is using the custom views option. So for that just go to this view tab, and there is a custom views option which you can use. Now how can we use it? First of all, suppose for the client we just want to for the client we have to hide this value 4 column. Then what we will do is just right click on it and click on hide. So this I have hidden, and this is what I want to show to my client. So I just go to the view tab, click on custom views, and these are some of the views that I have already created. So I'm just first going to delete them. So to delete the views, what you can do is just click on a view and there is a delete option. When you click on it, it would ask you to that whether you want to delete it. You can just select on yes and the view would be deleted like this. So this is how you can just delete the views. Now I want to create a view. How can I create a view? Just go to this custom views and click on the button add. Then this view that you have created, the data that is present actually would be treated as a view, and I'm going to name it as client. Then click on OK. So your view is added as a client with 1 column hidden. Now if you want, you can just unhide that particular column. Alright, now this is unhidden. Now what you can do is, this is what you want to show you the data to your manager. So you can just go to custom views and add another view. So just click on the button add and type in the word manager. This is another view that is created which is having all the columns that is present in the database, and just click on OK. So this is what our view is added for manager. Now when you are going to show your data to the client, you can just go to custom views option. You can select this client view and click on the button show, and when you do that, the value 4 column is hidden, and that is the power of custom views. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see a very important feature of Microsoft Excel, and that feature is known as charts. Now we are going to see in this video that how can we add a chart from a data or a table that is already present, or if you want you can just create a new table, and basically we are going to see the creation of the charts, and then we are going to see that how can we edit it, how can we customize it, and how can we apply filters to that particular chart. So this is a chart that I have already created, so I'm just first going to delete it, and this chart was based on this particular table. So here I have table which has 4 columns named as Rob, Sam, Joe and Ray, and there are 10 rows ranging from the months January to October. So it is basically the data of the 4 salesmen and how much products they have sold in these 10 months, and this data is what is going to be acting as the base of my chart. So there are the different kinds of charts that are available in Microsoft Excel, and you can create different kinds of chart as per your need and as per your wish. But this time I am going to show you the usage of the bar charts. How can you create those bar charts? And the reason why we are choosing the bar charts over here is because we have a data that is present is suitable for the bar chart. The bar chart that we are going to use is going to have 2 axes, the horizontal axis and the vertical axis, and we want to show the data for the each individual in a separate column, in a separate bar, and that is why we are going to use the bar chart. It is used for an easy representation, and it is one of the easiest forms of the charts. So that is why we are going to use the bar chart, and the creation of all the charts is similar. It has nothing different. the procedure is similar, only the charts types are different, and it is as per the data or as per its needs. So for the bar chart, what you got to do is just select this all data or the table which is going to be acting as the basis of your chart. Then you can just go to the insert tab. Here you will have these different chart options, so you can just select on any of the chart options that you want to add. So I'm just going to select on this bar chart option, and these are the different charts that I can create. I can create a 2D column chart, a 3D column chart, a 2D bar chart like in a horizontal manner, a 3D bar chart in a horizontal manner, or there are other options as well. So I'm just going to click on this simple chart, this 2D column chart like this, which is a centered column, and as soon as I do that, that's all that I had to do, and my chart is created. Now I'm just going to expand its appearance like this. Now what I'm going to do is just customize it a little bit. Now as soon as I have created, there are some of the chart styles that are available to me. Now I can apply these styles. These are some of the predefined styles which I can apply to my charts like this. Or if you want to customize your charts in your own way, then you can do that as well. So how can we do that? There is this kind of a paintbrush option that is present to you. If you just click on it, then also there is these charts options, or the different styles that are present, and you can just select any style for your chart as you wish. Or if you want, you can just select a different color schemes for your charts as well, like this. Alright, so I'm going to keep this color scheme. Now what if I want to customize the chart as what I like in my own way? Then I just click on this plus sign that is present over here. Then there is an option of chart elements, which helps me to customize the chart as the way I like. And here are 4 things that are being selected: the axis, the chart title, the grid lines, and the ligand. So what is the axis? These axis are this y-axis and this x-axis that is having the parameters. Then the chart title is present over here, which will help us to understand that what is the title of this particular chart. Then there are these grid lines which is being selected, which is these horizontal lines. Then there is a ligand. So this is the ligand: Rob, Sam, Joe, and Ray, that what colors are representing them. So this is again used for the better understanding of the charts. Now what if I want to customize it? So I can just go to any other option and select on, click on this arrow, and this option would be shown. Now I also want to show these vertical grid lines. I can click on it. I want to show minor horizontal lines. I want to show the minor vertical lines as well. So this is what I can do. I can just check on them and it would be shown on my chart. Now similarly, if I want to show the data table, that is the table on which this chart is based, then again I can just click on it. First of all, I can just click check this option, and this data table is present. Now I want to customize this data table. So this option by default that is selected is with ligand keys, but I do not want ligand keys. I want no ligand keys. So I just click on no ligand keys, and these ligand keys would be omitted from here. You can just see it. If I just click on with ligand keys, then these ligand keys are present, and if I just click on no ligand keys, then the color options were absent. So I click on this with ligand keys option, and on this ligand I will just remove from here because it would be redundant in that case. Now what if I just go to this data tables option? Then there is another choice that I have, that is the more options. So if I just click on it, then this kind of an option would be shown to me, and I can just customize the way my data table is looking in the chart. Suppose I want to remove this vertical outlines, I can just uncheck it, and it would be removed. If I want to show the verticals but I want to remove the horizontals, then they would be removed. If I want to remove the outlines as a whole, then they would be removed as well. So this is what we have options available in front of us, and this is what we can do. How can we customize our chart? Now similarly, if you want other options as well, but first of all we can just close it. Then there is an option of data labels. If you can just check on it, then these data labels are present showing what is the exact value of that particular bar. But if you want to customize the way they look, you can show them in the center, which is not very much good looking. In the inside end, in the inside base, outside end, data callout, and there are other options as well, but I think outside end looks the best, so I'm just going to select it. Then similarly, these are the different kinds of options through which you can actually customize the way your chart looks. So this is the way that I'm happy with, and this is my custom view. So just click anywhere else and it would, all the options would go away and your chart would be visible. Now if you want to just play with the chart title, you can just click on it and provide it with the title, like I have provided sales. Now if you can want, you can just change its appearance as well. You can go to text options, you can add a shadow to it like this. I want the shadow, so the shadow is added, and that is how you can format the data that is present inside the chart as well. Now what if you want to only show the data of the month of January? Then in that case some filters needs to be added. So the question is, how can you add filters in a chart that is already being created? So there is luckily an option present. This is this chart filters option. You can just select on it. Now there are two options, that whether you want to create it with values or by names. So I'm just going to select this values option because that is simpler to understand, and I'm just going to minimize the series option because the categories is what we are going to be concerned with. We only want to show the data of the month January, so just uncheck this select all option and just only select this January option and just click on apply. So when you do that, you can see that only the values of the month January are now visible to us. Only in this table as well, only the values of the month January are shown. And if you want, you can again click on filters. If you want to show of 2 months, you can select Jan and Feb, then click on apply. Then these 2 months data are shown. Similarly, these 3 months data are shown like here. But if you want, you can just again click on select all, and all this data would be shown once again. But what if you want to apply some of the formatting in the series? Similar option you can show. If you want to only show the data of Rob, so you can just click on select all, uncheck the select all option and select on Rob, and only his data would be shown. You can just click on apply. So it is now only showing the data of how much sales Rob did from the month January to the month October. And if you want to compare it with Sam, you can apply it as well. So the data of Rob and Sam are shown over here. If you want to show only the data of Joe, then you can click on Joe and apply. So only Joe's data is now shown. So this is the advantage of having charts. Instead of the actual data, you can also apply filters to the charts as well, which is what makes it so much interactive and helpful. So this is basically all about the charts, and in this video you can easily understand that how can you use chart, what are its basic features, how can you customize them. So I hope you all have enjoyed it. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see about two important functions that are available in Microsoft Excel, and these functions are the date functions and the mathematical functions. Now these date functions are, as the name suggests, used to manipulate or view the present date and time, and how can we use them in the various steps. That's what we are going to discuss in this video. And as these mathematical functions are concerned, so these mathematical functions are used to apply some of the mathematical concepts onto the data that is available in the Microsoft Excel sheet, and what is their importance is what we are going to see in today's video. So first of all, when we talk about the date functions, then these functions are mainly concerned with the manipulations of the date and time. How can we get the present date? How can we get the exact time that is of today, and what is their importance. Suppose we are auditing a sheet or making any changes to a sheet, then it is important that we apply those changes and generate another sheet or a table in which it is mentioned that what changes have been made at what time and at what date. So using these simple date functions, we can easily just enter the value of the present date and time without having to manually add it. So that is the reason why these date functions are used. Now we are going to take a look at the 5 or the 6 date functions today, and these date functions are listed over here. These are date, time, now, time value, date value, and today. So we are going to look at them one by one and see that what is their importance. So first of all, we would be looking at the function date. So this date function, as the name suggests, what does it does is that it simply converts whatever text is given to you into a valid date format. So suppose here I have the format of a date, like 2020 is the year, 4 is the month, that is April, and 2nd is the day, that is 2nd April 2020. This is what the date I want. Now how can I convert it into a proper date format? So for that purpose I have to use this date function. So how can I use this date function? I just select one cell, press equals, because that is what we are going to use whether applying any function. Then type in the word date, open the parenthesis, then it asks for 3 arguments. First of all is the year argument. So for that, what I'm going to do is direct it to the contents of this cell. So I just click on the cell, put a comma, then provide it with the value of month, then put a comma, and then provide it with the value of day. Then as soon as I close the parenthesis and press the key enter, then you can see that this data that was available in a sparse format has been consolidated into a proper date format using the date function. Now similarly, if you want, you can just use it like this, equals date, and provide it with your values instead of the predefined values. Like I provided with 2020, the month as 3, that is for March, and the date as 12. Then I close the parenthesis and press enter. So now the date is being converted as 12th of March 2020. So that is the simple usage of the date function. Now we move on to our next function, that is the time function. As the date function, similar is the usage of the time function. It just converts any of the data that is available into a proper format of time. So we can just view its functionality like this, provided with the word time. Then it asks for 3 arguments, hour, minutes, and seconds. So I just provided with 9 hours. I put a comma, then provided with 4 minutes, and then for the seconds I just provided with 30 seconds and close the parenthesis and then press enter. So it has read it as 9:04 am. But what if you want it to be 9:04 pm? Then in that case, what do you need to do that instead of 9 you got to provide it with 21, because this format of Excel works on a 24-hour format. So for that, what we're going to do is provide it with a 24-hour format. So open the parenthesis, and here I have written 21 in this cell. So just provide it with the contents of this cell, put a comma, then provide it with the contents of this cell, and seconds, it could be like 12 seconds I'm taking right now, and then close the parenthesis and press enter. So you can see that here it has written or returned the time as 9:04 pm. So that is the usage of the time function. Now what if you want to know that what is the present date and time? So for that, what you got to do is use a function that is known as now, and it accepts no arguments. All you got to do is just write the function as equals now, open the parenthesis, close the parenthesis, and press enter. So this is what it has given, the date of today and today's time. So this is the function that is used most often whenever we are auditing or correcting any sheet. Then using the now function you can easily arrange or set the date and the time of the present, and you do not need to manipulate it in any way. Alright, Now we have another function that is known as the today function. So as the name suggests, today function is used to represent that what is today. Today's date is represented using today function. Now we have already seen that using the now function we can see today's date and time. So using the today function we can only view today's date instead of time. So just put an equals, write today, open the parenthesis, close the parenthesis and press enter. As soon as you do that, you can see that this function returns today's date and not time. So that is the usage of the today function. Now there are two important functions, this time value function and the date value function. We are reading them because they are a part of date functions, but they are least used. What is their usage is, suppose I just click on this cell and provide it with date value. Then it asks for a date text. Then within double quotes I provide it with any date like 4/20/20. This is what I have provided it with, and then I close the parenthesis, and as soon as I press enter you can see that this kind of a code is returned by it. So the date that I have written, that is the 4th of February 2020, has been converted into this format. So this is a numerical value in which this particular date is represented in Excel internally. And similar is the usage of this time value function, that whatever time we provide to it, it just converts it into a numeric value that is understood by the Excel itself. Now I just provide it with anything like 11:14 am, then close the parenthesis like this and press enter. So it has been changed into a numerical value over here that is understood by the Excel itself. So that is all about the date functions. Now you can easily understand that where you can use them. Now it is the time for the mathematical functions. Now what is their usage? Many a times when we are dealing with the mathematical data, then it is important that we need to provide some kind of information about it. Suppose we have a negative digit in front of us, like -90 is given in any kind of a data to us. Then we want to find its absolute value. We know that its absolute value is obviously a 90, but if we want to make some calculations, then sometimes we do not want to include that negative sign in it. We need only the absolute value of that particular data. So how can we get the absolute value is using the ABS function. So for that, what you got to do is put an equal sign, write ABS, open the parenthesis and provide it with a number like -90 I'm providing over here, then close the parenthesis and press enter. So it has only provided with a value irrespective of the sign. The value was 90 and that what it has returned, and the sign was negative, so it is not concerned about its particular sign. But what if we want to make any manipulations using the sign, or if we want to find the sign of a number? So how can we do that? There is luckily another function in Microsoft Excel known as the sign function itself. So for that you can just put an equals, write the word sign, SIGN sign, open the parenthesis, provide it with a number and then close the parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, then -1 is returned. This -1 shows that whatever the number we provided to it was a negative number. Now what if we just apply the sign function to a positive number? Then what happens? We just open the parenthesis, provide it with a number, close the parenthesis, then it only returns 1. That means it is a positive number that was applied to it. So that is the usage of the sign function. Next we have the square root function. The square root function is used to return the square root value of any number. To use it, you can simply just write sqrt, open the parenthesis, provide it with a number and then close the parenthesis and press enter. So since we provided it with a value of 4, so its a square root, that is 2, is returned over here. Next important mathematical function that we are going to see is the mod function. So for that we can just press an equals, write the word mod, mod, open the parenthesis. Now it requires two arguments, the number and the divisor. That is, whenever a number is divided by any divisor, what is the remainder that is returned to us is given by the mod function. Suppose we want the number to be 4 and its divisor to be 2. Then we would know that its remainder would be 0, and that's exactly what this mod function is going to return. Just close the parenthesis and press enter. So that's 0 that has been returned, signifying that when the number 4 is divided by 2, then 0 is the remainder. So these are some of the important mathematical and the date functions that we have looked at today, and these are used widely in different places whenever you are dealing with Microsoft Excel data. So that is why I have discussed them. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we change the orientation of the contents of the cell, or how can we manipulate the way the text is written in a cell in Microsoft Excel. And apart from that, we are also going to see that how can we just manipulate the Excel sheet whenever we are trying to print it. There are many cases where the data is entered into the sheets, but the proper print format is not generated. So we are going to see that how can we use the different print functions that are given to us by Microsoft Excel, and how can we use them very easily to manipulate the sheet data as per our choice. How can we customize it to our desired print output. So first of all, we are going to take a look at that how can we just change the way our data looks or in the text or a cell. So here you can see that I've created a simple calendar of the month June 2020. Now in this calendar you can see that this June 2020 is written like this, and all these Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and so on are written in a slightly different format, in a slightly rotated format, while the general concern or the general way of writing a text is very simple, that it is written in a 90-degree format or a plain format with no rotations. But how can we rotate the text as per our choice is what we are going to see. So for that, what is done is a thing called orientation, which is changed of the text which we want to convert. So how can we change the orientation of the text? So first of all, let us just click on a cell and provide it with any data like Monday, MON for Monday, and we can just use the custom lists option, so that all these data are available to us, all these weekdays are available to us. Then in the home tab you will find an alignment group. When you just go to it, you can just change its alignment to a center both horizontally and the vertically. When you are providing a horizontal alignment, then it is called a center alignment, and when you are providing it with a vertical alignment, then it is known as a middle alignment. Now you got to change its orientation to something like this. So how can we do that? In the alignment group only, there is an option of orientation and there is an arrow. When you just click on it, there are different options available to us. Some of these options are predefined by Microsoft Excel, and if you want, you can just use them, or you can format the cell alignment as per your choice. So that is a custom format which you can choose. So if you want to just choose this predefined format, you can simply click on it, and this text would be rotated as per that format. But what if I don't want this much of rotation? I want a slightly less rotation. So that means I'm going for a custom format. How can I do that? Just simply select the cells to which you want to provide a custom format. Go to this orientation tab and select format cell alignment. And as soon as you do that, this kind of a dialog box will appear in front of you, and in here you can just change anything about the cell that you want. This is a format cells dialog box that has appeared in front of you, in which the alignment tab is selected by default, because we are just going to change its alignment a little bit. Now here you can see that orientation is available. So the orientation you can see is provided with a 45-degree angle in a clockwise direction. But what if we do not want that? We want text to be rotated by a 90-degree angle. So you can just manipulate this slider like this to any of the things that you want. and I have chosen this 90 degree, and as soon as I click on OK, then you can see that all the cell contents have been rotated to a value of 90 degree. Now if you want to change it further, you can just go to format cell alignment once again, and you can just change it to a positive value, like, or a minus 60 degrees. That is what I want, and then press OK. So this is how the contents of the cell are changed. So this is a simple way how you can just change the orientation of the cells, and using this you can just manipulate the way the cells look to any of the way that you want. Now once we have changed this orientation of the cell, now you can apply any formatting to it. The cell are looking similar, they are behaving similar, only the difference is that its orientation has been changed. So that was all about orientation. You can just use the predefined sets of the orientations that are available to you, or you can just customize it as per your choice. Now the next thing is, how can you just manipulate the way your sheet looks for the print. So as of now, if I just delete all these contents and I only just focus on this particular calendar, and I want to print it in an Excel sheet. So how can I do that? Just press Ctrl P, and as soon as you do that, you can see that this is the kind of the output that you are getting. This is the final output, which is not looking very good. I only want this calendar to be printed and not these A and the B columns and these 1 and the 2 rows. So how can I do that? You can just go back. We are going to set a print area for that. How can we set that print area? Go to page layout. Here you will find an option of print area. So just click on it, and there is an option of set print area. So just select to it. You can use this option to just set your print area. How can you do that? First of all, select some of the cell contents to which you want your print area to be applied to. Then go to this print area option. Okay, so the thing is, the cell was selected firstly, so that is why it has been set as the print area. Now I'm going to clear its print area. So just go to clear print area, and now the cell content has been removed from the print area. Now just select this whole calendar which you want to be selected as a print area, and just select on the set print area option. Now only this calendar would be visible. How it is shown, you can just press Ctrl P to view the preview, and you can see only this calendar is shown. But with this calendar, some of the headings of the columns and the row headings are also shown. So how can we manipulate that? In the page layout only, there is a sheet options tab. Here you can see that the headings, there are two checkboxes, the view checkbox and the print checkbox. If we just click on this view checkbox, then these headings are not visible, but they still would be available in the print. The reason being, the print checkbox is clicked. So if we just click on this print checkbox and it is unchecked, then if we just press Ctrl P, then you can see that only this particular calendar is visible without the row and the column headings, and that's exactly what we wanted. So that's how you can manipulate the row and the column headings, or you can just view them, but they will still not be visible in the print because the print checkbox is not checked. Same as the grid lines, you can omit them from the view area, or if you want, you can just omit them from the print area as well. So that's what I have done, and you can see that now only my calendar is visible with no row headings, no column headings, and no grid lines as well. Now when you open this print preview option using Ctrl P shortcut, here are some of the options that you can apply as well. First of all is the orientation. You want the landscape orientation or the portrait orientation, like this. You can just change it. What kind of paper you want, like you want a letter, you want A4 paper or whatever. What kind of margins you want. By default it was selected at narrow margins, but if you want, you can just select a wide margins, or if you want, you can just also select a normal margin, or if you want, you can select custom margins as well. That's totally up to you. So that is how you can just use these different kinds of the print options to manipulate the way your page looks. And apart from that, you can also just manipulate the area which is going to be printed using the print area option. Now one important thing is how can you set a predefined background for your print. Now for that, what we are going to do is first of all clear this print area, and we are going to select a somewhat larger print area like this much. I'm going to set it as the print area. Now you can see that these boundaries are signifying that this is the total area that is going to be printed on the paper. Then go to this option called background, and you can just use online as well as offline pictures as well. So this is the picture that I have chosen, and if you want, you can just set this picture as the background. Now this is what your background would look like, and if you just preview it, so you can see that it is not available in the print. The reason being that this picture is only available for the background of this particular sheet and not for the print. So that is all. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we use the two important features that are used in any kind of a printed document, and these are the headers and footers in Microsoft Excel. So basically in today's video, we are going to see that how can we apply the headers as well as the footers in any kind of a Microsoft Excel sheet that is available to us. And remember one thing, that these headers and footers would not be available while viewing the Excel sheet, but they would only be visible whenever you are trying to print that particular sheet. So if you want, you can just simply print this sheet using the shortcut like Control P. So this print preview option would be visible to you. And here, as you can see, that this is the print preview option that I have got, and some of my sheet is available over here, and on the second page the rest of the sheet is available. And the reason why this sheet is divided into two pages is because I have aligned it in such a way that it is now divided into two pages, so that we can simply apply the concept of the headers and footers. Here you can see that in this print preview option, there are already some of the headers and footers that are available to me. Now you can see that this is the number. These are these three columns of the headers, and these some columns of the footers as well. And if you want to just understand them, then you can simply understand it as this is the page number. This middle column is the page number. This column over here represents the total number of pages. This represents the name of this project, that is book 3. Over here it represents the present date. Here it represents the name of the file, that is header and footer, and here it is the path. So this is what I have chosen to be used in my headers and footers, and this is what I have customized it to look like. But it's totally up to your choice that how you want your headers and footers to look like. And you can easily use some predefined formats, or you can just customize it as per your wish. So if you want to customize it, or if you want to use the predefined format, what you got to do is just follow these simple steps. Now you can just see over here that these dotted lines that are available after the column J and after the column T represent the page. So this first page is from column A and up till column J, and the second page is from column K up till column T. So that is why my sheet, or whatever my table was divided into two different pages when the print preview was shown. It was cause it is available at the intersection of two pages, and I have chosen it cause I needed to show it like this. So now the question arises that how can we apply these headers and footers in the sheets. So for that, what you got to do is just go to the page layout tab in Microsoft Excel, and once you have got to the page layout tab, you can just go to this sheet options. You can expand it, sheet options, or any of these expansions that are available, you can just expand it and you will find a dialog box of page setup in front of you. Now this page setup is what is going to help us to customize the headers and footers as per our choice. Now how can we customize them? There is a tab known as headers and footers. We can just click on that tab and here you can see that there are two options available, that we can just customize our header or we can just customize our footer as well. Now there are different checkboxes also available. We can just look at them, that you want different headers for the odd and the even pages, or you want the different first page. So these two options are available, and if you just select on any one of them, then whatever the thing that they are saying that is the different odd and the even pages or the different first page would be shown to you. So how can we do that? First of all, we are going to see that how can we apply headers and footers. So this is the custom header that I have already applied, but what if you don't want this custom header? So these are some of the predefined headers also available with Microsoft Excel. What you can just do over here is some of these things, like you can provide it with the name of the file, that is book 3, along with the page number like this. You can provide it with some other data like this. You can provide it with some other data like this. So these are some of the options that are predefined available by Microsoft Excel, and if you want you can just choose on any one of them. But if you want a custom header, there is a button given to you known as the custom header button. You can just select on it. As soon as you do that, this header dialog box will open. Now this header dialog box allows you to just customize your header as per your wish using these buttons or some of the code which you can easily write. And there are these three sections available: the left section, the center section and the right section available to you. Now you can just apply your header in these three options. First of all, you can just apply a left section. So in the left section, what do I want is, I want that the total number of pages should be available that are available in my sheet. So there are 2 pages available, so that is why I want that 2 should be written over in the left section of the header. So there is a button called insert number of pages. I can just click on it and you can see that ampersand and within square bracket pages is shown over here. That means that whatever the total number of pages are there would be written in the left section. Now what if I want some code to be available in the center section? In the center section I want the current page number, so I just select on that, that whatever the current page number is would be shown over here, that is ampersand page. And in the right section, what do I want is, I want the current date to be visible. So this is the option of the current date. So using this I can just apply the current date, that is ampersand date, and then as soon as I click on OK, so this is the custom header that I have got, that the total number of pages are it is not actually the correct information shown over here, because the total number of pages are 2, so it must be 2 over here, which is 1 is shown, and then the number of the page of the total pages that is 1, and the current date. Similarly, I can also customize my footers as well. So to customize the footer, you can simply if you want, select only these options that are available to you like this, and if you want you can just customize it. You can just go to this custom footer options and you can customize it. Suppose here I want this time to be visible, at what time it is right now, so I'm just going to insert time, and here I want this page number to be visible, but I want some text to be visible along with it, like page, then I want a colon, the current page number of, and the total number of pages. So that is what I'm going to do, that page, this, of this, and here I'm going to just remove it. So this is how you can customize your footer, and along with this predefined things You can also add some of your own text or some of your own signature you want. Like in the right section, I type Excel. So this would also be available in my footer Excel as it is, and as soon as I click on OK, then you can see that over here the current time is shown. Over here page 1 of 1, which is in the current format that I have provided, is shown, and then Excel, that is the word that I had written, is shown. Now if I just click on this print option, then you can easily see that when this page would open, this is the kind of the thing that we have got. Whatever we needed, like time, page 1 of 2, the word Excel, the date over here, the page number 1, and the total number of pages, that is 2, is shown over here. So that is how you can apply the headers and footers to any of the sheets in Microsoft Excel. And I have also shown you that how can you customize headers and footers as per your own choice and as per your wish. You can use anything to be visible on the headers and footers, or if you want, you can also use this predefined formats of the headers and footers that are given to you by Microsoft Excel. Similarly, you can see on the second page that the page number has changed to 2. The rest of the things are same exactly, but over here you can see page 2 of 2 is shown over here, and this page number has been changed to 2. So this is how you can create headers and footers for yourself in Microsoft Excel. That's all in today's video. We are going to see that how can be applied data validations in Microsoft Excel. So before applying these data validations, we are first going to understand that what are validations. Whenever you are entering data in any kind of a form that is available online, then first of all, a general thing that is asked is your name. So a general conception is that your name is only consisting of the alphabets and not the numbers. So if you just write any kind of numbers instead of the alphabets for your name, then there is an error message shown like your name is invalid or please enter a valid name, like this. So this error message is shown because your name is not validated according to the rules that are applied to that particular field. And these rules are that your name can only consist of the alphabets and not the numbers or any of the special symbols. Similarly, if there is a phone number, then it can only consist of the digits. It has a predefined length. So these are the rules of data that are applied to the phone number whenever it is written. And if the data that is entered by the user violates these rules, then there is a warning that is shown to the user. So these rules, when applied on any data, are known as the data validation rules or simply as data validations. So today we are going to see that how can we apply these data validations in Microsoft Excel and what is their importance. Their importance is that whenever you are working on Microsoft Excel, you provide your sheet to others to enter the data. So the other user may be ignorant of the fact that you want your sheet to look correctly without any data problems. So what the person does is enters a data mistakenly. Suppose in the name he enters a number and in the number he enters a name. So if the validations are present, then it will stop the person from doing that and will only accept the data that is validated. So for validating the data, you gotta provide some of the checks or some of the rules for that particular data. Suppose here I have this column called order date, which is actually the order number. So I'm just going to correct it. It's order number. Alright, so this is the order number, and as soon as I just click on the cell, then there is this option shown to me or a message shown to me that attention between 40,000 and 50,000. So this is the data validation that I have already applied on this particular cell. That shows that okay, only this data must be between the numbers 40,000 and 50,000. But what if I just change it to something else? Now I just double click on it and provide it with anything else, like I don't know, something like this. So as soon as I try to just manipulate or violate the data validations, there is a warning shown to me that please enter data within the range. And this is the message shown to me, and it asks me that do I want to continue. I click on no, that I don't want to continue, and the cursor remains on this particular cell so that I can just change it. Now I just change it to something within the valid range, like 431. It was 57, so I'm just going to change it to 78. And as soon as I press enter, then nothing happens, no warning is shown to me, because the data present over here is validated. The data present over here is correct. So this is the power of data validation. It prevents you from making any kind of mistakes. So how can we add these data validations? So we are going to add this data validations in this items column, which can only consist of alphabets and not the numbers. So how can we just apply these data validations? First of all, you got to go to this data tab of Microsoft Excel, and here you will find an option of data validation. From here you can apply these data validations. As soon as you just click on it, then there is a dialog box that is opens, and this dialog box allows you to enter any of the validations that you want. But first of all, what you got to do is just select this range of the cells to which you want to apply this data validation. So I have selected this range of cells, then go to data validation. Now the validation criteria, that what do you want to allow. So I want to allow only the text. So since I'm going to use it a text, so what can I choose is the text length, a particular length of the text that I can apply. Now then it asks me that what kind of data you want. The data I want is must be less than or equal to. So I'm providing it with a maximum length, and if any text is found out of that particular length, then that text is considered invalid. So the maximum length that I'm going to give it as 14. Now you can see that this 14 is present in some of my cell contents. So what I'm going to do is just select this particular cell, and whatever the value of this particular cell is could be used over here, or if you want you can just simply type the letter 14. Then there is another thing that is shown is the input message. Like in the order number column there was attention between 40,000 and 50,000. So that is what is the input message that is shown to the user when he tries to enter the data that tells him about the validation. It should be clear, and it should be telling the user about the validation itself. So that's what it is shown. So first of all, you got to just provide it with the title, and the title I'm going to provide is again attention. Then I'm going to provide it with the input message, that max length 14. This message should clearly state that what kind of validation is applied so that the user can understand the validation and use it accordingly. Then what happens if the user does an error? So in that case, error alert is shown. And there are three styles. You can stop the user, you can give a warning to the user, or you can inform the user. So in the sample I had just chosen warning, so this time I'm going to choose stop. Here you can just type a title. This is going to be stop again, and the error message, please read the rules. So this is the error message that I have given. This is my custom error message that I have given, and then you can just click on OK. So as soon as you do that, if you just click on any of the cells, then this input message is shown, that attention max length 14. Now what if I just try to manipulate it to something else? I just provide it with a text that is above the length of 14. So this is what I have typed, and as soon as I press enter, stop, please read the rules. So this is the stop heading that I had given, so it is shown over here. Then this is the message that I had given, please read the rules, that is being shown. then I can just click on retry and try to change it to anything else like pen. So this is within the range, and as soon as I click on enter, then there is no error shown because this data is already validated as per Microsoft Excel validation rules that I had just given. Now this input message is shown whenever I click on this cell, that attention, which is the header that I had given, and the text, that is max length 14. Now what if you don't want this input message or the error message to be shown to the user? Then you can just omit it very easily. So how can you do that? First of all, you got to select the range of the cells to which you want to apply the changes. Then again go to this data validation, and you can just select this input message. So when you just select on it, there is an option called show input message when cell is selected, and this is checked. So when you just uncheck it, then this input message that you have written will not be shown to the user. And similarly, you can just also omit the error alert as well, like show error alert after invalid data is entered. So you can just omit it as well and then click on OK. So now as you can see that whenever I just click on any of these cells, then no input message is shown, although the validation is applied, but no input message is shown now. And if you want, you can just show the error message and press OK. So the input message would not be shown, but the error message would be shown if I just try to change it. So yes, the error message is shown to me, and I'm just going to retry it to pen. So that is how you can apply validations on any of the data that is available in Microsoft Excel. And that is all. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we record macros in Microsoft Excel. But before that, one important thing that you need to understand is what is a macro. So a macro in simple terms can be defined as a set of instructions or commands that are given by the user to the Excel, and when those are recorded, then it is called a macro. So macro is basically a set of the commands or the actions performed by the user that is recorded in Microsoft Excel. Now the question comes, why do we need macros? So the need of the macros lies in the fact that many a times while working on Excel sheets, there are some steps which need to be performed multiple times. These are the same steps which may be lengthy and need to be performed on multiple sheets. So instead of performing those steps individually, what you can do is just create a macro out of it and just run it multiple times so that those actions could be performed in a very concise manner. And one advantage of macro is it could be run multiple times in multiple sheets and in multiple locations as well. So that is the advantage of macros. Now after understanding about macros, let us understand that how can we create them. So here in my sheet I have already created a macro, and this macro is known as test macro. So I'm going to show you its usage. First of all, I'm going to create a new sheet over here. Then when you have created a new sheet and you want to perform the same steps that were performed in this sheet 1. Now what does this macro contains is, it contains all these steps which are required to make this table with 2 columns, months and days. Now if I go to sheet 5 and I just try to run this macro, how can I do that? First of all, go to the view tab. Then here you will find an option called macros. When you just select on it, then there is an option of view macros. You can just go to it, and there you will find test macro, and this name test macro I have given to it. So you gotta select the macro that you want to run and then just click on run. And you can see that in sheet 5 all the steps that were recorded in the macro were performed as it is, and the result has been duplicated over here without much effort. Now there is another way of running a macro, and that is through a shortcut. So just you can create a new sheet and to run a macro, what you got to do is, while creating it, you can provide a shortcut key. And for this test macro, the shortcut key that I provided was Control Shift S. So when you want to run your macro, you can simply press its shortcut key. So here I'm pressing Control Shift S, and as soon as I pressed it, all the steps or whatever the instructions were recorded in the macro have been duplicated over here. So this is how you can just run the macros. Now the question arises that how can we create a macro? So for creation of the macro, what you got to do is just perform very simple steps, because macro creation is nothing but it's just like recording something. So how can you do that? To record a macro, first what you got to do is go to this view tab. Here you will find this macros option. Just expand it, and here you will find an option of record macro. So you can just click on it, and as soon as you do that, you will see that this kind of a menu bar or a dialog box is in front of you, and it asks for some requirements. It has some requirements like the macro name. Now you can give the macro a name, and this name can be anything you want, but it is advisable that you give a name that helps you to understand that what macro it's going to be used for. So now what I'm going to do is just create a table with serial number up to 1 to 12, and then I'm going to arrange the months like January, February, etc. into the second column. So I'm going to create a 2-column table, so that is why I'm going to name it as month macro, month underscore macro. And the reason I have used this underscore instead of a space is because you cannot use spaces in a macro name, and that is a convention, that is a naming convention that you got to keep in mind while naming a macro. Then it asks for a shortcut key, and this step is optional. You can give it a shortcut key or you can just omit it, but here I'm going to give it a shortcut key. Since there are many of the shortcuts that are already predefined in Microsoft Excel, like Control C for copy, Control V for paste, and so on, so we cannot give them as the shortcut key. So we have to come up with something different, and one simple way of doing that is just press any letter along with the shift key. Like in the previous macro, we had Control Shift S as the shortcut key. So over here, I'm going to provide it with, control is already written, so I'm going to provide it with Shift T. So as soon as I press Control Shift T, this shortcut key would be activated, and whatever I do in my macro would be repeated. Now the next question it asks is where you want to store this macro. So the options are this workbook, personal macro workbook, or a new workbook. This tells us that a macro is workbook dependent. If you have created some macros in this particular workbook, then they are stored in this workbook, then only they could be used in this workbook only and not in any other workbook. So that is why I'm going to just click on this workbook. Then you can provide it with a description. This description is optional, and it is used for a better understanding of what the macro does, just as the commands in Microsoft Excel. So I'm just going to provide it with month's name and serial number. So this is my macro description. You can provide anything in your macro description, and then you can just click on OK. Now once you click on OK, you can see over here that this is a button present over here which tells us that a macro is currently recording, and if you want, you can just stop its recording from over here only. Also, you can see that when you expand this macro, then this stop recording button is present over here, so you can just stop the recording of the macro from over here only. Now one important thing is that the macro only captures the steps that you do in itself. Like first of all, what I'm going to do is provide it with a serial number SNO. Then I'm going to provide it with another column heading, that is month. Then I'm going to provide the data in serial number like 1, 2. Then I'm going to select them together. Up to 12, and for the month I'm going to provide it with Jan and expand it up to December like this. Then I'm going to select them both, go to the home tab and provide it with a particular background color like this, and the rest of these I'm going to provide with a particular background color of say a shade of gray. Then to all these I'm going to provide a border like this. So this is what I want to be recorded in my macro. Apart from that, I'm just going to select it all and provide it with a center alignment like this. Now this is what I want in my macro, and then I'm going to click on this button to stop recording it, or I can just go to the view tab and in macros I can stop it from recording. So now a new macro has been created with all these steps already recorded in it. Now how can we use this? Suppose we go to some new sheet over here, then we can just go to this macros, view macros, and you can see that month macro is created. You can just click on run, and you can see that the macro has been duplicated as it is. Furthermore, you can also go to sheet 1, and here also you can just reproduce this macro, and this time what I'm going to do is use the shortcut Control Shift T, and you can see that the macro has been reproduced over here as well. So this is how you can just create a macro and reproduce it. Now another thing is, suppose you have already recorded a macro, you can just go to this view macros tab. Now I have already recorded this macro, test macro and month macro. Now what if I want to just delete my macro? Then what can I do? I can just select this macro which I want to delete. Then I can just go to this delete option, and this macro would be deleted. It would ask you a question that you want to delete this macro. Then I click on yes, and this macro is now deleted. Now if I just create a new sheet and provide it with a shortcut that was Control Shift S, then you can see that nothing happens. And the reason is the macro that we had created, the test macro, has already been deleted. Now you can just go to this view macros tab and see it for yourself that the test macro is not present over here, only the month macro is present. Now in the month macro also you can see that when you select on it, this is this description tabs which shows that month's name and serial number. That was the description that we gave to it. Now if you can just one more thing, if you can just run it, then you can see that it has been produced, because that macro is present over in the memory of the workbook, while the test macro was not present, so that's why its shortcut key is now invalid. Now one thing that you must have noticed is that whenever we click on macro, what it does is that it produces the output in the column I4, in the cell I4. It starts from here. So what if you want to produce it at some other place? How can you do that? So for that, what you got to do is make sure that the relative referencing is turned on in macros. So how can we do that, and how can we create macros out of relative referencing is what we are going to see in the next video. That is all in today's video, in which you learn that how can you create macros, how can you delete macros, how can you create a shortcut using the macros. So that's it for today's video. We are going to continue with our topic of macros. In the previous video where we talked about how can we create macros from scratch, we learned that how can we record macros, and then how can we delete them, how can we create shortcuts of macros, how can we use the shortcuts, how can we rerun the macros, and apart from that we learned that how can we create fixed macros. That is, whenever a macro is created on a particular column in the cell, then only at that column in the next sheet that macro would be reproduced. But that's not always the situation. There is sometimes a situation where you want to just repeat the steps that you have recorded in a macro multiple times in the same worksheet. But with what we have seen up till now, what can we do is just create the macros or duplicate the macros at the same place, so it would not be able to duplicate itself in the same sheet multiple times, cause the column number or the cell number is fixed in those kinds of macros, and that cell number is unique, which is present only once in one sheet. So that is why only the macros that we have studied up till now, that is the static macros, can only be created once, or they could only be run once in a particular sheet. Now we are going to see that how can we create macros with the help of relative referencing, and with the help of relative referencing then we can run the macros multiple times in a similar worksheet, in a same worksheet, and in as many worksheets as we want. So first of all, we are going to see that how can we create macros using relative referencing. Relative referencing, we already know what it is. It is used to record, in the case of macros, I can just explain it simply as it is used to record the position of the cell. Like the macro we had already created over here, what is it gonna record is, you gotta click on any one cell and provide it with the serial number data. Then you got to move to the next cell, that is the offset value. It is what it is going to record in itself. While the macro we had created before, it records the actual position of the cell like I4 and J4 and so on. So that is the difference between the relative referencing of the macros and a static macro. So let's see that how can we create a relative referencing macro. But before that, what you got to do is just customize your ribbon that is present over here. This is called a ribbon. You just got to customize it somewhat and provide it with some new tabs. So how can we do that? You can just go to this file option. Here you will find options. So when you just click on it, this kind of a dialog box opens in front of you. Then you can just go to this left hand side where there is an option of customize ribbon. You can just click on this option and you can see that these are some of the main tabs that are present over here. And in this there is an option called developer. When you just expand it, you can see that there is an option called code, and when you expand this code option, you can see that these are some things that are present like Visual Basic Editor, macros, record macro, use relative references, and macro security. So these are the options that we want to add in our ribbon. So for that, what we are going to do is just check on this developer tab and click on OK. Now as soon as you do that, you can see that after the view tab, we have a new tab in front of us that is known as the developer tab. So this developer tab helps us to work with the macros in a more clear way. So what you got to do is just click on this developer tab and you can see in the code group, these are these different options of the macro that are present. Like you can record the macro from here only. You can do everything that was possible over there now over here using this developer tab. Now what we have used this developer tab is because of this option, use relative references. Now the advantage of this option is I have already told it, and since this option is present only in the developer tab, that is why we have used or added this developer tab into our macros. Now what I'm going to do is just record the macro, but before that just turn on this option of use relative references. Then you can just start recording a macro. As soon as we have already got this dialog box, then you can simply give it a name like macro1, provided with a shortcut Control Shift Q like this one, this workbook. I'm going to keep it the same, and description is I'm going to type relative. Then click on OK, and now I'm going to start recording my macro. Now this time what I'm going to do is just provide it with the days of the week. So just I'm going to type in days, and here I'm going to type in months. Now in the days I'm going to type it MON for Monday, and then I'm going to just expand it up to Sunday, and for the month I'm going to type in JAN Jan, and then I'm going to expand it till July. Then I'm going to just provide it with a border. So for that, go to the home tabs and provide it with all borders like this, and align it to the center like this. So this is what I have recorded in my macro, and then you can just stop the recording. So now we have recorded another macro using the relative references. Now if you want, you can just go to the developer tab once again, and you can see that this macro 1 is already recorded with a description as relative. Now what you got to do is when you run it, then whenever wherever your cell is, wherever your active cell is, then over at that cell this macro would run. Here you can see that my active cell is N13. So if I just click on run just now, then this macro would do its actions on cell N13. So I just click on run, and you can see that it has performed its action over here. Now you might have noticed that it has performed its actions on the cell Q13 instead of N13, and the reason behind this is when I started recording, I just clicked on some cell and then I moved 2 columns, and then at the cell number M4 I started my recording. So that is why its action has already been recorded over there, and that's the action it has performed. But now you can just go to any other cell and you can just run the macro. Now we had already provided a shortcut for it, so we can use that shortcut as well. Now one more thing that you might want to understand about this macro is, once you have created the macro, you can also edit it as per your choice. So how can you edit the macros? You can just open this macros dialog box. You can select any macro that you want to edit. Then there is an option of edit. As soon as you click that, you can see that this kind of a window opens in front of you. Now what is this window? This is actually a Visual Basic for Applications editor window where all these macros are stored. Here you can see that the macro we had created is stored over here. The month macro I have opened and it has stored over here. So you can see that the month macro is its name, then this is its description, month's name and S number that we had provided, and then here its shortcut is written, that is Control plus Shift plus T. So these are all in the comments tab, which means that they have no usage, that is they are only for reading purposes, and this is actually the Visual Basic code that is used behind the screens, and this records all the actions that we did with our macros. Now here you can see this is the macro 1, the second macro with its description as relative and its keyboard shortcut as Control Shift Q. Now all these steps that I had performed in this relative macro are stored over here, and this is what the macro looks like. Now if you know how to edit a Visual Basic code, then you can simply edit your macros over here. You can do anything that you want with your macros over here. Like in my second macro, that was my relative macro, what I had done was, first of all, there was an offset of 3 cells which I had done. That is why instead of the cell N13, the macro started its work at the cell Q13. So what I'm going to do is just delete this line over here. This line of code has now been deleted, and now what will it do is, whatever my active cell was, it would begin its execution over there only and will not offset itself. Now what I'm going to do is, once I have cleared it, then there is this run option in Visual Basic for Applications. Then you can use that or provide it with a shortcut key as F5. So I'm just going to click on this run option. Then you can just close this window. So you can see that this macro over here is run, and the reason why it has run over here was because our active cell was present over there. You can just understand it very simply. Like now we have active cell as F13. So if we provide it with a shortcut key Control Shift Q, then you can see that this macro has run only in the cell F13 because we had just deleted that offset line, and now our macro is running from the cell which was already highlighted. So that's how you can just edit those macros. Now that is the usage of the relative macros. Now you have seen that we can use the relative macros in only those worksheet in which we had created, but it can be just run in any other worksheet. You can just select a cell, run it with the help of the shortcut keys, and you can run it any times as you want, as much times as you want. You can see like this. So that is all about the relative macros. We have learned that how can we create relative macros, how can we run them, and apart from that we have already learned that how can we edit. So that is all in today's video. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we use the different steps to write a macro for our cells. Now in the previous videos we have already seen that how can we record the macros, and the recording of the macros means that we just did some steps, we performed some steps, and all those steps that we performed on Microsoft Excel were recorded in the form of the codes that was present in the Visual Basics for the Applications editor. And using those steps we can just reproduce those macros, and this code we had already seen when we edited the macro. So if you want, you can just go to this macros tab, select on any macro and click on edit. So here you can see that this is the Visual Basic for Applications editor where all our macros are present. Now we had created these macros by just providing it with some of the steps. We performed some steps at the Excel, and at the back end this actual code was stored. Now what we did was used the front end. So how if we want to use the back end to create a macros? So that is another step, and that is another way how you can just write a macro for yourself. So in this video we are going to discuss that actually how can we write macros for ourselves. So for that, what we are going to do is first of all just close this VBA. Then we are going to come back to our Excel. Now here we are going to begin writing our macros. So for writing the macros, what you gotta do is there are two steps. First step is partial writing, and the second step is full writing. Now what in the partial writing we are going to do is just select any of the cell, then go to this record macro tab and just provide it with any name like macro underscore partial, and provide it with some kind of a shortcut key like Control Shift W or Control Shift E. I'm going to provide, then provide it with any description that you want like partial, and click on OK. Now without performing any of the steps you gotta stop its recording. Now when you do that, you can just go to this macros tab once again, and you will see that macro partial has now been created. Now you have created this macro using the GUI steps or the front end of Microsoft Excel. Now whatever steps that you want to perform into it, you can write it using the Visual Basic code. So how can you do that? You can just select this macro, go to edit, and you can see that this macro is already being created with some of the comments like the name of the macro, the description of the macro which we had just provided as partial, then the keyboard shortcut for the macro as Control Shift and E. Now it has no code in it, which means you can provide it with any code that you like. Now what I'm going to do for it is I'm going to just simply go to my above macros, and first of all this is this month macro, in which what I had done is selected a cell and then provided it with some text. So these two lines of codes are first for selecting a cell and then writing any kind of matter into it. So I'm just going to copy them. So for that you can just select them and press Ctrl C to copy it, and then come back to your macro and press Ctrl V to paste it. Now you can see that in the range itself a cell number is provided. Now the cell address or the cell number is unique and you can provide it to any cell. So what I'm going to do is provide it with cell number like Z2. So I'm going to select a cell which is denoted by the name as Z2. Then what I'm going to provide it is with a data. So what data I'm going to provide it is test macro. Alright, now what I'm going to do is just press enter and just paste this code once again. Then you can see that now we have to select any other cell. So this time I'm going to provide it with cell Y2, and I'm going to provide it with only serial number. Then I'm going to offset it a little bit. So for that what I'm going to do is just go to my second macro, that was the macro 1, which had a relative referencing in it. So I'm going to copy this line, that is active cell dot offset, like this. Just copy it and come over here and paste it over here. So it's active cell dot offset, that how much you want to offset. This is the x coordinate and that is the y coordinate. Y coordinate means how much you want to offset in the column manner, and this first argument is used to tell you that how much you want to offset in the rows manner. So here I'm going to offset my active cell by 2 rows and no columns. So I'm going to provide it with active cell dot offset 2, 0, and the rest of the things I'm going to keep same. Then I'm going to provide it with some data. So I'm just going to copy this line of code and then just press Ctrl V to paste it over here, and here I'm going to provide it with a message as end macro, like this. So this is how I have created my macro using the codes. Now this code can be anything that you want, and it is very simple. You gotta just know something about Visual Basic, or you can just use this simple copy paste method. Apart from that, what I'm going to do is press enter and provide it with a message box. So I'm going to type in MSG box. This means that a message box will be shown, and I'm going to show a message. So I'm going to type in programming knowledge, like this. Then I'm going to press enter and I'm going to provide it with any other message box, like this. And here I'm going to provide MS Excel, like this. So using these 2 lines of code, what will it do is it would provide us with a message box. Alright, so this is all that I have written in this macro. Then I'm going to click on run, and as soon as I clicked on run, then you can see that at the column Z2 this test macro is written. At the cell number Y2 this SNO is written. Then I had asked it to offset by 2 rows and no columns. So 2 rows means at Y4 this end macro message is now written, and after that there was a message box provided. So in the message box what I had given it is the message as programming knowledge. So now this message box is shown, and as soon as I click on OK, another message box that I had provided that contained the message as MS Excel is now provided. So you can click on OK, and that is this whole code has now been run of the macro partial that we had created. Now you can just close this VBA, and you can go to any other sheet and just use its shortcut, which was Control Shift and E, and you can see that this macro has already been started. It has executed itself, and that is what it shows, that the macro that we had created, although in the VBA using the backend code, it behaves similarly as a macro that we had already created using the front-end Microsoft Excel. Now this was about how you can create a partial macro or a macro using the partial backend methods. Now how can you create a macro from scratch? If you want to just create it all the macros in the Visual Basic for Applications editor, how can you do that? So what you got to do is just go to your developer tab, and here is the Visual Basic. You can just go to it, and here you can begin writing your own macro. So what you got to do is where this end subline is present, you got to press enter. Then this means that this macro has ended wherever this end subline is. Then you can just write the keyword sub and put a space, then provide it with a name. Now this name is the macro name, so I'm just going to provide it with macro VBA. This means it is a backend macro, and then press enter. Now as soon as you do that, you might have noticed that this line is now created over here. A set of parentheses is written over here, and this end sub is written. This means that macro VBA is now a sub procedure, and using this macro VBA we have created a new macro for ourselves. Now you can provide it with any code that you want. Suppose I'm just going to copy these 2 lines of code over here and paste them over here. Then in the range I'm going to provide it with A3. So I'm going to make sure that this is my macro code, that is in the cell A3. You gotta select that cell and provide it with a content like test macro. Then I'm going to click on run, and as soon as I do that, you can see that in the sheet 8 this A3 cell is now containing this test macro. Now what if you want to reproduce it? You can just go to sheet 1. In the sheet 1 you can see that this A3 cell has no contents. You can just go to macros tab. You can see this macro VBA is already present over here, although we had created it in the backend using VBA editor. Then you can just select this macro, click on run, and as soon as you do that, you can see that this macro steps have been reproduced. So that is all about macros. How can you record the macros? How can you delete the macros? How can you edit the macros? How can you run them using the shortcut keys? What is the long method of running the macros? And how can you create them using the backend VBA code? That is all about the macros. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we create and use a name array in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we are going to understand that what is a name array. A name array, as the name suggests, it is a collection of data that has a particular name. Suppose here we have a table, and this table has no particular name. Its only identity is that it is present from the cell number D6 up till the cell number G12. So if we want to access this whole table, we are going to type a data range, that is D6 up to G12, that is D6 colon G12. So that is how we can access this table. But this method is prone to errors and everyone cannot use it very efficiently. So what do we have is a method through which we can give a particular name to this table, and using that name we can access this table to any place that we want. Now there are multiple ways through which we can give names to these tables, and these ways are very effective, but each one of the ways has its own advantage. So let's see that how can we give names to a table. Suppose this is this whole table, and in this whole table we have this column called names. Now to this names column I want to give a particular name. So what I'm going to do is just select all these names from Sam till Chris like this. Then here is the name box. Then I'm going to just type a particular name for it. So here I'm going to type name like this and press enter. So whenever I want to access this name, then what I will do is just provide it with a collection, that is name. Suppose I want to count how many names are present or how many records are present over here, then what I can do is provide it with a function. So I have moved my cursor to the cell L6, then put an equal sign and provide with a count a function. Now this count a function, what does is it counts the number of the records that are present in the textual format. The count function only records for the numerical formats, but if you want to record it in the form of the text, then you got to use this count a function. So I've used this count a, then I'm going to provide it with name. So I'm going to type NAME name, and as soon as I typed this NAME name, then you can see that this whole box has turned into blue, which means this whole is the selection. Then I'm going to just close my parenthesis, and as I press enter, then you can see that 6 is what I have got, and it is the actual answer because these are 6 names present over here. Now this is one way where you can just use a name box and create names for yourself. Now there is other way as well through which you can provide it with the names, and that is present in the formulas tab. So you gotta just go to your formulas tab, and now you gotta find a group known as defined names. Now how can you provide names to your tables using these defined names? First of all, you got to make sure that using this option you can provide names for multiple columns as well. Now in our previous example, what we had done is just created some of the data, and using that data I had selected this data, and using that data I had used it as a collection. Now what if I want to create these different collections? So I have these three columns which have not been given a name just now. These are days, cost and total. Now these three columns can be grouped into names like this data. All this data can be grouped into days. All this data can be grouped into cost, and all this data can be grouped into total in one go. So how can we do that? You got to select all of this data. Then in the defined names group, there is an option of create from selection. You can just click on it. So there is an option where it asks that create names from values in the. That means that it will create the names for you, but from where it have to take the values of the names. So these names values are days, cost and total, and these are present in the top row. So that is why you got to select this top row option. You got to check this and click on OK. Now as soon as you do that, you will see that these three names have already been created. How can you just check them? In the defined names group only, there is use in formula option. So if you just click on it, you can see that cost, days, name and total are the four names that are present now. And we had already created name using this name box option, and these three have already been created using this create in selection option that we just used. Now if you want to use them, how can you use it? Suppose you are in some cell like J7, then you can use any formula. If I want to count the total number of days, then how can I do that? I can just put an equal sign, write in the function sum, open the parenthesis. Now since I know that there is already a group by the name of days that is present, that holds all this data whose sum I want to find. So I'm going to provide it with a name as days, and as soon as I type it, you can see that this selection is made. Then I'm just going to close the parenthesis and press enter. So I've got the sum as 85. Now you can just check it by coming here and using this auto sum option. Okay, so as I use this auto sum option, 85 is what I have got as an answer. So that means this answer is correct. Now if you want to use any of the functions, then you can use it simply by using the names. Another advantage of giving names is, suppose you have multiple sheets open. I have opened some sheets like this. I have 7 sheets now in total, and I'm working on my 7th sheet. Then I want to fetch some data from the sheet 1. That is, I want to access that how much was the total cost. This cost total I want to fetch. So how can I do that? I can just be in my sheet 7. Then I just press equal sign, write the formula sum, open the parenthesis. Then without going to that particular sheet and selecting the range over there, I can just type in the name of the name array that I had created, that was cost, and I can just close the parenthesis and press enter. So 23.6 is what I have got, and if you want, you can just cross it, check it using this auto sum option, which is 23.6. So that is another advantage of using a name array. That is, using the name array, you can be in any sheet at any place, and from there only you can access the name array that has already been created. Apart from that, if you want, you can use it in the different formulas and without having to select the cell ranges. Now if you want to see its purpose, then you can just see it, like you can find in the minimum value, so min out of all these total. So if you can just see over here, if you select all this by dragging also, then its name array is stored over here, that is total, instead of the range. You can just put a close the parenthesis and press enter, then it's 15.6 is the minimum value. You can just cross check it, yes, it's right. If you want to find the max, similarly you can again provide it with total. So when you are typing it, you can see that this total is present over here with this sign, which shows that it is a name array. You can press a tab and close the parenthesis, then press enter, then 136.4 is what we have got as the value, and yes, that is the maximum value. And that is how you can use the names in the different functions. Apart from that, if you go to this formulas tab, then if you want for the sum formula, suppose we write the sum formula, and here as soon as you write a formula, this use in formula options becomes active. Then you can select that what you want to use in the sum formula. Suppose I want to use that this cost, so I can just click on this cost, and from here also I can just select this whole data and close the parenthesis and press enter. So all this cost would be selected. So that is how you can create the name array in Microsoft Excel. And apart from that, you have also learned that how can you use them, what is its various advantages. So that is all in today's video. We are going to see the function which is known as VLOOKUP in Microsoft Excel. Now this VLOOKUP function is considered very important, and the reason behind it is that it is used to ease our task. Now this VLOOKUP function is used mainly whenever we want to search any kind of a data in our table. So as the name suggests, VLOOKUP is composed of first letter is V, which means vertical, and lookup is to look up or search for a value in a table. So this VLOOKUP function helps us to search for any kind of a value in a vertical table. Now there is another counterpart of this VLOOKUP function, and that function is known as the HLOOKUP function, which we will see in the next video. So in this video we will be focusing only on VLOOKUP. We will see that what are the various parameters of the VLOOKUP function, how can we use it, what are its various usages, and why it is very important. So the first question is why it is very important. So for that I have a table with me over here. Now this table has 4 columns, that is name, days worked, cost per day, and total. So it total has collection of 6 records or 6 names, and we have data like how many days these 6 people worked, and their cost of working each day is different. So on the basis of the number of days worked and the cost, we have got the total. Now this is a simple table that is available to us, and suppose we want to find any kind of a record in this table. Suppose we want to find that what is the total amount that we need to pay to a person named as Roger. So a general approach of our searching would be like we would enter into this table, and since we already know the name is Roger, so we first go to this name column and then we will search for that particular name. So in the first row the name is Sam, which is not Roger, so we will just neglect this data. In the second one it is Roger, so we will take up this data. This means we are moving vertically. After that we will find the corresponding column which gives us the resultant information, and this column that we are looking for is the total cost or the total amount we need to pay to Roger. So then we will move horizontally and will reach to this total column, which is $960. So this is a general approach of searching for any kind of a value in a record. Now this is exactly what the VLOOKUP function does. It just searches for a particular value in the given table, and out of that particular value what does it does is that it finds out the corresponding value of the particular column. Now here I have taken an example that I have just cited, that Roger is the person whose salary or the total amount we need to search, and its total amount we have kept as $960. Now this has already been stored over here, but what if we want to search for another person, say Tom? So for Tom, we need to find out that what amount do we have to pay to Tom. So for that, what do we need to do is first just go into this names column and search for this Tom value. And when we get this Tom, we have to search for its salary, which is $800. But it is very easy to search over here because the table is very small. It has only 4 columns and some 6 rows. However, when you are working with a database, there are tons of data available to you. There are multiple columns, hundreds of columns and thousands of rows. So in that particular case, you cannot follow this kind of a approach. So that is the reason why we have got these lookup functions to easy our task. So the first lookup function that is used over here is the VLOOKUP function, and we can easily find out the salary that we need to pay to Tom using the VLOOKUP function. So for that I have kept this cell and I'm going to just start typing. Just put an equal sign, type in VLOOKUP. Then as you can see that it asks for 4 values. First of all is the lookup value. Now what is this lookup value? This lookup value tells the parameter that what value it needs to look for. In our case, what value do we need to look for is Tom. That is the name of the person. So since this Tom is present in this particular cell, so we are going to select this cell, that from here you will get this lookup value. Then put a comma to move to the next parameter, which is a table array. Now we need to tell to the Excel that what table array it does have to keep in consideration while searching for that value, or in which table it has to search for the Tom value. So the table over here is this table. So we are just going to select this whole table, that is from D4 till G10. Then put a comma. Then it asks for a column index number. Now this column index number is the index number of the column of which we want to find our value. Since over here we need to find out the whole salary, so this is present in the totals column. Now this totals column, if we just count from the left hand side, is the first, second, third and the fourth column. So this 4 is going to be entered over here. Then put a comma, and then there is an option of true or false, which is range lookup, which has 2 values, true for approximate match and false for exact match. At this time I'm just going for an exact match, so that is why I'm keeping a 0 and then closing the parenthesis. Its functionality we are going to learn up very soon, or now all you have to do is this only, and then press enter. Now as soon as you press enter, you can see that you have got $800 as the answer, and this is exactly the answer that we want. Now Tom, as you can just cross check from the table, receives a salary of 800. But what if we just change some of the values over here? For example, instead of Tom, we want to find out Robert's salary. So we just put here Robert, and as soon as we press enter, then you can see that $1,200 is what we have got, and that is exactly the salary of Robert. So this is what the VLOOKUP function does. It eases your efforts. Now the reason we have chosen exact match was the exact match, or the 0 parameter that we provided for the range lookup values. What does it does? It searches for the exact value. Like Robert, it searches if Robert is present, then only it gives the result. What if we just type some name which is not present in this table? Suppose we type in Josh and press enter, then it gives an error. This means that it has not found the value Josh, and that is why it cannot display any result, and that is the usage of the exact match function. Now the approximate match, what does it does? It looks for an approximate value, and it cannot be used over the textual data and only over the numerical data. So if we just want to look up at a single or a simple definition of exact match and approximate match, then we can simply understand it with the example of ranges. Suppose some of the data is present which has the values like if any data is more than 10, then you need to follow these steps. If it is less than 20, then you need to follow these steps. It is between 10 and 20, then some other steps needs to be followed. So in that case, whenever the range of a data is given to you, then the approximate match can be used, which is used to find out the approximate value out of the total lookup value that is given to us. So we are going to understand what is the usage of approximate match and how it can be used very easily to find out the approximate values. Now, to clearly understand about the difference between the exact match and approximate match, what I have done is just deleted the first column of our table, that was the names column, and now we have days worked, cost per day and total. Now here I have kept 7, which is the exact value that is present in our table. So for that we have got the total cost as 700, which is exactly what we wanted. Now the another number that we have got over here is 4. Now this 4 is not present in the days worked column in our table, and that is why the value we have got for it is 330. Now the reason why we have got this value is because the value 3 is present over here, and this value 3 has got the corresponding value of $330. That is why 4 has also got a value of $330. And if you take a look at its formula, then we have kept the last argument as 1, which means we have kept the approximate match. Now what if for this 4 we keep an exact match instead of the approximate match? So we have this exact match function over here, and here if we just change its number to a 4, then you can see that we have got the error of value not available. So that is all. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see in detail the application and usage of the approximate match parameter of the VLOOKUP function. In the previous video, we saw that VLOOKUP is available in two variants. First is the approximate match and the second is the exact match. And in brief, we just discussed about what is the difference between approximate match and exact match. So in this video, I'm going to cover approximate match in detail for the VLOOKUP function. And apart from that, I'm also going to discuss about some of the rules of the VLOOKUP function that needs to be followed. And if they are not followed, then it results in some kind of an error or unusual result, which we do not want. So first of all, we are going to look at the approximate match parameter of the VLOOKUP function. But before that, let us first revise our VLOOKUP function a little bit. So the VLOOKUP function is used for looking up the values in the vertical table. Now what is a vertical table? A table that has the column headings is known as the vertical table. And if we want to search any value in a vertical table, then we can use the VLOOKUP function. Now this VLOOKUP function accepts 4 parameters. The first parameter is the lookup value, or the value that we need to find or search in the table. The second parameter is the table array, which is generally the whole table from which we want our values to be searched. The third parameter is the column index number, which is the index number of the column whose values needs to be searched. And the fourth and the last parameter is the boolean value, which stands for either approximate match or exact match. Now exact match only shows the result when the condition stands true, and approximate match searches for approximate values as well, and if the exact value is not present and any kind of an approximate value is also present, then it gives the result. The exact match in that case results in an error. So let us understand the usage of these two parameters with the help of an example. So this is our table 1, in which there are two columns. One is the sales column and the second is the commission column. Now here we have been given some records that if a person makes sales of a particular amount, then how much commission he is being paid by the company. So if the person makes no sales, then he is given no commission. If he makes a sales of $100, then he is given a commission of $5. Similarly, on a sale of $1,000, he is given a commission of $50. And on the sales of $10,000, he is given a commission of $100. Now, on the basis of this, we have given a criteria. and on the basis of this criteria, we want to find that how much commission does a salesman receives. So in this table, these two tables are exact same copies, and both of them have three columns. First is the name, the second is the sales amount, and third is the commission received. So here are 6 names of our salesmen and the data that how much sales they have made, and now we need to find out that how much commission they are going to receive. So for that, what we are going to do is perform a VLOOKUP function, or apply a VLOOKUP function to find out that how much commission they received. So first of all, what we are going to do is start writing our VLOOKUP function. But first of all, I'm just going to show that what happens when we provide a VLOOKUP with an exact match. So for that, what I'm going to do is come on the second record for Roger, who has done a sales of $800, and the table that I'm going to refer is this table. So this $800 is not present exactly in the sales column. So for this, I'm just going to apply this VLOOKUP function as equals VLOOKUP. The lookup value is going to be my sales amount. The table array is going to be this whole table. The column index number is going to be 2, and the range lookup is going to be exact match. So I'm putting a 0 over here and closing the parenthesis, then press enter. So you can see that we have got hash NA, which means a non-availability error, and that is because we have used this exact match. Now if we just extend it to all these other records as well, then we have got answers for only 2 records. That is for Sam, whose sales amount is $100, because $100 sales amount is present in our table, and for $1000 as it was also present in our table. Now what if we write approximate match? So for that, I just come over here and write a function for approximate match. Now just press VLOOKUP provided with the lookup value, which is nothing but my sales amount, then provided with the table array like this one, then put a comma and provide it with a column index number, and now I'm going to provide it with a parameter as 1, signifying that I'm going to go with approximate match. Now then close the parenthesis and press enter. Now this is what we have got, $5, but that amount is already present in our table. And now if we just extend this formula to all our records, then you can see that for all the records we have got some values except for the last record. Now why we have not received the value for this record and an error? The reason you can see in the sales amount itself, it is a negative number, that is minus $10. Now minus $10 is not an invalid input for it, but it is considered invalid because in our sales table the data starts from 0 and below 0 there is nothing given in the table. So that is why that's a non-availability error given by the approximate match. Now if we look at some other values, like for $800 we have received a value as $5. So as you can see, $800 is not present in this table, but still we have got some value for it. Similarly, $1,500 was also not present, but still we have got $50 as the value, and $20,000 was also not present, still we have got some value for it. So this is the function of approximate match. Now let us understand that what is the calculation process of approximate match. Now on the basis of this sales and commissions table, I have created this table which tells that what is the sales amount and what is the commission that we get when we apply an approximate match function over it. So if any value is less than 0, because no criteria is given to us, then we get an error when we apply this approximate match function. If the amount is between $0 to $99, then we get the answer as no commission. If the amount is between $100 to $999, that is, if the sale is made from $100 to any amount till $999, then we receive a commission of $5. Similarly, for 1,000 or more up till $9,999, we receive a commission of $50. And for any amount that is equals to or more than 10,000, we receive a commission of $100. So that is how this VLOOKUP approximate match works. that whatever the value you give to it, the value one less than up to it is given the previous value. Like over here 100 is given that it will receive a commission of $5, so the value less than it is $99, so up to $99 it will tell that no commission is to be given. Now if we look at some of the rules of the VLOOKUP function, then first rule is only numerical values are possible for approximate match. So here I have written some names like Sam and Ron. Now Sam is present in the table, and for that we have got the value as $5. Here in the formula bar you can see the formula. So we have used this exact match, and in the case of Ron, whose value is not present, for the exact match we have got an error. Similarly, if we just type Sam, and we have applied approximate match over here, so Sam value is present in the table, that is why we have got the $5 as the answer. But Jeremy, whose name is not present in the table, and here we have again applied this approximate match function, as you can see in the formula bar, still we have got non-availability error. This is because the values must always be in a numerical format for approximate match. Second rule is the left to right movement. Like we just provided the lookup value as sales, and for that corresponding lookup value we got commission. The other way around is not possible. If you can just see that for this we have kept this VLOOKUP function, we have applied this VLOOKUP function, and we have kept $50 amount. So this $50 is what we are going to consider for a commission. $50 is present over here in the commission, and we just applied this function keeping the column index as 1, meaning for this corresponding commission value we need to find the sales value. So for that we have got the non-availability error, which means that the other movement is not possible, only left to right movement is possible. Now the second option is, or the third rule is, the lookup vector must be the first column in the table array, which is similar to the second rule only, that no reverse movement from right to left is possible. And there is one another rule for the approximate match only, that the range of the lookup value must always be arranged in an ascending order. If we just see this sales amount is arranged in an ascending order, that means it is increasing as we go towards the downside. So only in this kind of an arrangement the approximate match function is possible. So that is all about the rules that you need to keep in mind while applying a VLOOKUP function, and especially you have a better understanding of the approximate match. So that's all for this video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that what is consolidation and how can we use consolidation for our own benefit in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, the question arises that what actually is consolidation? So a simple definition of consolidation is, it is a procedure that is used when you apply any kind of function on the data that is available in different sheets. So now we can understand it very easily with the help of an example. So here I have 3 sheets, sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3, as you can see over here. In the sheet 1 I have a table which consists of names and 4 quarters, and there are some numbers given. Alright, similar data is given in the sheet 2 table as well, but the numbers have changed a little bit, and in the sheet 3 table as well the numbers have changed a little bit, but only the names and the column headings are same. So these 3 data are available to me. What if I am given an assignment that I have to consolidate or combine this data out of these 3 sheets? So I have to use the feature known as consolidation. Now there are 3 ways how can we apply consolidation. The first way is the simplest way, and what is a prerequisite for this is that for any sheet the table must be present in the same column. Like for here you can see that the table starts from the cell D4 and continues up to the cell H10 in the sheet 1. Same is the location in the sheet 2 and same in the location in the sheet 3. So if you want to find out the sum in the sheet 4, so what can we do is, first of all, go to any of the sheets and find out that where is the exact place where this first number starts. So that is E5. So I come to this E5 cell and here I begin typing the formula. Suppose I want to find the sum of these 3 cells. So how can I do that? I just put an equal sign and write the formula of sum and open the parenthesis. Now here we are required to give the arguments. Now these arguments are present in the different sheets. So how can we do that? Just go to sheet 1 and select this argument. Now the other 2 arguments that we want to apply are present on the same cell but in the different sheets. So from here you can just select these 3 sheets. You are already in sheet 1, then select sheet 3 by pressing on the shift key like this and press enter. Now as soon as you do that, in sheet 5 you can see that you have got something as 130, and if you view its formula, so its formula in the formula bar is something like this: sheet 1 colon sheet 3 exclamation mark E5. That means from sheet 1 till sheet 3 the column or the cell number E5 has been summed over here. Now if you want to cross check, you can go to sheet 1, its value is 40. In sheet 2 it's 70, 40 and 70 is 110. In the sheet 3 it is 20. So 110 plus 20 is 130. That is what we have got over here. And if you want, you can just extend it to other cells as well. So we have got the sum of all the cells like right here. Alright, now you can just cross check them as per your wish. Now this is one way of consolidating the data, but its limitation, as you might have noticed, is that the sheets or the tables must be present in the same place in all the sheets, but that is not always the case possible. The tables cannot be present in the same place. What if I just move this table to some other column, say over here, and in the sheet 3 as well I move it to some other column, say over here. So what happens in sheet 5 is that this data becomes distorted, and you can just cross check it that it was 40, 70 and 20. In the first cell we required a data of 130, but the data we are getting is 118. So this is a limitation. So how can we remove that limitation? To remove it, what you can do is just select a cell in sheet 5, go to the data tab. Here you will find a data tools group in which consolidate is a option. So you can just select on this consolidate option. As soon as you do that, you will see that there is a kind of a menu bar or a dialog box opened in front of you. Now this dialog box first requires you to select a function. Now it could be any function that you want to apply over your data, and these are the list of the functions that you can apply. I'm just going to apply a simple sum function, but all the functions are similar and there is no need to follow any different steps. All the steps for all the functions are same. Just select any of the function from here. Then it requires me to select a reference. So for that, what I'm going to do is just press on this key, go to sheet 1 and select this whole table like this, and make sure that top row and left column is checked and click on add. Then go to sheet 2 and again select this whole table from sheet 2, click on add. Similarly in sheet 3, select this whole table in sheet 3, make sure top row and left column is checked and click on add. Now you can just click on OK, or you can come to sheet 5 and then click on OK, and as soon as you do that, you can see that your data has been consolidated over here. Now what is the usage of checking those two options of top row and left column? As you can see that we have got a copy of the tables that were already created but without any formatting. So the top row that we have got is what? Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4, which is the exact top row that was present in our tables. and the left column is the names column, which was exactly present in our previous tables. So that is how we can get a copy of the tables exactly. And if you want, you can just cross check the data. In sheet 1 it is 40, sheet 2 it's 70, and sheet 3 it's 20, means a total of 130. So in the first column we have got a total of 130, irrespective of the fact that where that particular table lies in which sheet. So this is how you can consolidate the data or perform any function over the data that is present over different sheets and in different locations as well. Now there is one limitation of this consolidation as well. Now what is that limitation? If we just go to sheet 1 and change its data from 40 to say 80. So now what would be our total is 80 plus 70 is 150 and 20 is 170. But in sheet 5 there is still 130 shown to us. So whatever the changes we do in our data over there is not shown in the data over here. That is because our consolidation has occurred, but there are no links to the source data. Once the data has been taken, it is treated as it is static data. It is what is called. So now we need to create a dynamic data. How can we do that? Again, you got to select a cell, click on consolidate. Now before that, what I'm going to do is just delete all these consolidations that I had created previously. And now we are going to create a dynamic data consolidation. So for that, first of all, you got to follow the same steps. Select the function and select the 3 references. So just select the references, which is going to be our whole tables in the different sheets like this. Add it. But before adding, make sure that this option, create links to source data, is checked. Click on add. Similarly in the sheet 2, add, and similarly in the sheet 3, add. Click on OK. Now you can see that the table that we have got is consolidated with dynamic data. Now how can you check it? You can see that already we have got 170 as the answer, but if we just go to sheet 1 and change its value to a 20, so in that case what should be the answer? 20 plus 70 is 90, and again plus 20 is 110. So you can see that as soon as we changed the data in any of our sheets, then in this table, which is consolidated dynamically, our data is already changed to 110, while our sheet that was consolidated statically, the data has not changed at all. So that is how you can use consolidation to apply functions to the different sheets data or to the tables which are present in different sheets. Apart from that, you can also apply consolidation over the data that is present at the different locations in the same sheet as well. So these are the 3 ways of consolidating the data. One is having a limitation of position, the other is having a limitation of modification, but the third option has no limitation. So you can change the table to any position that you want, and you can also modify the data as many times as you want. It has no limitation. It will always show you the correct data. So that is all about consolidation that you can understand in Microsoft Excel. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see and take a look at some of the count functions in Microsoft Excel. Now count is a very important function, and a basic usage of a count function, as the name suggests, is that it helps us to count how many records are present in a table or any range of data that is given. So it is used to count the number of records. But a general approach or a general usage of the count function is a simple count. So what is its limitation? The limitation of the count function is it is only used to count the numerical data. That is, if the data is present in the format of the decimals or in the numbers like integers or in a date format, then only it counts them. So here for the count function, the date is also considered as an integer. So for understanding its usage, very simply, we can just see this whole data that has been given to us. That is a column with the heading as data, and we have different types of data in it. Now the first row is a date, which is today's date. Then the second row is a simple integer, that is 300. The next is a simple decimal value, which is 30.12. Next we have some text, which is a string value. Then we have a boolean value true, and on the last record there is an error. We just put a formula, that is 3 divided by 0, which results in an error, that is divide by 0 error. So this is a kind of an error. Now out of all these 6 records, if we just try to apply a count function to them, then let's see what happens. So here I just simply write equals count, open the parenthesis, provide the range of the data, and close the parenthesis. And as soon as I press enter, then you can see that we have got the answer as 3, while the range we provided was from G5 till G10. Now in G5 till G10 we have 6 records, but the answer that we got was 3. It is because only 3 of them are present in the numerical format, that is either the date, the integers, or the decimals. So that's how we can use the count function. But what if we want to count that how many textual data are present in the records or in the range? Then how can we do that? So a simple alternative for this is a count a function. Now this count a function, what does it does? It just counts the total records and gives us the result that how many records are non-empty. So if you want to count the number of the non-empty cells, then this count a function can be used, and generally it is used as an alternative of counting the number of the textual data or the textual records that are present in the table. So if we just try to apply it on the same range of data, then all you got to do is type count a, put an opening parenthesis, provide it with the range of the data, and close the parenthesis. And as soon as you press enter, then you can see that the data that you have got is 6. Now the reason we have got this data as 6 is because it has counted all the cells which consist of some data, and none of the cells are blank. So that is why it has returned the data as 6, means that all these 6 cells have some kind of data in them. Now what if we just delete some kind of text from here? So if we just delete it and press enter, then you can see that the count a function now returns 5, which means that in the range G5 to G10 only 5 cells are non-empty while 1 cell is empty. So that is why it has not been counted by count a function. Now if I just press Ctrl Z and apply count a function again, by opening the parenthesis, and then I'm going to select 2 more cells which are empty cells and then close the parenthesis. Then also you can see the answer is 6, and the explanation is same, that it is used to count the number of the cells which actually have data or non-empty cells. That is why the answer is 6. Now there is another function of count that is known as count blank, and as the name suggests, it is used to count the blank cells or the empty cells that are present in the data. To understand its usage, what can we do is just clear up some of the text over here like this and this. Okay, so now in this total range of data, we have 3 blank cells and 3 non-empty cells. That is, the 3 cells have data in them while 3 cells are empty. So while using the count a function, now you can see the answer has been changed to 3. Now in this particular cell, I'm just going to type in count blank. So this is count blank function, and it also accepts only one argument, that is the range of the data. So just provide it with the range, close the parenthesis and press enter. Then 3 is what it returns. That is because only 3 cells are empty. So it counts the number of the empty cells. Now what if we provide some data to this cell, like say 400. So in that case, this is actually a date counterpart of 400 because its data type has been changed to date. If you want, you can just change it to general and it will again change itself to 400. Now as soon as I did that, you must have noticed that for the count blank function, the answer has been changed to 2, which means there are now 2 blank cells available in the data. While as the count a function is considered, the argument or the result of this count a function has been changed to 4, which means that now 4 cells are containing some kind of a data, or they are non-empty cells. Alright, now these are the count functions, and apart from these count functions, there are 2 important functions that you must notice. These functions are permute and combine. Now first of all, let us understand that what is permute and combine. So in mathematics, there is a concept of permutations and combinations that helps us to identify the various combinations of a given set of data. So a general formula of permutation is P equals to n factorial divided by n minus r factorial. Now using this particular formula, we can find out the permutations of a given set of data. This is used widely in the series calculations or in the probability calculations as well. So that is why the permutations and the combinations hold utmost importance in the calculations. So that is why I'm covering this permute and combine as well in this topic or in this video. Now if we just try to find out that what is a factorial. So factorial of a number is a very simple thing. Here we have the factorial of 4 as 24. And factorial of 2 is taken as 2, but how do we get it? So if we just want to find out the factorial of 4, what we can do is just multiply 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So that is how we can find the factorial of a particular number. That is, we got to multiply that particular number with the number just below it up till it reaches 1. So if we just evaluate 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, then we get the answer as 24. Similarly for 2, what would be its factorial? That would be 2 multiplied by 1. That is 2 into 1, which gives the answer as 2. So that is how we can find the factorial of a given number. Now if you want to find the permutation, then whole of this formula needs to be applied. But luckily with the help of the Excel, we do not need to do such things. What we're going to do is simply use a function known as permute. Now if we just apply this permute, so put an equal sign and write permute, then put a tab. Now it accepts 2 arguments, the number and the number chosen. Now the number that I'm going to provide it is 4. So you can just take it from any other cell, or what you can do is simply type the number. So here I'm just going to type a 2, close the parenthesis and press enter. So the answer is 12. Now if we just put this whole equation in this formula, then what do we get is 4 is the number which is the value of n, and 2 is the number chosen, which is the value of r. So if we just try to solve this formula, then it is simply 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial, which is 24 divided by 2, and the answer we get is 12. Similarly, there is another important concept, that is of a combination. Now using the formula of combination, we can find out that out of a given set of data, how many combinations can be found. Its formula is simple and similar to that of the permutation formula, only the denominator is multiplied by the factorial of r. So if we just try to look at its example, then put an equals, write combine, open the parenthesis, the number is 4 again and the number chosen is 2 again, and then close the parenthesis, press enter, then the answer we get is 6. Because if we look at the combination formula, then we get as 24 divided by 4 minus 2 factorial, which gives 2 into 2, means 24 divided by 4 is what we get when we solve this formula of combination with the given digits. This will give us the answer as 6. So that's what we have got. Now apart from this, there are 2 other functions of count these are COUNTIF and COUNTIFs. Now these are the statistical functions which we will learn about in the next video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be looking at some of the statistical functions in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, let us understand that what are these statistical functions. A simple definition of these statistical functions is that they are used to only display the result based upon some criteria. So a criteria or a condition, when it evaluates to be true, then only the result is displayed by these functions, and that is why they are known as the statistical functions. Now their definition you must have found similar to the if function in Microsoft Excel, which we have already learned about. Now that is exactly the case, and if we look at these statistical functions, then they could be divided into two broad categories. Now these are the single criteria statistical functions and the multiple criteria statistical functions, which you can just see over here. Now if we talk about single criteria statistical functions, we have three alternatives, that is the SUMIF, the COUNTIF and the AVERAGEIF functions. Now as you can see that their names are self-explanatory, which means the SUMIF functions are used to find the sum of the data, the COUNTIF function are used to count the data, and the AVERAGEIF functions are used to find the average of the given data. But there are some constraints according to which they operate, and these conditions or these constraints are known as criteria, and they are evaluated using the if that is available as a postfix of these functions. So when we talk about SUMIF function, that is a simple combination of two functions that we have already learned in Microsoft Excel, that is sum and if functions. In the sum function we just found out the sum of the given data, and in the if function what we did was evaluate some kind of a condition and did some steps or performed some steps when the condition evaluated to be true, and some other steps were performed if the condition evaluated to be false. So that is the usage of this SUMIF function, and similar is the usage of this COUNTIF and the AVERAGEIF functions. Now that is about the single criteria statistical functions. Why are they called a single criteria statistical functions? It is so because their arguments are designed in such a way that they accept only a single condition and evaluate themselves only on the basis of the single condition. While if we talk about these multiple criteria statistical functions, then these functions can be evaluated on behalf of the multiple criteria that are given to them, and apart from that they also have some kind of a different name. If you see that they are written as sum ifs, count ifs and average ifs, which means they can be accepting multiple ifs as an argument, and one if accepts one criteria, that is why they can accept multiple criterias. Now these multiple criterias could be any number of the criterias, and they do not have any kind of a fixed number. Alright, now let's understand their usage in detail, but first of all I'm just going to clear up this result area over here. So in this table we have got some criterias in front of us like this. The criterias are given, and we need to find out the result or the output we need to find. So for that we would be using these statistical functions, the single criteria and the multiple criteria functions. Alright, now from where these criteria are going to belong? These are going to belong from this table where we have three columns, the name column, days and the data column, which means that out of these three columns only we have to get the data. So let's start with it. So our first criteria is that we need to find the sum if days is equals to Monday. Now if you look at the table, whose sum can you find? There is only one column, and that is the data column, whose sum can be found out. So that is why whose sum we are going to find, this data column sum. But what is our criteria? Our criteria is this days column. This days column is our criteria. Alright, so we have two parameters in front of us, the days column and the data column. So how can we write this function? Similarly, what you have to do is select a cell, put an equal sign and write SUMIF. Then first of all it asks you for a range. Now this range is the criteria range, that from where you need to fetch your criteria. In our case it's the days column. So just select this whole days column, put a comma, then it asks for the criteria. Now what is our criteria? Our criteria over here is the day equals to Monday. Now since this is a string value, so what we are going to do is put it in a double quotes. So just write it in double quotes, MON, close the double quotes and put a comma. Then the next argument that we have is the sum range, which is an optional argument. And why is it optional? Because sometimes the criteria range and the sum range are same. So in that case, you do not need to explicitly mention the sum range. But in our case, what it is different. The criteria range was this days column, but the sum range is the data column. That is why we need to explicitly mention it. So just select this whole column and close the parenthesis and press enter. So the answer we got is 6. If you want to just cross check the value, so here we have Monday as 3, then Monday as 2, and then Monday as 1, which means 6 is the answer, and that's the correct answer that we have got. Similarly, there is the second function, which is count if days equals Monday. So that is the same criteria, but it is going to be different because we are going to use the countif function. So just write countif, put a tab, then it asks for only 2 parameters. Now the third parameter is not present because the count function is used to count only the values if the given criteria is matched. Alright, so first it asks for range, and that is the criteria range only. So just select this criteria range, put a comma and apply the criteria, which is MON, and just like this and press enter. So we know that there are 3 occurrences of Monday, MON. That is why we have got the answer as 3. Now our third criteria is average if days equals mon, or we need to find the average if the days are equals to Monday. So this average if function has a similar structure to the sum if function. So how can we write it? Is put an equal sign, write average if. First of all, it asks for the range, which is nothing but the criteria range. So just select this range, which is your criteria range, put a comma, open the double quotes, then provide it with a criteria, which is MON, close the double quotes, put a comma, then it again asks for the average range, which is again an optional parameter, just like the sum range in the sum if function. And in this case, we are going to provide it with this data, and just close the parenthesis and press enter. As soon as you do that, you can see that you have got the answer as 2. How can you cross check it? A simple formula of an average is sum divided by count. So the sum we have got is 6, the count we got is 3, so 6 divided by 3, the answer is 2. And that is only possible because our given criteria was similar in all these 3 functions. Now for these 3 functions, what we had was the exact match of the criteria found in the table. We wanted to look for the days as Monday, and that's exactly what we got in our table. What if the exact data is not present and we have some relative information? Like over here, what we have in our criteria is sum if data is greater than 2. So how can we find the sum in this case? What we are going to do is just put an equal sign, right, the sum if function, then provide it with a range. Now sum if data is greater than 2, whose sum we can find? The data's sum we can find. And what is our criteria? Our criteria is itself the data. So in this case, our sum range and the criteria range is same, and we do not need to explicitly mention the sum range over here. So we are just going to use the 2 arguments. So just select this whole data column as the criteria range, put a comma, and then it asks for criteria, which is greater than 2. Now greater than 2, despite being a numerical value, is going to be written in double quotes. The reason behind this is because it is available with an operator. So it is treated as a string value only. So just write greater than 2, close the double quotes and close the parenthesis like this and press enter. Now as soon as you do that, you will get the answer as 10, which means that the data which is greater than 2 is 3 and 4, which is absolutely correct. 10 as the answer we have got. Now similarly, we have some other criteria, that sum if data is less than 2. So similarly, we are just going to write a function for this. This is going to be a criteria range as well as the sum range. The criteria here is less than 2, write it like this and press enter. So it's 3, which is 1, 1 and 1. Now up till now whatever criteria we had was available in the table. Now here we have a criteria like sum if data is less than 1, which has no occurrence in the table. So what would be its result? Let's find out. Sum if provided with a range, which is this data column, put a comma and write the criteria, which is less than 1, close the double quotes, close the parenthesis and press enter. So it's 0, which means there is no data whose value is less than 1. And that is all about the single criteria statistical functions in MS Excel. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be continuing our discussion with the statistical functions as we started it in the previous video. And in the previous video we saw the 3 single criteria statistical functions in Microsoft Excel. Now if we just try to revisit it once again, so the statistical functions are those which are used to calculate the data or produce the result only if a certain condition is followed or a certain criteria is matched. Now they are of 2 types, the single criteria and the multiple criteria. The single criteria statistical functions are SUMIF, COUNTIF and AVERAGEIF, whose usage we just saw in the previous video, where they are used to show the result only if a single criteria matches the given information. Alright, now we have the multiple criteria statistical functions, and as the name suggests, what are they used to do? They are used to show the result on the basis of the multiple criteria. There are some kind of situations where you need to manipulate the data based on the different conditions. Alright, so in this kind of a case, these multiple criteria statistical functions are the ones that come to your help. So they are of 3 types, which is SUMIFs, COUNTIFs and AVERAGEIFs. Now all these 3 functions are self-explanatory again, and they are only used to perform the actions which is already stated. That is, the SUMIFs function is used to find the sum of the data, the COUNTIFs function is used to find the count of the data, and the AVERAGEIFs function is used to find out the average of the given data. Now since the word ifs is included in it, which means it is used to make a combination of the different of the if conditions, that is why they have been categorized as multiple criteria statistical functions, as they are used to show the result depending upon the multiple criteria. So that is all about these functions that you need to know. And now let us jump into their usage and understand that how can they be used. So here we have our criteria table. These are these 3 criteria that are given to us, and we need to find their appropriate result. Now if you see here, we have 2 criteria. We are given the days and the name criteria as well. In our previous examples, what we had was the days criteria or the data criteria only, which was a single criteria. Alright, now here what we have 2 criteria, the days as well as the name. Now these criteria are taken from this table, which is comprised of 3 columns, the name column, the days column and the data column. So out of these, the days and the name column will act as the criteria array or the criteria range, and the data column would be acting as a corresponding range, or which is used to show us the result in the form of the sum range or the average range. Alright, now let us see its usage. So first of all, what we are going to do is put an equal sign and write SUMIFs and put a tab. Now you can see that in our previous example, what we had, this sum range was an optional argument. Now here this sum range is not an optional argument, otherwise this sum range is a mandatory argument. Alright, so here we need to provide the sum range. So what is our sum range? It is the data column whose sum we need to find. So we are just going to select this whole sum range, which is this whole data column. Then put a comma, and it asks for criteria range 1, and this is also a mandatory argument because at least one criteria needs to be supplied for the working of the SUMIFs function. But again, if you want to evaluate it on the basis of a single criteria, then you got to use the SUMIF function, because its usage is much simpler than this one. So our first criteria range is the days. So just select this whole days column, put a comma. Then what is our first criteria? Our first criteria is that the days must be equals to Monday. So within double quotes write MON. Why we are using double quotes? Because this is a string value, and close the double quotes. Then put a comma. Now as soon as you put the comma, you can see that you have got some other arguments, and these are in square brackets, which means these are optional arguments, and this is criteria range 2 and criteria 2. And similarly we have got criteria range 3 and so on, which means that we can supply it with as many criterias as we want. But since our table is consisting of only 3 columns, so that is why we are just using 2 criterias. But if we want in this also, we can use multiple criterias as well. So the criteria range 2 is going to be our names column. So just select this names column, put a comma. Then it asks for criteria 2. Now what is our criteria 2? Our criteria 2 is that the name must be equals to Sam. So since it's again a string value, provide it in double quotes, close the double quotes, and just close the parenthesis and press enter. So the result we got is 3. Let us just check this value. For Sam and Monday we have got only a single data whose value is 3. Alright, and that is the answer that we have got. Now what if we just try to just change this to Monday and press enter. Now as soon as we pressed enter, you must have seen that this data has changed. Now there are 2 records of Sam where the data is equals to Monday, and its total data is 4. So that is why we have got the answer as 4. Now similarly we need to find a count if the days are equals to Monday and the name is equals to Sam. So just put an equals, write the countif function, put a tab, and countifs function we need to write and put a tab. So criteria range 1, what is our first criteria range? That is this days column, put a comma, then the criteria, which is nothing but Monday, put it in double quotes, again put a comma, the criteria range 2, which is our names column, put a comma, and write the criteria, which is Sam. Close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, press enter. So we have got the answer as 2, which is absolutely correct. There are only 2 records where the name is equals to Sam and the days are equals to Monday. Now third is the averageif function, which is just a simple extension of the SUMIF function, and instead of the sum range we have this average range. Now you must have noticed that in the countifs function we had no count range kind of an argument. We had only the criteria range and the criteria. This is because the countif is only concerned with the criteria and its range, and not about what is the third thing, that is like the sum range or the average range in the SUMIFs and the averageifs function. Now if we just go to this averageifs function, right, averages, put a tab, the average range, the first argument is mandatory, so just this is going to be our average range, comma, the criteria range 1, which is going to be this days, comma, the criteria which is Monday. Now these 2 criteria which we have set, they could be interchangeable, means you can write this names criteria first and this days criteria afterwards, it doesn't really matter. Then the second criteria, which is Sam, and press enter. So we have got the answer as 2. If we just want to tally the data, then it's 4 divided by 2 for SUMIF and COUNTIF, and the answer is 2. So that is through 2 criteria. But what if we have more than 2 criteria, like only in this function SUMIF days equals to Monday and name equals to Sam, we have 3 and 1. So we need to only find the data if it is greater than 2. Then in that case we have 3 criteria. So how can we find? So let me first just write this criteria. We need to count if days equals Monday, comma, name equals Sam, and data is greater than 2. Okay, so this is our criteria now, and for this we are going to just apply this countifs function. So how can we do that? Put an equal sign, countifs, put a tab. Now the first criteria is days equals to Monday, but since we can use it in any fashion, so first of all I'm just going to provide it with this data criteria, put a comma. What is a criteria range? That it must be greater than 2, close the double quotes, put a comma. Now our second one is this, let's say name. What must be the name? The name must be Sam, close the double quotes, put a comma. Then our third criteria is going to be for this days, and then put a comma. Within double quotes you can write as Monday, and like this, put an enter, and we got the answer as 1, which is absolutely correct, because this is the only data which is greater than 2 and its count is 1, so that's why we have got the answer as 1. So that is all about the multiple criteria's statistical functions in Microsoft Excel. And as you can see that using these multiple criteria's function, we can use as many criterias that we want for applying these statistical functions. Now this criteria has no upper limit, that means you can use as many criteria as you want. So that is all about these multiple criteria's function. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be looking at 4 functions that are used to look for values in Microsoft Excel. Now these 4 functions are index function, match function, HLOOKUP function, and the lookup function. Now we have already read about VLOOKUP function. So the HLOOKUP function is similar to the VLOOKUP function only, and the lookup function is also in the family of those only. Now these match functions and these index functions are used as independent functions. They are not a part of this lookup family functions. So we are going to look at the match function and the index functions first and explain them in detail in this video. So we are going to start with a match function. Now what is a match function? A match function says that if you provide me with a value and the array, then I will provide you with the index or the position where that value is found in that particular array. That means if we provide the match function with a particular value, then it would tell us that where in the table it stands. So that's a simple usage of this match function, and its advantage is that it accepts an argument or a parameter that is used to match the values as the exact match, the less than match, or the greater than match, which is the soul of this match function. So we are just going to understand its usage. Here what do we have is some values like 22, 39 and 18. Out of these 3 values, only 22 is present in our table. This is the table which is going to be our criteria. So it has 3 columns: the serial number, the name, and the age. So age is what going to be our value. So 22 is our value. So here we provide it with a match function. How can we write the match function? Put an equal sign, write match. Then the first thing it asks for is a lookup value, that what value you need to look up for. So this value is given by this particular cell K4, put a comma. Then it asks for a lookup array. Now this lookup array must be a one-dimensional array, which is only a single column from where you want to look up this value. Since our value is going to be the age from the table, so I'm just going to select this whole age thing, then put a comma. Now this is an optional argument which is a match type, which is what do you need to do, the less than match, the exact match, or the greater than match. Since we already know that this value is already existing in the table, what we are going to do is go for an exact match. So put a 0 and close the parenthesis, and as soon as you press enter, then it gives the answer as 1, which means at the first index you will find this value, which is absolutely correct. This is the first index in which we have found this value, which is 22. Now the second thing is 39, which is not present in this table. You can see only the values greater than 39 and less than 39 are present. So first of all, I'm just going to just delete this whole match function from here. Then write in the match function again, put an equal sign, right, match, put a tab. Then first is asks for a lookup value, so this value is going to be provided with this cell K5, put a comma, then the lookup array, which is going to be this age only, which is similar to this above one, then put a comma. Then what is the match type? We are going to look up for a value which is less than 39. Put a 1, close the parenthesis and press enter. So the answer is 4, which means on the fourth index the answer or the value we had is 38, and that is the less than 39, the closest to the value 39, and that we have got 38. Similarly, 18 is not present, but the value greater than 18, which is 19, is present in the table. So if we just write a match function for it, the lookup value is going to be the K6 cell, comma, the lookup array is going to be this one, this whole age array, put a comma. Then what type of match we are going to use for it is the greater than match, so write -1 and close the parenthesis and press enter. So we have got the value as 6, which is yes. At the sixth value we have got the value 19, which is greater than 18 in the table. Now what if we do not provide it with a third argument, like we have 22 value, or yes, 22 value only. So we just write this match function. Okay, we just write it, lookup value, comma, the lookup array, and close the parenthesis, and then again we have got this result, because by default it goes for an exact match. Alright, now second is the index function. First of all, what is the usage of the index function? Based on the row number, or the row number as well as the column number, it is going to fetch us the value that is present over there. Alright, so here we are going to write this index function, put an equal sign, write index. Now first thing it asks for is a array. So what is going to be the array? This name is going to be the array, put a comma. Then it asks for row number, so the row number is provided by this row number column, so I'm just going to select this and close the parenthesis and press enter. Our criteria was the second row number. In the second row number and the selected array, the value it returns is robot, which is absolutely correct. In the selected array, the second row number holds the value as robot. Similarly, what if you want to find the value based upon the row number as well as the column number? So how can you do that? All you need to do is select the multi-dimensional array, like put an equal sign, write the index function, open the parenthesis, then you got to select this array like this. Right, so suppose you have select this array, then put a comma, the row number is this 3 and the column number is this, close the parenthesis and press enter. This means out of this age column of the third row number and the column number when was chosen as 1, then you got the answer as 36. Alright, which means that despite giving the column number as only a single dimensional array was selected, we got the answer as 36. Now what happens if we just again select a single dimensional array, which is this age column only, put a comma, then we select the row number as which is present in K13, whatever the data is, then put a comma, and the column number is 2. Since only a single dimensional thing is selected and the column number we are providing it is of a multi-dimensional, and then we try to find the result, then the result is wrong, which is an error. Similarly, what happens if we just try to find an array or the column index which is out of the bounds? So all these are examples of the same. Now what happens if we just use this multiple dimensional array? So there is an alternative of this index function where instead of this single dimensional lookup array, you can use a range of it as well. Alright, which means a multi-dimensional array. So how can we do that? Simply write the index function, and this time instead of a single dimensional function, we are going to use these 2 dimensions. Put a comma, then provide it with a row number, and again put a comma and provide it with a column number, close the parenthesis and press enter. So we got the value as 70, which is right in this array which we had selected. The 5th row's 2nd column's value is 70. That's why we have got this answer as 70. Similarly, if we just provide it again with this whole array, put a comma, the row number is this, and the column number is, we want to suppose find out the name, so just put a column number as 2, close the parenthesis and press enter. So we got the answer as Chris. That means that in the selected array, the 3rd row number and the 2nd column holds the value as Chris. So that is the usage of the match function and the index function, which are the counterparts of one another. Now if we just come at this HLOOKUP function, so this HLOOKUP function is nothing but a reflection of this VLOOKUP function. The only difference is, in the VLOOKUP function we required a vertical table, that means a table with column headings, but in HLOOKUP function what we need is a table with row headings, like this. So how can we write this HLOOKUP function? It is similar to that of the VLOOKUP function only. All you got to do is put an equal sign and write HLOOKUP, put a tab, the lookup value, which is Sean, I have taken over here, put a comma, then the table array, which is going to be this. Now it asks for the row index number. So since we need to find the age of Sean, so that means we are going to provide it with the row index number as 2, and then it asks for the same thing, the approximate match or the exact match. Since we are going for the exact match, so put 0, close the parenthesis and press enter. So we have got the answer as 19, which is very simple, just a reflection of how the VLOOKUP function works. Now similarly we have this lookup function. Now this lookup function accepts fewer arguments than the HLOOKUP function and the VLOOKUP function, and what it does is it can be used in the horizontal table as well as the vertical table. So we are going to use it in the horizontal table first. So just write this lookup function. First thing is asks for is the lookup value, so Sean is the lookup value, comma, it asks for the lookup array. So just select this whole table, which is going to be a lookup array, close the parentheses and press enter. So yes, we have got the answer as 19, which is absolutely correct. Now here we have the vertical transposition of the same table. Now here you can see we have applied this lookup function. The lookup value is x17, which is Sean, and this lookup array is going to be this whole table, and as soon as we press enter, so we have got the answer as 19. So you can see that the lookup value or the lookup function accepts only 2 arguments, which is lookup value and the array, and it could be used both with a horizontal table as well as the vertical table. So that is all about these functions in Microsoft Excel. We are going to see some of the cell and the sheet protection rules in Microsoft Excel. Now we all know that Microsoft Excel is a software which is used to combine or accumulate large amount of data. That is why protection of this data is an important factor. So Microsoft Excel provides us with different levels of protections. These protections can be applied over the cellular level, that is on individual cells we can protect the cells. Over the sheet, that is whole of this sheet can be protected, on the file or on the workbook as well. So in this video we would be learning about the cell and the sheet protection rules, which means how can we protect our cells or whole of our sheet in Microsoft Excel. So if we just look at the cell protection rules, then single cell is selected over here. Now the cell is K6. Now the cell is selected. If we just right click over here, then there is an option called format cells. If you just click on it, then you can see in this protection tab that you have some data which has 2 checkboxes, the logged checkbox and the hidden checkbox. Now this logged checkbox is checked by default, which means all these cells in our sheet are logged by default. Alright. Now, how this locking works, you must be wondering that we are already providing any kind of manipulations to the cell. We can just change their data, we can change their appearance, so how the hell they are locked? So a simple definition of this locked is, you can just read this line: locking cells or hiding formulas has no effect until you protect the worksheet. So when you protect the worksheet, then only this locking or the hidden feature of the cells work. Now how does it works? Now this K6 cell was locked by default, so what I'm going to do is uncheck it, so that means it is unlocked, and press OK. Now this is K8 cell. If we just try to look at its protection, then you can see that it is already locked, so just press OK. Now we are going to lock our sheet as a whole. So how can we lock the sheet? So once you have selected your sheet, what you got to do is just right click over here, then there is an option of protect sheet. You can just click on it, and then this kind of a menu will open. So what you got to do in this whole menu is provide it with a password, and this password would be asked to you when you want to unprotect the sheet. And make sure that whatever password you provide, it must be well known by you, or your all data would be lost and you would not be able to retrieve it at any cost. So just I'm providing it 1234 with the password and press enter. Then it asks me to confirm the password. So you can see the caution is written here that it is not, the data could not be recovered if you forget the password. So 1234, a simple password, and as soon as I press enter, then my sheet is locked. How can you know that? Now this K8 cell, which was locked already, if you just double click on it to make any changes, then you get this kind of a warning. The cell or chart you are trying to change is on a protected sheet, and to unprotect it or to make a change, you need to enter a password. Alright, but what happens with the cell K6, which was unlocked? If I just double click on it, then you can see that my cursor starts blinking, which means that I can make any kind of changes that I want to this particular cell. If you want, I can just provide it with some kind of a data and press enter. This data is saved. It could be any data. I could also provide it with a formula like 3 plus 2 and press enter. So yes, the answer is 5. So that means whatever changes that I want, I can do on this particular cell. Also, I can just change its font to anything that I want, like this. Alright, so these are the changes which I can do very simply in this cell K6, but on any of the other cell this is not possible because all of them are locked. Now what happens if I want to make some changes to them? How can I do that? Go to this sheet and unlock it. So just right click on it, and here is this option, unprotect sheet. Just click on it. Then it requires you to enter the password. What if I enter the wrong password? Something like this: the password you supplied is not correct, and it gives me a warning. Alright, now I'm just again going to provide it with a password, this time the correct password. Press enter, and you can see that the cells have now been unlocked, and the K8 cell which was present, now it is available for selection, and you can make any changes to the cell. Alright, now the other thing is the hidden tab. We have read about this locked tab. Now the hidden tab, what happens to it? Suppose we provided with a formula. This is a cell we provided with a formula, put equals right count A, and provided with a formula like we need to count that how many number of ones are there, which is 12, and provided with a formula which is 12. So the answer is correct, and the similar formula we are just going to provide over this cell as well, like this and this. Alright, so both of these cells have the contents as 12. Now if you just click on this cell and go to the formula bar, then you can see the exact formula that is acting behind this particular cell contents, and not the data as 12. Alright, so if you just go to one of the cell, right click over here and go to format cells. Now the cell is logged, which we are going to keep as it is, but we are just going to check this hidden option. Now when this hidden option is checked and your sheet is in protect mode, then the viewer cannot see the formula. The formula is now hidden from the viewer. Alright, so we just click OK. Now since you can see the formula despite the cell being hidden, why is that? Because our sheet is in unprotect mode, it is not logged, we are free to use the sheet. And this cell, if we just try to view its contents, then it is although logged, but its contents are not hidden. So just click on OK. Then again go to the sheet and again go to the sheet and click on protect sheet. This time again it asks for a password, so again I'm going to provide 1234 and press enter. Confirm the password 1234, press enter. Now the sheet is locked and our cursor was in the cell L12 whose formula is visible to us cause it was only logged but not hidden, so it's locked, yes. But what about this cell L9 which was logged as well as hidden? If we just click on this cell, then you can see that the formula bar shows nothing, which means that the formula that was acting on this particular cell is hidden from the viewer whenever the sheet is in the protect mode, and it was logged. So if you just try to double click, then you can see that the sheet is protected and you cannot make any changes to it, which is the reason because our sheet is locked, so we cannot make any changes. And since the hidden tab was selected, which means that our cell is now hidden. Now that is about the protection of the sheet and the cells. We are just going to unprotect the sheet and press enter. Now the answer is that how can you protect your workbook? So you go to the review tab. Here there is an option of protect workbook. You can just select on it and it asks for a password. So how can you protect the workbook? Through a password, of course, which is optional, but I'm going to provide it with a password 1234, press enter, and again 1234 and OK. Now with this our workbook is protected. Now how is it protected? If anyone tries to open this workbook, then when you open it, then it asks for you to enter the password similar as it asks for us when this sheet was protected. Now once you provide a password, then only this workbook opens, and once your workbook is open or it is already opened, you can simply check on this protect workbook option to unprotect it. But again it asks for you a password, so you just provide it with a password and click on OK. So with this your workbook would be unprotected. Now there is another level of protection, that is file protection. How can you do that? Just select this file tab, and again there is an option of this protect workbook. You can just select on this drop down. Encrypt with password is the option that we are going to select. Just select on it, and then it again asks for a password, so 123, press OK, re-enter the password 123, OK. So this, you can see that the workbook is now protected again, or you can see the file is protected, which acts similarly when you just try to open it. It prompts you for entering a password. When you enter the password, only then you are able to view its contents. And if you want to just change its protection, then again go to encrypt with password, then you can just unprotect it like this. So that is how you can apply these various levels of protection in Microsoft Excel to protect your data from any kind of harm. That is all in today's video.
In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we create different types of links in Microsoft Excel. So a link, as we all know, is a special type of text which when clicked on takes us to a different web page or some different document. So similarly we can create links in Microsoft Excel, and the links of Microsoft Excel will help us to move to different documents or to the different sheets of the same workbook, or it can also help us to create some new documents. So let's see that how can we create links in Microsoft Excel. But before that, let's see a demo of the links. In this sheet called links, I have some data written as link. If I just click on it, then you can see that I have moved to the second sheet, which is the target sheet, and the cell that is currently being highlighted is the cell A1. So that is a link which takes me to the different sheet of the same workbook in Microsoft Excel. Similarly, we can also create different types of links for ourselves, and let's start by creating one. Simply for the link, what you got to do is select a cell and add some data or text. Now I have written the text as M1, and when you are happy with your text, you can just press the enter key. Then select the cell on which you want to create a link. Then there are three methods of creating the links. The first method is the shortcut method, which is Ctrl plus K. So just press Ctrl K, and as soon as you do that, you can see this insert hyperlink dialog box opens in front of you. Now using this insert hyperlink dialog box, you can create the different types of links to your data. Now what kinds of links you can create is given over here in this link to bar. First you can create a link to an existing file or a web page. Then you can place in this document, which is the link that I showed in the demo. Then you can create a new document, or you can follow a link to an email address as well. Now this time what I'm going to do is create a link to an existing file or web page. So when you click on this option, you can just select your folder, the desired folder you want, then select any kind of the document to which you want to link. So I have selected this consolidation document to which I want to link, and as soon as you click on OK, you can see that your text M1 has changed into a link. Now let's just click on this link, and when you hover over it, you can see that there is some kind of a screen tip shown in front of you, and your cursor has changed into this hand option. When you click on it, this consolidation document has opened in front of you. So that's how you can create a link to an existing document that is already present in your PC. Now the second method of creating link is you gotta add some text again. Then select the cell, right click, and there is this hyperlink option. If you just click on it, then this again insert hyperlink dialog box opens, and this time what we are going to do is create a link to create a new document. So just click on create a new document. Then first thing it asks for you is the name of the document. So you got to specify the name of the document, and along with the name you got to specify the extension. Because if you do not specify the extension, what will Microsoft Excel do? It will by default create a new workbook. So you can specify the extension if you want some different kind of document. Now I'm going to specify a notepad file. So notepad file is what my name of the file is going to be. And then since its default extension is .txt, so I'm just going to write .txt. Then you got to select the path where you want your document to be placed, and by default Microsoft Excel selects the path where your current workbook resides. So I'm just going to keep the same path, but if you want you can just change this path as well. Then the third option it asks for you is when to edit. When you click on edit the new document now, then as soon as you click on OK, a copy of the document will open. But if you click on edit the new document later, then on clicking on OK, nothing will happen, only the link would be created and the document will be opened only when you click on the link. So I'm just going to go with edit the new document now. One more thing is this screen tip option. If you just click on it, then this small dialog box opens and it asks for you to enter a screen tip text. Now this is the same text that would be shown when you hover over your link. So what text that I am going to show here is a notepad file. So notepad file is what my text I want to show, and then once you are happy with your text, you can click on OK and then again click on OK to create a link. Now since I went with this edit document now option, so you can see that notepad file is a notepad file which has been opened. Now you can add any text to it as per your wish. Like I'm going to write add text. Then you got to save it like this and close it. Now the link M2 has already been created. You can just click on M2 when you do that, you can see that this notepad file has opened once again. Then you can add some other text. Like this time I'm going to add sample. Then again save it using Control S, close it. Now again, if you want to edit it, you can just click it and you can make as many changes as you want, as many times as you want. You can just open this link. So that is with a new document. Now the third method of creating a link is just type in some text, select the cell, go to insert tab, and there is this hyperlink option. Just select on it and this again insert hyperlink dialog box opens up. Now what if you want to place it in the document? You can just specify in what document you want your data to be placed. So I'm going to select this target sheet, and here you can see is the list of the sheets that are available in this particular workbook. By default the cell reference is A1, but if you want you can just change it to some cell else. So I'm just going to type the address as G5, then click on OK. Now if you just follow this link M3, if you just click over it, then you can see that the target sheet cell number G5 has been selected. This is because we have specified the cell reference as G5. If you do not specify, then it will by default go to the cell number A1. Now come back to this links sheet. Now one more thing, that since we specified the screen tip for this M2 link, so it's showing notepad file, while for the other links you can see that it is showing something like this, which is not very good to look. So it is advisable for you to just customize the screen tip as per your wish. Now that's about how can you create links to the text in Microsoft Excel. But what if you want to create image links? So Microsoft Excel gives you an option through which you can also create links to images, and that's similar to creating links in the text only. So how can you do that? First of all, you gotta insert any kind of image for that purpose. So make sure you are on the insert tab. Then you can insert any picture or a shape as well. So I'm going to insert a shape. This is the shape that I have inserted over here. You can format it as per your wish. Then what you got to do is insert link. So how can you do that? Make sure it's selected, and a simple method you can just follow is a shortcut Control K. And out of the three methods that we have already told you, you can follow any of those methods. Then once you do that, you can see insert hyperlink option has been opened in front of you, and you can insert any kind of link that you want. Now what I'm going to do is add a web page address to it. So how can you add a web page address for a link? Go to this existing file or web page option, and then there is this address option. Here you can specify the address. So here is https://www.google.com, which is actually the address of the Google browser. So once you have specified this, and when you click on OK, then this address will be followed, and when you click on the link, google.com would be opened in your default browser. Okay. Then you can also specify the screen tip for this. You can just click on screen tip and select or type in Google. Now once you click on OK and then again OK, then you can see that this image has been converted into actually a place for a link. So if you hover over it, then there is Google. If you click over it, so actually this is a problem that arises because I am currently offline, but if you are online, if you are connected to the internet, then it will default open your web browser and click on OK. Now one more thing, you have already added the links, but what if you want to edit them? How can you do that? So for editing the links, you got to go to the cell, right click, and there is this edit hyperlink option. When you click on it, this similar dialog box opens. From here you can edit the hyperlink as per your wish, or if you want to remove the link, you can just right click and go to this remove hyperlink option, and the link would be removed. So that's all about how can you create links to data in Microsoft Excel. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be looking at the different types of sorting that we can perform over the data in Microsoft Excel. Now, there are two different types of sorts that we have by default in Microsoft Excel. These are the normal sort and the advanced sort. Now, what is normal sort? A normal sort is a sorting technique that performs the data sorting based upon a single criteria. And it could be in the ascending order or the descending order. The ascending order is from the smallest to the largest, while the descending order is from largest to smallest. So that is all about normal sort. Now what about advanced sort? Advanced sort, as the name suggests, it is a step forward of the normal sort and it sorts the data based upon more than one criteria. So that is the difference between the normal sort and the advanced sort. And since more than one criteria is used for advanced sort, so the first criteria on the basis of which the data is sorted is known as the major sorting criteria, and the second or the third criteria are known as the minor sorting criteria. So first of all, the data is sorted on the basis of the major sorting criteria, and the data already sorted on the basis of this major criteria is then sorted according to the minor sorting criteria. So that is about advanced sort. And there is another variant of advanced sort, which is the color sort. Using this color sort, we can sort the data based upon their colors. So that is a feature that is provided by Microsoft Excel. So let's see the features or these different types of sortings. Now first of all, we are going to see the normal sort. Now one important thing, sorting can be applied to any kind of numerical and textual data, including dates. Now why it could be applied to dates? The reason being the dates are actually stored as numerical values only in Microsoft Excel. If you can just select one of the date cells and change its type to a general, so you can see that actually a number is there, which is translated into a date format. So just change it to date. Now how can you sort the data in Microsoft Excel? A simple technique is you got to select the cell in the column you want to apply sorting. Now I've selected this single cell, then go to the Home tab. In this there is this editing group where you will find the sort and filter option. So when you click on it, there are two options, sort oldest to newest and sort newest to oldest. So I'm going to go with sort oldest to newest. Once I click on it, you can see that my data has been sorted. The oldest date, that is a 1927 date, is listed first, and the newest date, that is a date of 2020, is listed at the last. Next we have some numerical data, which is the sales amount. So how can we sort that? Simple method is the same procedure that we just followed, that is select a single cell out of the column, go to sort and filter options, and you can sort them. So this time I'm going for this descending sort. So this $930, which is the maximum amount, is sorted first, is listed first, and $100, which is the smallest amount, is listed at the last. Okay. So now we have some names in front of us, then we can similarly sort them as well. So just select one cell, then go to the sort and filter options, and you can select it using A to Z or Z to A as per your wish. Now this is all about sorting the data in single columns. But what if you have multiple columns of data? How can you sort that? So here in this table we have these three columns and we want to sort the data based upon the names. The second you can see data is dropout, which is holding this value as $420, which I have allowed to show that the data would remain the same. Now how can you sort that? You got to select only the cell of that particular column on the basis of which you're going to sort the data. That is the criteria column. So I'm just going to select some cell, like I'm going to select this cell, go to sort and filter, and sort it using Z to A. Now when you do that, you can see that your data has been sorted. Now this value robot is on the second last place, although it has retained its serial number 2, and it also retains its sales value, which is $420. So as simple as that, you can apply sorting to the data in Microsoft Excel. But up to now, what sorting we used was of single criteria, that is, we applied normal sorting up till now over the data. Now it's time to apply advanced sorting over the data. So how can we apply advanced sorting? This is the same table, and on this table we want to apply advanced sorting. So how can we do that? A simple procedure is, what you're going to do is select this whole table like this, then go to the sort and filter options, and there is this custom sort option that you've got to select. So when you do that, this is the sort dialog box that will open in front of you. Make sure you have my data has headers options as checked. Then we are going to first sort the data based upon the sales amount, and then we are going to sort the data based upon the names values. Okay. So you can go to this column which is giving you the sort by option, and here you can see the 3 data headers are already available. That is because you have checked this option. Then select the sales header, sort on what types, values. Then order we are going to go for largest to smallest. Okay. Then this is the major sorting criteria. Then go to this add level option. Then we are going to specify a minor sorting criteria, which is this names option, the values A to Z, and click on OK. When you do that, you can see that your data has been sorted accordingly. First is the major sorting criteria, which is the sales that has been listed in the descending order, and then it has been sorted as per the names column, which is the minor sorting criteria. So that is about advanced sort. Now we are going to look at another example of advanced sort. So here we have some other table in which there is serial number, names, and the region column. So before that we had a data which was one data was a numerical format and the other data was in a textual format. But now both are sorting criteria, which is the region and the names, are in the textual format. So how can we sort that? Just select this table, go to sort and filter, custom sort. Now our major criteria over here is going to be this region criteria, which we are going to sort in the ascending order, and then we are going to sort with the minor criteria names. So first select sort by as region, sort on values, and order is going to be A to Z. Then add level, select names on the basis of values, and this time select Z to A. And then click on OK. So the regions are being sorted in A to Z fashion, that is east, then north, and the west regions, and the names have been sorted in descending order. An example, you can see that north is the value for both Roger and Robert, but since the names have been sorted in the descending order, that's why Roger, which has D, while Robert has B, is placed above Robert. Okay, because the names have been sorted in the descending order. So that's another example of advanced sort. Now another type of sort, which was the color sort. How can we do that color sort? So for that we have this table in front of you, which is consisting of 3 columns: the serial number column, the names column, and the color column. Now this one, what we are going to do is sort our data based upon the colors. Instead of any kind of values, we are going to sort the data based upon colors. So how can we do that? For that also, what you're going to do is just select this whole table. Then again go to the sort and filter option, and then you will find this custom sort. So just select on it. Make sure that my data has headers option is selected. Now what we are going to do is sort our data based upon the colors. So how can we do that? Just go to sort by option and select the header as color. Then there is sort on option. So what option you gotta select here? Instead of values, you can see that there are different types of options available to you. So this time we are going to select the cell color option, because that is the basis of which we are going to select or sort our data. If you want, you can also select this font color option as well for color sort. But since our cells are colored, so I'm just going with cell color option. Then it asks for which color is going to be your criteria. I'm going to select the red color. And where you want your red color to be situated, I want it to be situated on the bottom. Then I want to add another label. Then again I want to sort it by colors and the cell color. This time I'm going to go with green color on top. Click on OK. So you can see all the green color data is available on top, then the yellow color data and then the red color data. So that is how you can sort the data based upon colors, and that is color sort.
In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we apply basic filters over the data in Microsoft Excel. Now, in our previous videos, we saw that how can we do sorting of the data in Microsoft Excel. So first of all, let us understand that what is actually the difference between sorting and filtering of the data. Using sorting, what we did was arranged the data in a particular fashion. Like here you can see the names are sorted in the alphabetical order, that is from A to Z. While filtering is completely different from sorting. What does filtering say is, using filtering we can give a criteria and all the data that matches that particular criteria, only that is visible to us, and all the rest of the data that does not match that particular criteria is invisible. So that is the difference between sorting and filtering. So in this video what we are going to do is start with our filterings. So here we have some data and there are different columns, that is serial number, order date, name, item, units, units cost and total. The reason for choosing this type of data is the diversity of this data. In this data there is a date column present, there is some text column present, there is some numerical columns present and some currency or the dollar values are also present. So the reason I have chosen this data is because of its diversity. So let's start with filtering. So a simple way of applying filtering over the data is, what you got to do is just move your cursor inside the data, that is select any cell inside the data which you want to filter, and then use a simple shortcut of Ctrl Shift L. You got to just press Ctrl Shift L, and when you press you can see that in the data column the filtering has applied, which we do not want. So what we got to do is just select this whole data from the serial number column. Okay, then again press Ctrl Shift L, and when you do that you can see all the headers that were present over there have been applied with filters. Now if this super heading, that is data, was not available, then instead of selecting the data like that, you could have simply selected a cell and pressed Ctrl Shift L to apply the filters over the data. Now since the filters have been applied, what if you want to remove the filters? How can you do that? All you got to do is just move your cursor inside the data and press Ctrl Shift L, and the filters would be removed. Okay. Now I'm just going to press Ctrl Z to bring back the filters. Now let us work with the filters. So first of all is the order date. So if we just expand it, then what do we get is, first three options are the sorting options. That is sort oldest to newest, sort newest to oldest, and then sort by color, which we all have already seen in the previous videos. Now we have these filters in which select all option is checked. We just uncheck it and select this 2019. That means all the data of the year 2019 will only be visible to us. So that is a date filter that we applied. Then click on OK. And as soon as you do that, you can see that only the data of the year 2019 is now visible, and there are only 35 columns. Okay, only 35 up till number 35. And how can you check that? You can see after 6 we have got the number as 8. Similarly after 11 we have got the number as 13. This shows that only some data is visible to us. That means the data is filtered. Now what if you want to remove the filter? You can just click here, and then there is an option of clear filter from order date. You can just click on that and you can see this 2018 record is also visible to us. Okay. Now That is about date filter, but there is some advanced technique also through which we can apply the date filters. And how can we do that? You can just click over here, and then there is an option of date filters. When you just hover over it, then there are these type of all options that you got. Like here, you can give a before date, you can give after date, you can give between dates, you can give this year, next year, last year. Since this year is 2020 and we have got the data of 2019, so we just go to last year. If we just click on last year, then you can see only again the data of the year 2019 are visible. And similarly, you can also just go to this option, and if a date of today or before than that, like tomorrow or yesterday is available, then you can apply similar filters to the date data. So that is an important feature of the filters in Microsoft Excel. Second is the name filters. So if we just click on it, first are the three sorting options, then these are the names. So you can just click any name, like I want only the data of Harvard, and I just click on OK. So only two records are visible, which are nothing but Harvard's records. Okay. Now if I just want to clear the filter, so I can just go to clear filter from name. Then if I just want to go to text filters, then what are the different kinds of the text filters that I have? Equals, does not equals, begins with, ends with, contains, does not contain, and so on. So using these filters, I can filter the text that is visible to me. How can I do that? Suppose I go to begin with, and I just type a letter J. So all the records that begin with the letter J would be visible to me. Okay, and then there is an option of and or. So these are the simple logical operators. If you want two records or more than that, then I can just click on or. Again, I go to begin with A. So either the record begins with J or the record begins with A, and I click on OK. So as soon as I do that, you can see only Andrews, Jardine and Jones records are visible because it matches my filtering criteria. And that's how you can filter the textual data or the names data using the basic filter options in Microsoft Excel. Now I'm just going to clear the filters to show all the records. Then I have the units option or the units column, which is a numerical format. So I want to apply filters to it. How can I do that? Just go to the filters tab, and if you want, I can just select any of the values that I want. Suppose I want only the value as 7, so I click on OK. Only two records are visible because their value is 7 as per the filtering criteria. If you want to remove the filters, you can just remove it like this. Now what about the number filters? If I just go to number filters, then there are different options. Now these are the basic options which you already know. The new ones are top 10, above average and the below average options. Top 10 options means the top 10 records would be visible. So if we just click on this top 10, so it asks for that what kind of a filter you want to show. So I want to show top, how many, 10, what items or percent. I want to show items, and then click on OK. So these items are shown which are having the top 10 values. How can you check that? To check it, what you can do is just clear these filters, then go to sort largest to smallest. So these values are shown. Okay, now you can apply this top 10 filter very easily. Number filters, top 10, and click on OK. Then you can see only 10 records are visible, and these are visible based upon the units column because we have applied this filter on the units column. Similarly, you can just clear these filters. You can clear the sorting as well. Okay, now that's about the number filters. What about you want to show the average? So it's above average. That's what you can show. Only the records whose average is above, whose value is above the total average of the data is shown over here. And that's about filtering using the number filters. Okay, yes. Now, similarly, the cost and the total will also be treated as numbers, so it will have the same filtering criteria. Now, what if you have got to filter some data? Like it's already sorted, so I'm just going to apply a number filter that the data must be greater than 70, and I click on OK. So only the data that is greater than 70 is shown. But what if there is some other sheet or some other place in this particular sheet where I only want to show the data whose units value is more than 70? Then how can I do that is just select this whole data, press Ctrl C to copy the data, go to your destination or the desired location, press Ctrl V to just paste this data and then just arrange its dimensions like this. Then you can come to your original data and clear the filter from units. So now what you will have is, in this table, the data you have is the original data, while in this table you have the filtered data. So that is how you can separate the filtered data from the original data, that is through copy and paste. So that is all about the basic filtering options available in Microsoft Excel. Today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we apply advanced filters over the data in Microsoft Excel. Now in the previous video we saw all about the basic filters, that what is a basic filter and how can it be applied over the data in Microsoft Excel. Now some of the limitations that we encountered was, the first limitation was that whenever we filtered any kind of data, it was filtered only at that particular location where our source data was present. Now if we wanted to move the filtered data to some other location, then what steps we need to follow was, first filter the data, then copy all the filtered data and then just paste it to the other location. So that was a tedious job and it was a very lengthy step, but that step is minimized using the advanced filter options of Microsoft Excel. The reason why it is called advanced filter, because it is a step forward of the basic filter options that we have seen up till now, and it applies a variety of other things. So before starting with the advanced filter options, we need to keep some things in mind. Now what are these things? Whenever we are working with advanced filter options, then we need to memorize. The first thing is, what is my source data? So the source data is nothing but the actual table from where we are going to take our data, or on the table on which we are going to apply our filters. So that is our source data. Then the second thing is the criteria, that is on the basis of what conditions we are going to filter the data, that is known as criteria. So we got to keep that in mind. And third is the location where we want to paste our data, that is filtered. If we want to filter the data in the table only, then location and the source data is going to be same. Otherwise we have to remember or keep in mind the location where our data is going to be visible after filtering. Okay, so here what do we have in our sheet is the source data, which is this table that has these different types of columns. And the reason for choosing this table is that it has the diversity of the data, so you can apply these filters on the different types of data. Over here is another table. There is a small table which is nothing but the criteria. Now what I have done is taken some of the columns from the source table, like name is a column of the source table, units is a column of the source table, and order date is also a column of the source table. Now what you got to keep in mind while designing the criteria is that the headers you got to include in the criteria must be same as the headers that are in your source data, like order date. So order date is present over here. If we just write date, then it would not be applicable, and Excel would become confused as to what you are trying to say. So that is about the criteria. Then I have mentioned some of the criterias, like for name I want the criteria to be GIL. For units I want the criteria to be greater than 50. Similarly for the order date, I have taken order date that is present for the record as GIL. Now for applying advanced filters, what you got to do is just follow these simple steps. But before that, make sure you determine in your mind that what location you want to show your result. So here I have some empty space, so this is where I am going to show my records or my filtered data. So let's begin with the process of advanced filter. What you got to do is, first of all, select any of the cell in your source data. Then you got to go to the data tab, and then in the data tab there is the sort and filter group. Now in this sort and filter group, you all must have already noticed this advanced option. You can just click on it, and as soon as you do that, you must have noticed two things. First of all is, whatever your source data was, whole of this data is selected automatically like this, which is represented with the help of dancing arrows. Now this dialog box is opened in front of you, which is this advanced filter dialog box, and this list range is actually your source data which is already selected. The next, it asks for the criteria range. So our first criteria is that we are going to only show the records whose name is Gil. Okay, so just click over here and select these two things as the criteria. Now make sure that you select the column heading as well as the data for the criteria to work well. Then the other option is copy to. Now this option is disabled. Why is it disabled? Because in the radio button there is filter the list in place option that is selected, which means if we just click on OK, the source data would be filtered in its original place, but we do not want that. We want it to be filtered at some other location. So how can we do that? Just click on copy to another location option, and then this copy to option is enabled. Now you can just select the location where you want to copy your data. So this is the location where I want to copy my filtered data. Then click on OK. Now as soon as you do that, you can see only the data that contains the name as Gil is shown over here, and that's exactly what we wanted. So that's how you can apply advanced filter over the data in Microsoft Excel. But that was the textual data, and the exact match was present in the table. How about we work with numerical data? So this time we are going to work with order date. The reason of choosing this order date is actually the dates are stored as numbers in Microsoft Excel only. So that's why we are choosing this order date. So again, what you got to do is just select a cell inside the table, go to advanced. Now make sure that whole of your data is selected like this. You got to cross check once. Then go to criteria. This time we are going to go with order date and its value, and then copy to some other location. This time we are going to select the location just below our previously filtered data. Then click on OK, and you can see the records are visible with the order date as 31st May 2019. And the reason why only single record is present, because only single records was there for this particular date. Okay, now what if we do not have the exact match of the data? In these two filters we had the exact match. Now we have a units criteria in which the exact match is not present, but we have some kind of a condition, that is whenever the units are greater than 50, we want that record to be visible. So go to the advanced tab. While placing the cursor inside your source data, make sure that whole of your source data is selected. Just cross check once and change the criteria to this units like this. Then select copy to another location and choose a location for your data. So this time I'm going to choose here. Then click on OK. Then all the records whose units is more than 50 are selected over here. You can see it yourself like this. Okay, now that is about applying filters over these single records, that is we had only the single criteria. But what if we have multiple criteria? Then how can we apply the filters in that case? So what you can do is just the same step. Make sure your data is selected, go to advanced tab, then cross check that whole of your source data is selected. Then go to this criteria range, and this time we are going to select these two criterias, that the name must be Gil and the units he has ordered must be greater than 50. Then only the records would be visible. So that is a multiple criteria option. Then you got to select copy to another location, then choose a location for your data. So okay, I'm going to select this kind of a location over here and then click on OK. So as soon as you do that, you can see that only 2 records are visible, whose name is Gil, and the units he has ordered is more than 50. So that is applying advanced filter over multiple criteria. Now what if you want to show the data at the same location where your source data is present, that is only at this location you want to apply the filters? So how can you do that? This time I'm also going to show you that you can apply more than 2 criterias for this data. So we have 3 criterias. What are these 3 criterias? The name must be Gil, the units must be greater than 50, and the order date must be exactly equal to the 31st of May 2019. So how can we do that? Just select any of the cell, go to advanced and make sure that whole of your data is selected like this. Then you got to select the criteria for yourself. So just select this criteria, this whole 3 column headings along with these 3 data. Then we are just going to go with the option filter the list in place. Then you can click on OK, and when you do that, you can see that in the source data only the filtered data is visible. So that's how the advanced filter works in Microsoft Excel. And as you must have noticed that it is pretty simple as compared to the basic filter options that we just saw in the previous video. So that's all for the video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we create charts in Microsoft Excel using some of the shortcuts that are available to us. Also, we are going to see that how can we customize the data that is shown to us in charts. Apart from that, we are also going to address a very common problem that people encounter while creating charts in Microsoft Excel. So all these questions would be answered in this video, so make sure you watch till the end. Okay, so let's start with the video. Here what we have in this sheet is a table, and in this table, as you can see, there are 2 columns. One is the salesperson column and the other is the sales amount. So what we want to do out of this data is create a chart. What would be a simple approach is that for each salesperson we want a corresponding chart or a corresponding bar that goes up to the sales amount. So that is a simple approach that we want to follow. So what we can do to create a chart out of this, as we have already covered in a previous video, is that we got to go to the insert tab and insert a chart. But that is a long cut method, and this video is all about talking about the shortcut methods, that how can you create a chart. So what is the shortcut method is, you got to select this whole table and press Alt F1 from your keyboard. Now as soon as you press this Alt F1, this is the default chart type that would be shown in front of you. Now if you want to create this type of chart only, then you gotta use this Alt F1 key and this chart would be created. Now you can customize its view as per your choice like this from these views, or you can just customize it as per your wish. Now if you want to create a pie chart, or if you want to create a line chart out of this data, then you cannot follow this shortcut, because this is the default chart type of Microsoft Excel, and Alt F1 only stands for the default chart type. But if you want to create different types of chart, what can you do? I will tell you later in the video. So now you have created this chart, but you are not happy with how the data is shown. Like this data is shown from $0 here. You can see the lower limit is $0 and the upper limit is $1,400, and that is predefined by Microsoft Excel. Apart from this, the difference between these values is actually of 200, which I do not like. I want the difference to be $100. So how can I customize this? So to customize it, what you got to do is just double click over this Y axis, and as soon as you do that, you will find this format axis dialog box in front of you. Now in this format axis, there is this axis options which has bounds. The minimum bound shows you the minimum value, which is $0 present over here. This maximum bound shows you the maximum value, which is $1,400. Now you can just change it as per your wish. As the minimum amount of sales that I have got in my table is $550, so I do not want it to start from $0, rather I want it to start from $400. So I just specify a minimum amount of $400 and a maximum amount I want it to be $1,500. So I can do that as well. Now when you do that, you can see that your chart has been changed to something like this. Now you might have noticed that the $1,500 mark is not visible. The reason being, we have got the difference of $200. So this units option is what tells us about the difference, and I do not want the difference to be $200. I want it to be $100. So I just press 100, and when I click on OK or I click anywhere else, then you can see that this $1,500 mark is now visible, and the data ranges from $400 to $1,500. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so that's about how you can customize your y-axis as per your wish. Now one interesting thing to note is this tick marks option. If you can just expand it, then there are two options, one for major type and one for minor type. If you can just go to this major type option and click on inside. Now as soon as you do that, you might have noticed that these small marks are visible. I don't know if it's visible to you or not, but these are there for each and every mark that we have created from 400 till 1500. Another important thing about this units option is this minor, whose value is set at 20. Now what is this minor? Between any two records, say 400 to 500, there are $100 difference, and there are these minor marks at every $20. How you can see these minor tick marks? You can just go to this minor type and change it from none to say inside, and you can see that these all kinds of markings are now visible. If I just change it to $40 and click anywhere else, say here, so you can see that they have become sparse. So that's how you can just show the markings. And now what is the usage of these markings? If you can just go to, this is $1,320. This means it holds 2 marks, and that's exactly where this bar goes. It goes up till a half mark, because we have got a difference of 40 marks, so it goes half till a mark. So that is what its usage is. It helps you to read data in a proper format. That's how you can create a chart with a simple data. But what if you have different type of data? Suppose here in this table, what data do we have is a year data and the sales data. That means of these years we have the sales data, and we want to create a chart that in which year we made how much sales. So what would be a general approach if you want to go with the default chart type? A general approach would be to just select this table and press Alt F1, and yes, a chart is there. But what is the problem with this chart? The problem is that this chart is not at all correct. What we thought in our mind was that the years would be visible in the x-axis, and in the y-axis the sales amount would be visible, and that would give us a clear understanding of the year-wise sales. But that's not what Microsoft Excel has done, and that is a problem that many of the people face while creating charts with Microsoft Excel. So this is a common problem, that's why I'm addressing it over here. So to come out of this problem, there are two ways. There are two approaches. One is the shortcut approach and one is the long cut approach. First of all, let us discuss the long cut approach. So what is the long cut approach is, all you got to do is first create a chart using this shortcut method. Then you can apply this long cut approach. Okay. Now make sure you have selected this chart. Then what you got to do is, in the design tab, you have this option called select data. You can just click over it and this menu will appear. Now here you can see there are two options, the legend entries option and the horizontal axis labels option. In the legend entries, you got to uncheck this year or any of the value that you want to be visible in the x-axis. I want the years to be visible in the x-axis, so that's why I have unchecked the years option. If you want sales amount to be visible in the x-axis, then you can do the vice versa. Okay, then go to this horizontal axis labels option and click on edit, and then you would be asked to choose the records for yourself. So you can just select all these year values from 2015 till 2020. And as soon as you do that, you can see that your chart has changed. Now 2015 till 2020 years are visible over here with the sales amount visible over here. That's exactly what we wanted. Just click on OK and boom, that's your chart has been created as per your wish. But again, as I told you, it's a long cut method. So if you want a shortcut, I have a shortcut for it. It's also, but there is one more thing that you need to understand. What if you want a comparative analysis of say 2 or 3 years? I want a comparative analysis of the year 2017, 2018 and 2019. How can I do that? You gotta just uncheck all the remaining records and only make sure that 2017 till 2019 records are visible and click on OK. When you do that, your chart has been customized to show only the records of these years. But this is a long cut method again, and this is more clearly demonstrated with the help of pivot charts, which would be covering in the next lectures or the next videos. As of now, you can just go with this default chart. Okay, now I have just converted it back to this faulty chart because I wanted to show you the shortcut method of creating the correct chart. You can just select this whole data and press Ctrl Q from your keyboard. When you do that, you have all these options in front of you. Go to this charts option. Here you can create any chart of your choice. Like you can create a line chart, you can create a scatter chart, you can create a stacked chart, you can create a pie chart. And if you want, you can just go with more chart types, but I'm going to go with a simple chart, which is this one. And when this chart is created, you can see the data is all correct, ranging from 2015 to 2020 are the year values. And then there is a sales amount ranging from $0 to $45,000, but that's exactly your wish. If you want, you can just customize it. There is a difference of $5,000. If you want, you can change it to anything, say 10,000, 20,000 as per your wish. So that's all about the chart. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we create and customize the pie charts and the combo charts in Microsoft Excel. Now the pie charts are used widely in presentations where you want to present the data. So we are going to see that first of all how you can create a pie chart in Microsoft Excel out of the given data, and when you have created a pie chart, how you can focus on a particular data that you want to show to your viewers or to your clients. Then we are going to work on the combo charts. Now as the name suggests, the combo charts are a combination of one or more charts. So you can combine more than one type of chart into a single chart, and that would be known as the combo chart, and that is used to show a combination of data. So that's what we are going to see in this video. So let us start first of all with creating a pie chart and learning about the pie charts. So here we have our data from the previous video itself, which is the year and the sales that we have done over these years. So out of this data, since this is the kind of data that could be used for presentation, we want to create a pie chart. So how can we create it? You gotta select this whole data and press Ctrl Q as the shortcut. Then go to this charts and you can create a pie chart by selecting on this pie. Now this is the default type of the pie that would be shown in front of you. If you want to customize it, you can customize it as per your choice to anything that you like. Okay, like this, you can just customize it. So this is the type that I'm going to go with. Now what if you want to show that maximum amount of the sales done? So I don't want to show these legans, so I'm just going to go with something without these legans, or if you want, you can just delete them like this. Okay, just select any one of them and press the delete key to just delete it. So as you can see, in the year 2017, this is the gray area that has the most amount. So this I want to focus on. So how can you do that during the presentation is you got to select on this gray area. You can just double click over it and then you will get this format data point option. Now using this format data point, if you want to focus on it, you can just change its angle simply like this. Now I have brought it to the left side and you can just explode it slightly. You can just increase the explosion like this. So it would be away from the rest of the data to show that how much this data is over here. And if you just hover over it, then you can see that in the sales series, the point is 2017 and the exact value is $39,000, which is the data from the table and its percentage. So that's how you can explode a pie chart for a better understanding during a presentation. If you don't want that, you can simply change its explosion to 0. And if you want all of them to be shown like this, like all of them to be exploded, then you can just single click on any one of the slice and all of these slices would be selected. You can just change their angle to anything that you want, like I want this angle, and if you want you can just increase this pie explosion. When you increase this pie explosion, you can see that all of them are exploded like this. Okay, now what if you don't want to show something of this data, like for the year 2020, this is the least amount of the sales done and I don't want to show this data. So you gotta just double click over here, go to this paint bucket kind of a icon, which is the fill icon, and select no fill. When you do that, you can see that the 2020 data is not visible, but it is actually present over there, but it is not visible. So that's how you can hide some kind of a data while it's still available in the table. So that is important while giving out presentations regarding pie charts. And that's all about the pie charts. And as you know, you can just customize its area to anything, to its appearance, to anything that you want using all these options. That's already you know. So that's about pie chart, and let's move on to the combo charts. Now what is a combo chart? A combo chart, as the name suggests, is a combination of more than one chart type. And why do we need combo charts? The reason is present in this table. In this table, we have the same year and the sales data, but we have another column in front of us, that is this purchase column. So along with the year, every year we have a sales data and how much purchasing we have done in that particular year. Okay, so this is what we have in our table. And out of this, we want to create a chart. So how can we create it? For that, what you got to do is just select this whole data, go to the insert tab, and here you can just go to recommended charts. You can click on recommended charts. That will give you an option of the recommended charts, that what kind of charts are recommended by Microsoft Excel out of this data. If you want, you can just select these recommended charts as well. But if you want to create a combo chart, then how can you go with it? You can go to this all charts option, and in this all charts option, the very last option is the combo chart. You can go to this combo chart. When you go to this combo chart, then you can see this is a combo chart, which is the clustered column and the line combo chart. In the clustered column, we have the sales amount, and in the line we have a purchase amount line. But the year is also present in the clustered column, which we can just change, as we already know the procedure. So I'm just going to go with it. But if you want, there are other type of the combo charts available as well, like this. For the secondary axis as well, there is a secondary axis available for this purchase column. Or if you want, there is this stacked area for sales and a clustered column for purchase. Or if you want, you can just customize it as per your wish. But I'm going to go with this clustered column line on secondary axis. Okay, so you can just click on OK, and you can just customize it. Yes, this is what I like. No, yes, this is the one I like. Now you want to customize its data. So how can you do that? Just go to the select data option, uncheck this year from here, and on the horizontal category, go to edit and select all this years option and click on OK. Then you can see that your charts have been customized. Then you can again click on OK. Now the problem with the secondary axis, you can see, is this secondary axis ranges from $0 to $7,000, and it totally does not matches with this primary axis, which means if you try to read data with the help of the primary axis, then it is like what? $30,000 of sales and even more than that of the purchase, but actually the purchase value is just $5,000, so it is not very good in the visibility. So you can just delete the secondary axis, and when you do that, it is customized as per the primary axis for better viewing purposes. But if you have the opportunity to explain your chart, then you can go with the secondary axis as well, because that would be of more clarity. But if you do not have an opportunity to explain and only the visual opportunity, so then you gotta go with this primary axis only without the secondary axis. Now if you want to customize this chart title, you can just customize it like sales versus purchase. That's what I'm going to go with, sales v purchase. Yes, okay. Now if you want to just customize this line, you want to customize, say, its color, you are not happy with this color, you want to customize it. So how can you do that? Just click on it, go to this format data series option. In this you will find this fill and line option. You can just customize its color to anything that you like. I'm going with this blue color so that it is visible. Then if you want, you can also customize these marker options. Now what are these marker options? This kind of a cluster you can see are these marker options. So this I'm going with a darker blue color for them, and again, that's all these things that you can do with this. So this is how you can create a combo chart. Now what if you want to add something to this combo chart? How can you add it? You can click on this chart, and there is this plus option which is used to add some of the chart elements. Now I want to add something, like if you want, you can just add these axis titles. It would be, if you just hover over it, it would show you a preview. Okay, you can just create axis titles. You can add data labels. I want to add data labels. Yes, I want to add data labels. And where you want, to the center, to the inside end, to the inside base, all these bunch of options are available. If you want, you can also add as a data callout, but that looks horrible, so I'm just going to go with this inside end option. That looks good. If you want, you can also add the data table, but one important thing is this trend line option. If you just click over here, then there is an option of linear forecast that will help you to forecast the pattern based upon the current data trends. So if you just click on it, it would ask you that what is the basis on which you want to add a trend line. So I want to add a trend line on the basis of sales. You can click on OK, and when you click away, you can see that there is this linear sales trend line which shows that your sales are going down, and that is the trend line that has been added automatically by Microsoft Excel for the sales data. Okay, so that's how you can add trend lines. If you want, you can also add trend line for this purchase data as well. You can see that this purchase data trend line is also added, which is shown over here. This is the gray line shown. So that is used to predict the pattern. If you want to predict a pattern for your sales, if you want to predict a pattern for your purchase, then this trend line option is very important. And that's how you can add it in this combo chart, or if you want, you can add it in any chart. If there is any kind of a simple chart also, you can add it very easily. So that's how you can customize or work with the combo charts and the pie charts in Microsoft Excel. Today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we create sparkline charts in Microsoft Excel and what is the importance of the sparkline charts. So before starting with our topic of sparkline charts, let us first understand that what is a sparkline chart and what is its importance. So a sparkline chart is, as the name suggests, a simple chart which is used to depict the data. But what is the difference between the sparkline chart and a normal chart? The difference is that a normal chart requires more than one parameter to show the data, like it has two axes, so it needs like two kinds of data, one for the horizontal axis and one for the vertical axis. However, as the sparkline chart is concerned, that can be applied over a single column of data. So if you want to just show a single column of data in a graphical manner or in a chart format, then you got to go with the sparkline charts. So that is why we are going to discuss about the sparkline charts today in this video. So let's start with our discussion. Here in the on the screens you can see there is a table that has a column of products, which are these different products that have been sold over the 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday, and these are its quantities given in numerical format. So suppose we want to compare about the sales data and we want to represent this data which is present in these records in the form of a chart. Then how we got to do it? We can use sparkline charts for this purpose. Okay, so what is the procedure of creating sparkline charts? It's actually pretty simple. What you got to do is just go to this insert tab and there is this option of sparklines. From here you can choose that there are 3 options of sparklines: the line, the column, or the win-loss chart. So we are going to look at each one of them, but first we would be starting with a column chart. So as far as this column sparkline is concerned, you can just click on it and then this kind of a dialog box opens. It is similar for all the 3 charts. So first of all you got to choose a data range for yourself. So what is our data range? Since we are going to depict the records of these days of the week, so this data, this whole numerical data is going to be our data range. So we got to just select this data range like this. Then the second thing it asks for is what is your location range. By default it has selected the currently active cell, which is this one, but I don't want my location to be here. I want my sparkline to be shown over at this column or this cell. So I can just change it to this cell, and then once I click on OK, then you can see that my sparkline chart has been created. Now if you just read it carefully, then what is the maximum value of my data? That is 5, and that is the maximum bar that I have got. Then these are these 3 values that actually exist, and 0 is the lowest point, or it is actually for this particular graph. That is why it is not being shown over here. However, what if I just change its number to say something, a negative number, a -3, which is actually not possible, but let's take it for an example. So -3 is shown below the axis. That means you can show the positive as well as the negative data in the sparkline charts. Okay, now what if you want to show some other kind of data? Like say for example, if you want to customize this sparkline chart, how can you do that? You can just select it and go to the design tab. Here you have these different options, which is in the show group. You can show the high point of the sparkline chart. If you just click on this high point, then this highest point of the sparkline chart would be visible to you, but it may not necessarily be in this color. If you want, you can just choose a different color for yourself. How can you do that? There are 2 options for that. You can just go to these styles option, and there are these different types of styles given over here. You can choose any of these pre-existing styles like here. Alright, or if you're not happy with it, then what you can do is just go to this marker color option. Once you expand it, there are these different options. Now what I want to do is change a color for this high point. So just go to high point, and from this color palette you can choose any color that you want your high point to be shown with. I want my high point to be shown with this green color, so I just click on it and you can see that my high point has been changed to green. But now what if you want to show your sparkline in a different color, not in the blue color but in a different color? Then how can you do that? Simply go to this sparkline color options, and here you can choose a different color. Suppose I'm choosing this gold color. So yes, my sparkline is now visible in this color. Similarly, along with a high point, there are several other things that you can show in your sparkline chart. What is it? It's a low point. If you just click on it, then you can see that by default the red color is used to depict the low point, which is -3, and it is actually the lowest point. So that's being shown over here. And if you want, you can also show the first point. So for that, we just going to uncheck this high point and this low point option. Then you can see that this first point option is checked. So our high point and first point were actually coinciding with one another, but now only the first point is shown. So you can see it here. Similarly, if you want to show the last point, then okay, its value is actually 0, so it's not visible. But if I just change it to something else, say 5, then you can see that the last point is also visible in a different color. It's actually highlighted. But what if you want to show all the negative points in it? Since there is only one negative point, so once we check on it, so only one value is colored or highlighted, that's -3. But what if we have another negative point? Suppose instead of 2 we have like -2 over here. Then you can see that these two values are highlighted over here, depicting that there are two different negative points. So that's how you can play with the sparkline charts with the values. You can show these different kinds of values in it. Okay, so I'm just unchecking this negative points option and I have this sparkline in front of me. You can see that there is some kind of an imaginary axis above which all are the positive values and below which are all the negative values. So if you want to show that axis, how can you show it? Once your chart is selected, go into the design tab. In the group option, there is this axis. You can just show it, and there is this option in the horizontal axis options of show axis. If you just click on it, then you can see that this line is visible, which is used to show you the axis, and it represents actually the 0 value. But you can change its representation as well. How can you do that? You can just go to the sparkline axis option, and then there is this option of vertical axis minimum value option and vertical axis maximum value option. So in the minimum and maximum, both you can see that the automatic for each sparkline option is selected. But if you want to customize it, you can just customize it by using a custom value. Instead of 0, what do you want the low point to be? Suppose I want the low point to be 3, and I click on OK. So that is it. Only the first and last values which have the value as 5, which is greater than 3, is now shown because my low point starts with 3. But what if I want to customize my, say, maximum point? I want it to be of 7, and I click on OK. So you can see that for this, now the 7 is the maximum point. That's why the values having 5 are now somewhat below, which is not covering the graph as a whole or the sparkline chart as a whole. Okay, similarly, if you want, you can just extend this sparkline chart to all these values, and you can see that all of them have now been highlighted. But since none of them have negative values, so only the positive values are shown over here. Alright, now what if you want to just convert it to a different kind of chart? Suppose instead of the column chart, you want a line chart. So you can just select this line option, and here it's all these lines are visible. But if you want, you can just change it to some different colors, say this color. So this is this different color of line chart which is more visible. And similarly, as in the column chart, you can also just click on these high points. So all these high points would be depicted. If I could just zoom in a little bit, then you can see that all these high points are now visible. They are actually being marked like this. Okay. And similarly, if you want, you can choose a third type for yourself, which is nothing but a win loss chart. So this is the win loss chart. What is it used to depict? It is used to only depict whether the value is positive or a negative. It is not concerned what is the actual value. If it is a positive, it gets a place above the line. If it's negative, it gets a place below the line. Now you can see that in all these graphs, there's something is highlighted, which is actually the high point because it's being ticked on. If you can just check it off, then you can see that they have now vanished, and that is the win-loss chart. So that's all about the sparkline charts that you need to know, and now you know its significance as well. It is used to show a single column of data. So that's it. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that what is a pie chart, what is a pivot chart, and what is its significance. We are also going to create a pivot chart for ourselves with the data in Microsoft Excel. So let's get started. So first of all, the question is, what is a pivot chart and how is it different from a normal chart? So as we have already discussed about the pivot table, so you may recall that a pivot table is used to display the data dynamically while a normal table displays the data statically. Similarly, the pivot chart also is used to show the data in a dynamic format. That means if you want some data, if you want to do some analysis and the data you want to change over time, if you want the data to be filtered as per your requirements, as per your choice, then you can go for a pivot chart instead of a regular chart. And these pivot charts are widely used all over the world in presentations and other things like that, where you want to give an analysis of the data. So let's start with our procedure of the making a pivot chart in Microsoft Excel. On your screens you can see there is an Excel sheet with a table that has 3 columns: the product, quantity and the sales. So we have some 5 products in front of us and the total quantities that we have, and in the past month how much of the sales of these products we have done. This is the data that we have got. Now we want an analysis for this kind of a data, so we want to create a pivot chart out of it. How can we do that? For that, what you got to do is just first of all bring your cursor or select any cell that is within this table, then go to this insert tab. In the insert tab's charts group you will find this pivot chart option. So once you click on this arrow, there are 2 options. You want to create a simple pivot chart or you want to create a pivot chart along with a pivot table. So I'm just going with a single pivot chart this time, because we already know how to create a pivot table and customize it from our previous videos. Now once you do that, you can see this kind of a menu or a dialog box has been opened, and apart from that, all the data table that was your required data range has now been selected with these dancing arrows. Now if you want, you can just customize it like this, or even if you want, you can choose an external data source as well from this option, but we are choosing this only. Then there is another option that it asks you that what is the destination of your pivot chart, if it is going to be a new worksheet or if it is going to be an existing worksheet. So I'm going to go with the existing worksheet. Then the next thing it asks for you is the location. So you can just choose any location that you like, and I'm choosing this location. And when you just click on OK, then you can see this kind of a dialog box opens in front of you and nothing is on the sheet. Okay, there are just some calculations going on, and this kind of a dialog box is the main thing that you're going to be concerned with. So out of this data, what do we want is a comparative analysis of the products and the quantity and its sales. So how can we do that? There are these 4 field areas. So for the product, what we are going to do is just check on this box. As soon as we do that, you can see that it has automatically added itself in the axis of categories. Okay, and in the chart, this is actually a chart area, this kind of a drop down has occurred for the product. Okay, now for the values, what do we want is quantity and sales. So just select this quantity option, and as soon as you do that, you can see that your chart has created with the quantities of these different products. But I don't only want the quantities, I want the sales value as well. So you can just check on this sale as well, and as soon as you do that, you can see that your chart has created, and that is the pivot chart that we have created. You can close this dialog box for now, and if you can just see on this chart, then this is exactly what we wanted. This is a pivot chart, it has dynamic content in it. Now how can we use that dynamic content? So first of all is this product value. If you can just click on this drop down, then you can see all these products are selected. But what if we do not want all these products to be visible on our chart? We want only some products. Like suppose we want to do a comparative analysis over the belts and shoes, and then you can click on OK. So you can see only belts and shoes data is visible. If you want, you can just apply more filters. If you want, you can add wallets to the filters. You can click on OK. Now these 3 data are visible to us. But what if you do not want wallets to be in here, you want watches instead? You want to compare the data of belts and watches, you can just do that as well. So basically the filters option helps you to filter only the data that you want to show. Okay, so that is on the basis of products, and if you want you can also just go to select all option, or you can just go on clear filter from product to remove the filters and show all these data. But now these datas are shown actually in a sorted order. But what is the sorted order? They are actually sorted on the basis of the products, okay, like in the ascending order B, F, S, W and W. But what if you want to change this sorting order? How can you do that? You can just go to this products option. If you want to sort it by the product name itself but in the descending order, then there is this option of sort Z to A. You can just click on it and you can see that they have now been sorted in the descending order as per your wish. But what if you do not want to actually sort it by the product names, but you want to sort it by the quantity that you have of these products? So how can you do that? You can just go to this products option itself, and there is this more sort options. So you can just click on it, and once you do that, it asks you that whether you want to sort it by in the ascending order or in the descending order. So I want to sort it in the ascending order. Then all these three values are available that are in your chart, out of which you can select a criteria for yourself. So we want to select quantity as a criteria. So you can select this sum of quantity, and you can see that sort product by sum of quantity in ascending order. So that is the sorting that is going to be applied over your chart now. You can just click on OK, and you can see that the data has now been sorted according to the quantity in the ascending order, and all the other data such as the product name and the sales have been arranged accordingly. And now what if you want to change the sorting criteria? You can just go to more sort options, and instead of sum of quantity, suppose you want to sort it by sum of sales, you can do that as well. So now it has been sorted according to the sales. Now what if you do not want in the ascending order, you want in the descending order? You can go with that as well for the sum of sales, okay, in the descending order. Similarly, you can go for the descending order for the sum of quantity as well, and okay. So that has been sorted by sum of quantities in the descending order. Now one more thing is, if you just select on this product option, there are these label filters and these value filters. What if you want to show only some of these values? So if we just go to these value filters, we know that these values can only be applied to the quantity or the sales option. So you can just go to it, and I only want to show some data that is greater than. Then what it asks you is three things. That first is, what is the criteria? You want to just sort with the help of the quantity or with the help of sales. So I want to show it with the help of quantity is greater than. So this is the table that I'm having. If the quantity is greater than 500, only then I want to show the records. Then click on OK. So you can see that actually the watches have been removed from the area of visibility because it was 200. So this is how you can apply filtering criteria. If you can just go to clear filter options, then it would be cleared like this. Then now you can see all these records are visible. Similarly, for the product, there are label filters available. If you want to show a particular data, a simple option would be to just go with these options over here, checkbox options. But if you want to show like begins with, so what is it begins with? Suppose I say the letter W, I type capital W and I click on OK. So only two products, that is wallets and watches, are actually starting with the letter W, and that is the filtering criteria that I have applied, and that is why it has shown me only these two records. So that is for the labels. Similarly, you can apply all these kind of different filters to the labels criteria, and all these different filters to the value criteria as well. Now I'm just clearing the filters from here. So this is to show you that how pivot chart is a dynamic chart, and you can customize its data as per your wish. And if you want to customize its appearance, then how can you do that? You can just double click. Then there is this format chart area options, and it is similar to formatting a regular chart. So if you want some other color to be shown for these bars instead of the blue color, you can just select these bars, go to this fill option, and instead of blue select some other color. Suppose green is what I'm happy with. You can just go for it. If you want, you can just change the overlapping distance between them. You can overlap them, you can make them distant, you can increase the gap between the bars, and that's totally up to you. So that's how you can customize and use a pivot chart in Microsoft Excel, and that is all you got to know about this pivot chart. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing all about conditional formatting in Microsoft Excel. So conditional formatting is actually a big topic, and first of all, let us understand that what is conditional formatting. So as the name suggests, conditional formatting is actually applied over the data. It is a kind of formatting technique that is applied to the data only if the data satisfies certain conditions. If the data passes those conditions, then the formatting is applied. If the data does not passes those conditions, then the conditional formatting is not applied over the data, and the data is kept in a regular format. Okay, so to help you better understand this thing, what we have done is we have got some tables in front of us in this sheet, and you can see that there is 3 different kinds of data in this table. First is the numbers data, that is consisting of numerical values. Then we have some textual data, and third is these dates. So the conditional formatting on Microsoft Excel can be applied to these 3 kinds of data, okay, which is the numbers, the text, and the date. Now let us see that how can we apply conditional formatting over the data. So first of all is how you can apply it. You got to go to the home tab. In the home tab there is this styles group where this conditional formatting is present. If you just select over it, so there are these 5 things that you need to know about conditional formatting. First is highlight cells rules, then is top bottom rules, data bars, color scales, icon sets, and there is one more thing, that is new rule, which helps you to apply custom formatting over the data. Similarly, using this clear rules option, you can just clear any of the conditional formatting that is already been applied over the data. And these 5 options are actually used to apply the predefined conditional formatting over the data in Microsoft Excel. So if we talk about highlight cells rules, so what does it does? It actually highlights the single cell based upon these rules. Now what are these rules? These are these rules. If you just look closely at them, first is greater than, then is less than, then is between, and then is equal to. So all these 4 rules are actually applied over the numerical data. Then is this 5th rule, which is text that contains, that is applied over the textual data. Then this rule, a date occurring, is applied over the date data. And the last rule, which is duplicate values, is used to identify the duplicate or the unique values in the data. So if we try to understand their usage, then we want to first apply this data over this numerical format. So we just go to highlight cell rules, greater than. So okay, one more thing, you first need to select the data over which you want to apply conditional formatting. So I have selected this data. Go to conditional formatting, highlight cells rules, greater than. Now automatically you can see that it has taken up some number, 44, but I do not want that. I want the data to be visible which is greater than, say, 30. So I just type in 30, and as soon as I do that, you can see the data containing 65, 78 and 50 values has been colored in a particular format. So that is because these 3 data satisfy my criteria, and that's why they have been formatted. How have they been formatted, which is in the second option. Now here are these some predefined options which you can select to format the data, like yellow, red, which was already selected. Then you can go for green, or if you want, you can choose your own custom format as well. So if you go to this custom formats option, then you can choose a fill for yourself. Suppose I want a green colored fill, and you would be shown a sample. Then you can choose the type of the data that you want to show. Since this is a numbers data, I'm going with number. Here you can select like the up to which decimal places you want your data to be formatted. So I want 1 decimal places. You can choose a font for yourself. You can choose a style, like I want my data to be bold. I do not want it to be strike through. I want it to be bold, and I want no border and fill and OK. So once I do that, you can see that my custom format has been applied to the data that satisfies the condition of being greater than 30. What if I change it to say 20? And as soon as I choose 20, then you can see this 30 value is already been included over the formatted data. So that's how you can format it. And if you click on OK, then this formatting would be applied. But if you click on cancel, then this formatting would be cleared. So I can click on cancel now. Now what if you want your data to be applied formatting on less than basis? Like you can just select this less than, and I want to format or highlight the data that is less than say 50. So these are this data less than 50. I have got them formatted. If you want, you can choose any kind of formattings like this. The custom format you can choose. You can choose these given formats as well, and you can click on OK. So this is the formatting applied. Now once your formatting is applied, what if you want to clear it? How can you do that? There are two options. You can go to conditional formatting and go to clear rules. You can go for clear rules from selected cells, since the cell which we have currently selected has no rules, so it's not going to do any effect. So for that, first you got to select those cells and then you got to clear rules, or you can just go with clear rules from entire sheet. So you can see the formatting has been cleared now. Similarly, if you want to apply some kind of conditional formatting to the textual data, so for the single cells, you can go to this highlight cells rules, and there is this option of text that contains, and over it you can apply your conditional formatting. And I have not discussed these two options because that is a simple one, like equal to, okay, it's selected. So it is actually used to apply something like, if you want, you can just type in robot. So if the value is equals to robot, then this two values are equal to robot, they are shown. Similarly, if you just select numbers in this case, then you can just apply numerical formatting to it. If you apply dates to it, then dates formatting would be applied. Okay, so but we want text that contains for the textual data. So between and equal to are applied to all kinds of data, and it is very simple, so I'm not going to discuss it. So if you go with text that contains, by default you can see that Sam is the default value that it has taken. But if you want say RO, so Robert and Roger are the two records that have this RO. So all of the three records are selected, which is 2 Roberts and 1 Roger, because both of them have RO. So it is highlighting the text that has RO in it. And again, you can go with a custom formatting or a default formatting for yourself for this data like this. Similarly, if you want to just apply other formatting to it, now one formatting is already applied to the data and you want to apply some other formatting to it. How can you do that? You can go to highlight cell rules, and I want the data that is equal to Sam to be highlighted as well. But with this I want a green fill with a dark green text. So in this case, this is what I'm going to go with, and I can just click on OK. So you can see Sam, Roger and Robert values are actually highlighted. Okay, so now I'm just going to clear the rules from the selected cells because I have already selected those cells. So clear rules from selected cells will help me to achieve my goal. Now the next thing is for the duplicate values. Now in this textual thing, you can see there are some duplicate values like Sam and Robert have been repeated multiple times. If you want to highlight the duplicate values, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, then there is this duplicate values option. You can just select on it. Then you see that by default duplicate is selected and the formatting is selected, so green fill. And you can see Sam is occurring 3 times, so 3 occurrences of Sam, and Robert is occurring 2 times, so 2 occurrences of Robert have been by default formatted. But what if you do not want to show duplicate values? If you want to show unique values, then how can you do that? So there is this simple thing. You can just drop down for this duplicate, and there is this unique. So that's Roger and Sean. These two are the unique values. So using this, you can also go with unique criteria to show only the unique values or the unique records in your table. And if you want, you can just customize your formatting like this. And again, similarly, if you want to apply some duplicate formatting to it, then how can you do that? You want to duplicate, show the duplicate values also, but in a different kind of a color, like in a green color. And okay, so this is how you can apply multiple formattings to it. So that is about conditional formatting in textual and the numerical data. Today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be continuing our lecture on conditional formatting. In the previous video, we already saw that how conditional formatting would be applied to the textual and the numerical data. So today we are going to see the more applications of conditional formatting over the different kinds of data, and we are basically continuing this lecture from our previous lecture only. So today we are first going to see that how can we apply conditional formatting over the date data. So here is our video from the previous, here is our table actually from the previous video itself, which is containing this date column, and over this column we want to apply conditional formatting. So first of all, you got to select all these cells you want to format, then go to conditional formatting, highlight cells rules. In this you can see that there is this option called a date occurring. If you just click on it, then you can see that there are this is this drop down. By default, yesterday is selected. So what is your current system date? According to that, whatever was yesterday, it has selected, and if that yesterday is present in your data, then it would be highlighted. But since no yesterday is present in my data, so it's not highlighted. What if I just go to today? So today's date is 3rd of May. If I just go to today, then you can see that this date is now highlighted, which is today. Similarly, if you want, you can highlight this tomorrow, which is 4th of May. If any date is occurring in the last 7 days, you can highlight that as well. So today is what is occurring from the past 7 days. That's why it has been highlighted. Any data from the last week, not present. Any data from this week, yes, this is this whole week today lying ahead of us. Next week, no data. Last month, no data. This month, yes, this whole data. So that's how you can apply these different kinds of formatting over the date data in conditional formatting. Apart from that, if you want, you can go to the highlight cells rules, and that's equal to option would also help you to highlight the data. Like if you just apply any kind of data to it, suppose 4th of May 2020, then yes, that data is present and it has selected it. But what if you just change it to something else that is not present, like 4th of June? So in that case, this data is not highlighted because no such data is present. Similarly, you can also go to between, and in between you can present a series of data or a range of data. So all the dates that are occurring between this range would be highlighted. Like by default, 5 to 8th May is selected, and all these dates between 5th to 8th May, including them as well, have been highlighted, or their formattings have been changed. So these are all the formattings you can do with the date data. Now this was about conditional formatting's one rule, that was highlight cells rules. Now we have other rules as well, which we are going to cover in the subsequent videos along with this one as well. So first of all, we are going to look at top or the bottom rules. Okay, so if we just go to top bottom rules, then these rules are generally applied over the numerical data. If you want to understand it simply, then you can apply it to the numerical data. Okay, so for that, first of all, let's see our data, which is this numbers data, and there are some numbers we have. So over this numerical data, we are going to apply it. So just select these cells, go to conditional formatting, top bottom rules. First one is top 10 items. If you want to highlight top 10 items, you can just go for it. Then these 10 items, which are the top 10 items, have been highlighted. Here is a marker from which you can just decrease. Suppose you want to show only the top 5 items. You can do that. These top 5 items are shown. But if you want to show only top 2 items, you can do that as well. Similarly, if you do not want to show top 10 items, if you want to show bottom 10 items, you can just show them as well. If you don't want to show bottom 10 but bottom 11 items, if you want to show bottom 5 items, then you can move your stylus like this. If you want to show the least value, then you can just change its data to 1, and the least value, which is 10, is highlighted. Okay. Now similarly, in the top bottom rules, you can also go for percentage. Like if you want to show what is the top 10% of data, so that's 143, that's in the top 10%. If you want to show top 15% of the data, then actually nothing is there. If you want to show top 20% of the data, then there are these two columns present, or these two data present. These two are highlighted. Similarly, if you want to do the same thing for the bottom 10%, you can just go for it. If you want to show bottom 20% of the data, yes, so these two records are highlighted. Similarly, if you want to show bottom 50% of this data, so 50% of the bottom data is highlighted now. Okay. Now there is one more thing in the top bottom rules, that is above average and below average. Now for that, what you need to know is what is the average of the data that you have got. So how can you know the average of the data? You have already selected all these cells, and you can see that here the average of the selected cells is shown, which is 71.0833. So it's approximately equal to 71 only. So basically, if we just want to apply any kind of formatting above the average data, so every data that is above 71 would be highlighted, and every data below 71 would be highlighted if we choose the option of below average. So we are going with above average, and you can see that in above average there is nothing as the criteria, because above average is itself the criteria and only the formatting options is what we have. You can just change its formatting options like this. Similarly, if you want to show only the below average data, then you can do that as well, but the formatting options got to change. You can change them as per your wish. Okay, so that's how you can apply formattings. Now the other things, or the other formattings that we have with our data is this data bars, color scales, and icon sets. Okay, so these are important things, but before that, one important step that you need to do is I'm just going to show you over the numbers data only. You can just select any one of the cell over the column to which you want to apply this conditional formatting, and you got to sort it in some order. I'm sorting it in the ascending order, but if you want, you can just go for the descending order as well. But this is just to make it easier for you to understand, so you need not sort your data. Then go to conditional formatting, data bars. If we just go to data bars, then there are two options available, the gradient fill and the solid fill. So if you just go for gradient fill, say green color of the gradient fill, then you can see that these kinds of the data bars are shown. If I just zoom in a little bit like this. Okay, so you can see these data bars are shown, which are for depicting these numbers. Okay, but if you want to just change its gradient to something else, you can do that as well. And similarly, you can opt for a solid fill also instead of a gradient fill. So since you can see 10 is the smallest number, it has the smallest bar. 143 is the largest number, it has the largest bar. But to show you that sorting has no application to it, suppose I change it to say 10. Then yes, 10 is also a data, and the data bar relevant to 10 has been occurred over here. So the reason why I have done sorting is to make you clearly understand of this contrast over here. You can see the pattern of increasing. Similarly, color scales are also used for the same purpose as data bars, but there is a disadvantage. What is it? Suppose we apply this, we can just clear rules first from the selected cells to just remove these data bars, then go to color scales and apply these color scales. So you can see that there are these color scales which are from red to green. Red is the lowest value and 143 is the largest value. So the contrast is shown clearly over here. But what if we just change some of the values, like we just give it a 10, a 20 and again a 10 like this. Then you can see it is difficult to understand with the color scales. But what if we had data bars in its place? Then it would have been very easy to understand that what is actually the value of the data. So for a clear depiction of the data, it is normally suggested to just go with the data bars instead of the color scales. Okay, so just go with the data bars here like this. Okay, so this is how you can depict your data with the data bars. Then there is another thing that is known as icon sets. Now, how can we apply conditional formatting through icon sets and some more things is what we are going to cover in the next video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be continuing our lecture on conditional formatting. In the previous video, we already saw that how conditional formatting would be applied to the textual and the numerical data. So today we are going to see the more applications of conditional formatting over the different kinds of data, and we are basically continuing this lecture from our previous lecture only. So today we are first going to see that how can we apply conditional formatting over the date data. So here is our video from the previous, here is our table actually from the previous video itself, which is containing this date column, and over this column we want to apply conditional formatting. So first of all, you got to select all these cells you want to format, then go to conditional formatting, highlight cells rules. In this you can see that there is this option called a date occurring. If you just click on it, then you can see that there are this is this drop down. By default, yesterday is selected. So what is your current system date? According to that, whatever was yesterday, it has selected, and if that yesterday is present in your data, then it would be highlighted. But since no yesterday is present in my data, so it's not highlighted. What if I just go to today? So today's date is 3rd of May. If I just go to today, then you can see that this date is now highlighted, which is today. Similarly, if you want, you can highlight this tomorrow, which is 4th of May. If any date is occurring in the last 7 days, you can highlight that as well. So today is what is occurring from the past 7 days. That's why it has been highlighted. Any data from the last week, not present. Any data from this week, yes, this is this whole week today lying ahead of us. Next week, no data. Last month, no data. This month, yes, this whole data. So that's how you can apply these different kinds of formatting over the date data in conditional formatting. Apart from that, if you want, you can go to the highlight cells rules, and that's equal to option would also help you to highlight the data. Like if you just apply any kind of data to it, suppose 4th of May 2020, then yes, that data is present and it has selected it. But what if you just change it to something else that is not present, like 4th of June. So in that case, this data is not highlighted because no such data is present. Similarly, you can also go to between, and in between you can present a series of data or a range of data. So all the dates that are occurring between this range would be highlighted. Like by default, 5 to 8th May is selected, and all these dates between 5th to 8th May, including them as well, have been highlighted, or their formattings have been changed. So these are all the formattings you can do with the date data. Now this was about conditional formatting's one rule, that was highlight cells rules. Now we have other rules as well, which we are going to cover in the subsequent videos along with this one as well. So first of all, we are going to look at top or the bottom rules. Okay, so if we just go to top bottom rules, then these rules are generally applied over the numerical data. If you want to understand it simply, then you can apply it to the numerical data. Okay, so for that, first of all, let's see our data, which is this numbers data, and there are some numbers we have. So over this numerical data, we are going to apply it. So just select these cells, go to conditional formatting, top bottom rules. First one is top 10 items. If you want to highlight top 10 items, you can just go for it. Then these 10 items, which are the top 10 items, have been highlighted. Here is a marker from which you can just decrease. Suppose you want to show only the top 5 items. You can do that. These top 5 items are shown. But if you want to show only top 2 items, you can do that as well. Similarly, if you do not want to show top 10 items, if you want to show bottom 10 items, you can just show them as well. If you don't want to show bottom 10 but bottom 11 items, if you want to show bottom 5 items, then you can move your stylus like this. If you want to show the least value, then you can just change its data to 1, and the least value, which is 10, is highlighted. Okay. Now similarly, in the top bottom rules, you can also go for percentage. Like if you want to show what is the top 10% of data, so that's 143, that's in the top 10%. If you want to show top 15% of the data, then actually nothing is there. If you want to show top 20% of the data, then there are these two columns present, or these two data present. These two are highlighted. Similarly, if you want to do the same thing for the bottom 10%, you can just go for it. If you want to show bottom 20% of the data, yes, so these two records are highlighted. Similarly, if you want to show bottom 50% of this data, so 50% of the bottom data is highlighted now. Okay. Now there is one more thing in the top bottom rules, that is above average and below average. Now for that, what you need to know is what is the average of the data that you have got. So how can you know the average of the data? You have already selected all these cells, and you can see that here the average of the selected cells is shown, which is 71.0833. So it's approximately equal to 71 only. So basically, if we just want to apply any kind of formatting above the average data, so every data that is above 71 would be highlighted, and every data below 71 would be highlighted if we choose the option of below average. So we are going with above average, and you can see that in above average there is nothing as the criteria, because above average is itself the criteria and only the formatting options is what we have. You can just change its formatting options like this. Similarly, if you want to show only the below average data, then you can do that as well, but the formatting options got to change. You can change them as per your wish. Okay, so that's how you can apply formattings. Now the other things, or the other formattings that we have with our data is this data bars, color scales, and icon sets. Okay, so these are important things, but before that, one important step that you need to do is I'm just going to show you over the numbers data only. You can just select any one of the cell over the column to which you want to apply this conditional formatting, and you got to sort it in some order. I'm sorting it in the ascending order, but if you want, you can just go for the descending order as well. But this is just to make it easier for you to understand, so you need not sort your data. Then go to conditional formatting, data bars. If we just go to data bars, then there are two options available, the gradient fill and the solid fill. So if you just go for gradient fill, say green color of the gradient fill, then you can see that these kinds of the data bars are shown. If I just zoom in a little bit like this. Okay, so you can see these data bars are shown, which are for depicting these numbers. Okay, but if you want to just change its gradient to something else, you can do that as well. And similarly, you can opt for a solid fill also instead of a gradient fill. So since you can see 10 is the smallest number, it has the smallest bar, 143 is the largest number, it has the largest bar. But to show you that sorting has no application to it, suppose I change it to say 10. Then yes, 10 is also a data, and the data bar relevant to 10 has been occurred over here. So the reason why I have done sorting is to make you clearly understand of this contrast over here. You can see the pattern of increasing. Similarly, color scales are also used for the same purpose as data bars, but there is a disadvantage. What is it? Suppose we apply this, we can just clear rules first from the selected cells to just remove these data bars, then go to color scales and apply these color scales. So you can see that there are these color scales which are from red to green. Red is the lowest value and 143 is the largest value. So the contrast is shown clearly over here. But what if we just change some of the values, like we just give it a 10, a 20, and again a 10, like this? Then you can see it is difficult to understand with the color scales. But what if we had data bars in its place? Then it would have been very easy to understand that what is actually the value of the data. So for a clear depiction of the data, it is normally suggested to just go with the data bars instead of the color scales. Okay, so just go with the data bars here, like this. Okay, so this is how you can depict your data with the data bars. Then there is another thing that is known as icon sets. Now, how can we apply conditional formatting through icon sets and some more things is what we are going to cover in the next video. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be continuing our discussion on conditional formatting. Now, in today's video, we would be just learning more and more about conditional formatting. So in our previous videos, if we just go to this conditional formatting, we have already covered everything about highlight cell rules. We have covered everything about top bottom rules. Data bars and color scales were also covered. Now the only thing remaining is this icon sets and a custom rule. So if we talk about icon sets, now what are these icon sets? If you just see here, these are these different kind of symbols that could be applied over the data. So how can they be applied? Similarly, we have a data that is actually containing random numbers. So we are just going to select the data to which we want to apply these icon sets. And the procedure is similar to all the conditional formatting that we have done up till now. Now once you have selected your data, go to conditional formatting. Then there is this icon sets option. Now you can just select different kinds of icon sets, and all these are given to you. If you want, you can select any one of your choice. So I'm first going to show this directional arrows. You can see them. Some of them are going below. Some of them are actually equal, which is a yellow color, and some of them are depicting with a green color going upwards. So it is pretty difficult to understand because there is no set criteria. If you even just sort this data, then you can also see that it is some kind of random things, and even average has nothing to do it because average is 53. So we cannot just make up anything from this data. So icon sets thing is a bit confusing, but only this icon sets is confusing. If you can just go with some of these ratings, say if you just go with this star ratings option, then you can see it is pretty clear. The star is somewhat filled. The star is actually empty for the data up till 30. The data of 65 and 91, it's again half filled, and the data above 100 is actually full filled. So that's also actually used to depict data up till 50, above 50, and up till 100, and then above 100. So these are these three criteria that it has just divided the data into, but that is confusing to understand. Similarly, all these three icon sets could be applied over this everything that you want. If you want this clock thing, then this clock thing would also be applied. But again, it is also dividing the data into these three criteria, which is completely spontaneous, and we had nothing to do with it. So it is often advised to not use these icon sets. Okay, now the data is already sorted as per the icon sets, but what if we were having unsorted data like this? Okay, so if you remember from our discussion from sorting, then we had applied color sorting, and there was an option where you can also apply this icon set sorting. So if you want to do that, we are just going to cover it quickly. Just select some cell, sort and filter option, go to custom sort. Now what we are going to do, sort by numbers, and we are going to sort on cell icon. So this option, cell icon, which we had left previously, is actually about these icons, and you can just select that what is the icon. I want this yellow icon where I want it on top. I want to add another level where I want to again sort it by the cell icons. This time I want this green thing on the bottom, and I click on OK. So you can see that the data has been sorted according to these cell icons now. So that was a quick addition to our sorting topic. Now let's come back to our conditional formatting topic. So this is how you can apply icon sets or cell icons to the sorting. But what if but that is not advisable. Now these all sortings that you had done up till now were the default sortings that were, or the default formattings applied to you by Microsoft Excel. Now what if you want to apply custom formatting? Then how can you do that? So here is my numbers data, and I want to apply conditional formatting to it, but this time it's going to be the custom conditional formatting. So how can I do that? Just select the data, go to the conditional formattings tab, then you can go to this new rule. Using this new rule, you can apply custom conditional formatting to your data. So I'm just going to give you a very simple example. So first of all, just select format all cells based on their values. Make sure that this option is selected. Now there are these rules, or the sorting or the formatting rules that you can apply. Like there is this format style option. You can select the 2 color scale, the 3 color scale, the data bars, or the icon sets. I'm just going to go with data bars option. If you go with data bars option, there are these some kind of values that you have. Firstly, it asks you for a minimum value and a maximum value. By default, it has been set as automatic, that automatically it will treat something as minimum value and automatically it will treat something as maximum value. So 10 would be treated as minimum and 143 would be treated as maximum. But if you do not want that, you can go to number, and from here you can select a particular number that is going to act as a minimum value. Suppose you want 30 to be acted as a minimum value. You can specify that. Similarly, you can also specify a maximum for yourself. Now if you want, you can apply this change this bar appearance as well. I'm going to go with solid fill. The color I'm going to choose yellow. If you want, you can also apply a border to it. So I'm just going with a solid border, and its color I'm going to go with blue. Also you can see a preview here of the bar, and then there is this bar direction which I'm going to select with right to left, and then you can just click on OK. So you can see that this is the bars that we have got. Since we had taken 30 as the minimum value, so 50 is somewhat more than the minimum value. That's why the bar has started from 50, and all these things have been taken, and 143 is by default taken as the maximum value. So that is how you can apply custom conditional formatting to your data. But what if you do not want to apply these data bars? What if you want to apply some other kind of things? So how can you do that? You can simply just clear these rules from the selected cells. You can go to conditional formatting, new rule, and instead of this, suppose I want a 3 color scale. So for the 3 color scale, there are three criterias: the minimum point, midpoint, and the maximum point. Similarly, you can go with a 2 color scale with the minimum point and the maximum point, and this is the preview that what our color is going to range from. If you want, you can just choose anything like this, yellow to dark green, and this is going to be a number. What number? This time 10 is going to be my lowest value, and my maximum value is going to be a number which is, say, 500. Or this time I'm going to select a negative value, say -50 as my minimum, and then I click on OK. So you can see this is the kind of the formatting that has been applied, and the reason being -50 was my minimum value, so it would have been pure yellow, and 500 was my maximum value, so it would have been pure green. That is why all these data have been actually lying between it, and that is why we have not got proper coloring to it or proper scales to it. So that is about the conditional formatting, custom conditional formatting, and in the next videos we are going to learn about some advanced conditional formatting as well. That's all. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be looking at advanced conditional formatting. Now, in our previous videos, we have already learned about conditional formatting. We have learned that what is conditional formatting and how it can be applied over the data in Microsoft Excel. But so far, whatever we have learned about conditional formatting was related to the rules that have already been defined by Microsoft Excel, and that was easy to do as we had the full support of the GUI. All you need to do was select the data as the criteria, and that rule was applied over the data. But now what are we going to do is look at advanced conditional formatting. So what is the difference between conditional formatting and advanced conditional formatting? The main difference is that conditional formatting gives you a proper support of GUI, while in advanced conditional formatting, you gotta move a step ahead and look at the formulas that you gotta apply over the data to match the criteria. So let us start with advanced conditional formatting. On your screens, you all can see there is a table with 3 columns which has product, country and quantity. Now I have this criteria where I want to search the product watches. Now I'm going to apply advanced conditional formatting to it to see that whether I can highlight this data or not. Since you can see that out of this data we can make some assumptions. Now what are these assumptions? The first one being that since we want to highlight the product, so only this watches thing must be highlighted. That means only a single column needs to be highlighted and only a single column needs to be selected, because whichever product is occurring in that particular column, it needs to be highlighted. Okay, suppose watches is occurring, so watches would be highlighted. So that is why only this products column needs to be selected, which is going to be our data source. So for applying the advanced conditional formatting, all you got to do is just first select this whole column. That is going to be our data source. Then go to this conditional formatting. Here you have an option of new rule. You can just go to new rule and this kind of a dialog box will appear, which we have already seen. So this time you got to go with this last option, which is use a formula to determine which cells to format. So when you select this formula or this option, it asks for format values where this formula is true. Means you got to provide it with a formula. So what is going to be this formula? As we all know that every formula in Microsoft Excel begins with an equal sign. So you got to press equals. Then you got to provide it with which column you want to compare the data with. Since this is our column, so you can just select this first cell of the column, then press F4, F4, F4 until you get this exact cell number without any $sign or without any relative references. The reason why we are doing this because we want our criteria to be fixed with this particular column only, that is column E, and whichever row that matches the criteria. We do not want it to select any other thing. That is why we have fixed it. Okay, now we would be understanding it better with the later on examples, but let us understand this first of all. Then again put an equal sign. Now you are supposed to provide it with a criteria. What is our criteria? Our criteria resides in this particular cell. So just select the cell and you can go with these $signs because this cell is fixed. Okay. Then go to this format tab and you can select the formatting for your cells. Like I'm going with a yellow color because blue is already there. So I'm going with a yellow color, and then you can click on OK, and then again you can click on OK. Now when you do that, you can see that watches has been colored with a yellow background color, and that's exactly what we wanted. But what if you just change it to something else? Suppose instead of watches, you provide it with floaters. Then what happens? There are two records of floaters and both of these floaters are highlighted. So that's simple, that how you can highlight a single cell in Microsoft Excel. But what if you do not want to highlight the single cell? What if you want to highlight this whole record? Like you want also India and 300 to be highlighted and US and 550 to be highlighted. So how you can go with that? For this purpose, you got to do one more step. That is, instead of selecting a particular column, you got to select the whole data set. Okay. So first of all, just select this whole data set, because our formatting is now going to cover all the columns of this data set. Okay. So it's going to span through the different columns. That is why we have selected it. Then go to conditional formatting, new rule, and this last option. Now there is going to be some change in our formula. Now what is this change going to be? You got to press an equal sign. Then you got to select this first cell. Then press F4, F4. Now here you can see $E16. This is exactly what we want. The reason being, we want our column to be relatively referenced while we want this row number to change. Like we want it to first compare with 16 row number, then 17, then 18, then 19, and so on up till this record exists. But we want to highlight the relative columns. Means we want to highlight the column E also, we want to highlight the column F also, we want to column G to be highlighted as well. So that is why we have gone with this formula. Then again put an equal sign and the criteria is going to be same. Then go to format tab and you can choose a formatting of your choice. Suppose I am choosing this kind of a color, and apart from the background color you can also choose a pattern for yourself. Suppose I have chosen this dotted pattern, and if you want you can just choose a color for this pattern as well. Suppose I have chosen this blue color to get this kind of a thing. If you want you can choose any other color like this green color. Click on OK and again OK. So you can see the three columns in which the product criteria was watches was matched. Whole of these records are highlighted, and since they are spanning towards different columns, we have relatively referenced the column number. What if we just change it to something else, say belts, and press enter? Then only this belts data is highlighted. That is how you can select this whole record that is spanning through different columns. But what if we do not want it to span over different columns? We want it to span over different rows. So here what we have done is we have actually just created a copy of this table with some different data and we have transposed it. Now what we are going to do this time is just give it with a product criteria, but instead of columns we want it to span over the different rows. Which means if belts is our criteria over here, so if the belts matches, then we want this whole 3 rows to be selected, and similarly for here we want these 3 rows to be selected. So this is what we want to do. So how can we go with it? Similarly as the previous example, we got to select this whole data set first of all, go to conditional formatting, new rule, and select this last option. And then in the formula tab we got to press equals. Now the difference occurs over here. Here first of all you got to select this first cell only, then you got to press F4 only one time, and you will see that the dollar sign occurs before 25. This time what we are going to do is we are going to select different rows. Means we are going to select 3 rows, the row number 25, 26 and 27. That is why we have relatively referenced the row number, while the column number is going to be just compared with these different columns that is present. Like from F till K these different columns are present. So we do not want the multiple columns to be selected but multiple rows to be selected. That is the reason why we have put it in relative reference. Okay. So once you have done that, you got to press equals and then again provide it with a criteria, which is nothing but this, the belts, and then you can go to this format tab and here you can choose a formatting for yourself. So I'm using this kind of a shade of red for my formatting, and then click on OK. And when you click on OK, then you can see that belts, there were two records that were matching the belts criteria. That is why these three rows that had the product name as belts, which was our criteria, have been highlighted. Suppose what if we do not have the criteria as belts, we have different criteria. Suppose we have floaters as our criteria. This time the floaters were our criteria, so the floaters records have been highlighted. So this is an added advantage of advanced conditional formatting. Using it, you can change the data at the dynamic time and it would be highlighted in your fields or in your table. But that was not possible with the conditional formatting we had done already, cause in that we used the criteria to manually enter it. If you wanted to change the criteria, you got to clear the rules first, and then you got to apply a new criteria. So that was a lengthy procedure. But here what you got to do is you got to just change the criteria that is present over here. Suppose I select purse, then only this purse records is highlighted. Apart from that, if there is no criteria matching, suppose I add something like watches, which is not present in this table, and press enter, then you can see that nothing is selected. Why? Because there is no such record that is matching the criteria of watches, and that is why it has not selected anything. So that is an added advantage of advanced conditional formatting. Apart from that, it also helps you to apply some formulas to the scene, which is easy to understand and reduces your work effort drastically. So if you want, I have already written the formulas about of all these criteria that we have applied. If you want, you can just copy the formulas from here as well. So that is all about the advanced conditional formatting, and with this our topic of conditional formatting also wraps up. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing more and more about the pivot tables in Microsoft Excel. Now, in one of our previous videos, we have already covered that what is a pivot table and how can you create one for yourself in Microsoft Excel. So to just revise your concept on the pivot tables, let me just revisit it once again. The difference between a normal table and a pivot table is that a normal table has static data while a pivot table contains of a dynamic data. So if you want your data to change according to the filters regularly, then you got to choose a pivot table. Not only that, the data that is shown in a pivot table can also be changed very easily with just a simple click. So that is all about the pivot table and its advantage. As you already might have noticed that being dynamic in nature, it is used widely for the purposes of presentations. And another concept related to pivot table is that of a pivot chart, which we have already covered in our previous videos. So in this video, we are going to see more about pivot tables. Once you have created a pivot table and you want to just change its appearance or customize it as per your wish, then how can you do that? Because there is a default settings with some pivot tables which sometimes you don't want to see, sometimes you want to customize it as per your choice. So how can you do that? That is all what we are going to see in our today's video. This will help us get a better understanding of how the pivot table works and how we can apply our own rules over it. Okay, so first of all, let's start with our discussion. On your screens, you all could see this data table. Now this data table has some columns in it. What I want to do is I want to create a pivot table out of these columns, and what do I want is that they should be grouped with order date. In the order date column, you all can see that there are several dates of the years 2018 and 2019. So what do I want is that I want some kind of a formatting like this, that once the year 2018 should be visible, and within it there should be a subheading like for the month Jan, then for the month of Feb, and like this I want my data to be visible. So this is my goal, to create a pivot table out of it. So how can I do that? Okay, so for that, first of all, you got to create a pivot table, and we already know the procedure, but I'm going to reiterate it. Just place your cursor or select an active cell within your data source. Go to the insert tab, and there in the tables group you will find this pivot table, And once you click on it, you can see that whole of your data source is already selected, but if you want to just confirm it, you can just check it once. Then check your pivot table to be placed on the existing worksheet and select any cell as your desired location. So I'm going to select this cell, then click on OK, and once you do that, you can see that your pivot table is already created, but it asks you with that what fields are going to be your pivot table fields. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to grab this order date for the rows column, because this is going to be my rows, and once you just click on it, you can see that this pivot table has added the year 2018 and the year 2019. So that was my goal exactly. But if you just expand it, then you can see that these data are first grouped into the quarters format, like quarter 1, quarter 2 and so on. And now if you expand this quarter format, then I'm getting these months data, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted them to be just customized or grouped on the basis of 2018 and 2019 years, and then generally the months should be there, but I'm not getting the desired result. So how can I get it? I will show you in just a moment, but before that, let me just get my columns over here, which is going to be this name columns. So you can see that all the names of the people who have purchased something are shown over here, and if you want, I can also get this names in the values column, which shows that in which month which person has purchased how many things. So this is exactly the data that I want to show. I'm going to sort the data by names and on every month how much product that person has brought or bought. Okay, so I'm happy with my data, and once you're happy with it, you can just close it. Now it's time to work with our table. So if you just go to this row labels, so this is not exactly the data that I wanted, so you can just right click over here, and once you do that, you will see this option of ungroup. You can click on it, and once you click on it, you can see all these dates have been ungrouped and it looks messy. So what I'm going to do is group it firstly on the basis of months and then on the basis of years, because this is kind of an hierarchy where the first things first, which means the first or the innermost criteria of grouping is going to be the months. So that is why I'm going to group it with the help of months. So how can I do that? Just select any cell, right click, go to group, and when you do that, you can see that this months is by default selected. So I'm going to go with it only and then click on OK. So now this data has been grouped into different months like January to December, but I don't know that which data is for which year. Like I don't know if this Jill has brought this in the year 2018's January or the year 2019's January, but I want that data. So how can I do that? Simply click on any this cell like this. Okay, you got to select one cell, right click, sorry, you got to select one cell here. Yeah, right click, group, and then you will find that there is years option also present over here. So you can just click on years, and when you click on OK, you can see that the data has now been grouped exactly into the manner that we wanted. First of all is the year 2018, and then there are all these months January to December. Now one thing more, if you go to this year 2019, you can see only the data from January till November is available and December is not even mentioned. The reason being, we do not have any data for the month of December 2019, and this is an added advantage that you don't get any kind of blank data. You only get where the data exists. Okay, so if you want, you can just collapse it, and this is the consolidated format. But this is the default appearance of the pivot table. What if you want to change this appearance? How can you do that? So to change this appearance, what you got to do is make sure your active cell is inside your pivot table. Then you got to go to this design tab. Now this is the design tab where you can just choose a custom style for your pivot table. Suppose I choose this, or anything that you want, you can choose it as per your wish. This is something that I like, so I'm going to go with it. And if you just expand your columns now, so this is kind of looking good to me. I like it, so I'm going to go with it. But Still there are some things that are predefined, like predefined you got the row headers, predefined you get the column headers. If you want to just stylize it as per your choice, how can you do that? You can go to this row headers option. See, this is checked. You can uncheck it and you can see that these row headers have been removed. If you want to grow it back, then it has come back. Okay, similarly with the column headers, I'm just going to turn it on like this. You can also toggle with the column headers as per your choice. Then you have banded rows. Now what is this banded rows? For better visibilities, you can go with banded rows. If you just click on it, then actually it is not working with this format. So let's select this format. Yes, so these are banded rows. If you just uncheck it, it is simple, but if you just check it, then there are alternate bands over the rows for better visibility. Similarly, with the help of the banded columns, you can also band your columns like this. The alternate columns would be banded like this, and if you want, you can just decrease its appearance a little bit, or you can just auto select it. Okay, yes, so this is what we have got. This is how you can customize your table, your pivot table. And one thing more that we already know, if you want to filter some kind of data, how can you do that? You can just go to row labels. Suppose I don't want the data of the year 2018, I only want to show the data of year 2019. Simply you can just click on 2019 and click on OK. From this, if you want to apply this filter only, then you can just go to clear filter from years. Then you can apply it in a more simplified fashion. How is that? You can go to row labels, data filters, or sorry, date filters, and then go to last year, because this year is 2020. You can go to last year and automatically it will filter it for you. The year 2019 data is visible. So that is about how the filters can be applied. Similarly for the column labels also, if you want only some filters like for Morgan and parent or Harvard, I want these data to be visible, and click on OK. So since there was no data for parent in the year 2019 and only Harvard and Morgan's data was available, that is why we have got these two columns only. So that is how you can customize the pivot table. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be continuing our discussion that we started with the previous video on the pivot table. So from our previous video only, we have this pivot table in which some of the filters are applied. So let me first just clear these filters so that the original data is visible now. Okay, now we are going to learn more about customizing this pivot table. So make sure that your active cell is inside the pivot table and then go to the design tab. Now this will help you to customize the pivot table. We have already seen some options. Now we would be looking at some more options. Okay. So now in this pivot table, you can see that there is this grand total option present that provides you a total of the rows, and this grand total option below provides you a total of the columns, which is by default. But what if you do not want it to be visible in your pivot table? So for that, what you can do is come to this design tab. Here in this layout option or the layout group, you will find this grand totals option. If you want to turn it off for rows, then you can do that by clicking this option. So it has gone for both rows and columns, because the first option was off for rows and columns. If you want it for both, then you can turn it on by clicking on for rows and columns, and it would be visible again. What if you only want to show it for rows? So you can click on for rows only, so the grand total for rows would be visible. But what if you want only for columns? Then you can go with that as well. So I think this kind of a layout is perfect as my table is concerned, so I'm going to go with it, but it is totally up to you. You can customize it as per your wish. Next is this report layout option. What does it does? It has two options or three options where the report could be shown. By default, the report is shown in a compact form, which is like this. But if you just click on show in outline form, then what happens? The years column is now customized like this. Years is grouped into a separate column, and then there is order date, in which there are months of these years which are in a separate column. So this is the different form, which is actually the outline form of the pivot table in Microsoft Excel. And the previous one that we had was a compact form, which is the by default form, in which the groups are in the same column as its data. Next is the tabular form. So if you just click on it, then you can see that it is similar to the outline form only. This is this third tabular form that we have got. It is similar to outline form, but it has all these rows that have been highlighted like this. Okay, so that is the difference between the tabular form and the outline form. If you want, you can just go with it, any form that you like. Then is repeat all item labels. What does it does? If you just click on it, then what happens is that these item labels or the groups number have been repeated for each month. If you want that kind of a arrangement, you can go with it as well. But if you do not want it, you can just go to do not repeat item labels option and you can just turn it off. Then we have an option of blank rows. What does it does? It would insert a blank line after each item. If you just click on it, then you can see after this group 2018 has ended, then there is this blank line inserted. The reason being because 2018 is considered as a single item, and after this particular item a blank row is inserted, and then the year 2019's group is treated as another item, and then afterwards a blank line is inserted again. So that is about the blank rows. Then we have these subtotals option. If you just go to show all subtotals at bottom of group, then what happens is the group we had is 2018, so the total values of 2018 is shown over here at the bottom. Similarly, the next group we have is 2019, so the total of values of the group 2019 is again shown over here. But what if you want it at the top? You can do that as well. So if you just go to do not show subtotals, so none of the subtotals would be shown like this. And if you can click on show on subtotals at the top, so it is visible now as well. So that is how you can customize the layout of the pivot table as per your choice in Microsoft Excel. Now there are some more options through which you can customize its view. Now what are these options? Let us go to the Analyze tab, and using this Analyze tab also we can also gain some information and customize the view of our pivot table. How it is? You can see this first is pivot table name. Now this is the name of our pivot table. If you want to change its name, you can change it to anything that you want. Then there is this active field, which is nothing but in whichever field your cursor is or your active cell is. Suppose it is now in order date, so active field has changed to order date. Similarly, like this, you can see the active field changes. Okay, now if you go to field settings, what will happen is this kind of a dialog box will open. Now you can see that here we have order date as our column heading, which is just present over here. The reason being we are getting order date is in our source data this order date was there, and this is exactly the column from which our data is coming into the pivot table. But what if we do not want it to show as order date, and a more relevant name for it would be month? So we want to show month. You can simply type month month and you can click on OK. Once you do that, you can see that your column heading has changed to month, and that is more relevant in context to the data shown in the pivot table. Apart from that, these are all these numbers which are shown like 1, 2 and so on, but we do not want it. We have to change its number format. How can you do that? Simply go to the field settings, and then you can just go to this number format option. Once you click on it, you can see that there are these different types of formats which you can change. So I'm going with number, and I'm going with 1 decimal place like this. And when I click on OK and again OK, you can see that all these numbers have been changed as per the format that I prescribed. That is a number, then 1 decimal place. Similarly, you can customize it to any number format as per your choice. It's totally up to you. Next is this option, like these all filter options are available over here, like these things, and here you can even just expand or contract the views. So if you do not want these options, because these are like not looking good in a table, so if you want to turn them off, then how can you do that? In the Analyze tab only, there is this show group. You can just go to these plus minus buttons, and once you click on it, they are turned off like this. Similarly, if you want, you can turn off the field headers as well. These field headers were used for applying the filters basically, and had no impact on the data like this. Okay, now what happens if you just click on these buttons and expand this, and now you turn off them and the field headers? So you can see that all these months are visible, but what if you can just contract it and then turn off the field headers? Then these months would not be visible. So for a better visibility, or whatever you want the layout of your report or your table to be, you can go with it. Now when we just constructed our table, what we did was take the names over here. But now I have decided that I do not need names anymore. I need something else like the items. So I have to change the basic data source of my pivot table. So how can I do that? For that, you can go to this Analyze tab only. There is this field list option. You can just click on it and all these pivot table fields would be available to you. Now instead of name, you can bring in something else. Suppose I try to bring in item, and then I would just delete this name. You can go to remove field, and all these items are visible. And instead of cost of item, what do I want? I want the count of items. Okay, instead of count of names, now I want count of items. So this is how you can just customize the view of your table anytime you want. All these fields are available, and these are exactly the ones that came in front of us when we tried to construct our pivot table. So this is the pivot table fields which you can just toggle from this option. Okay. Now this is about how you can change the data once your table is constructed. This is from the same data source. But what if you want to change your original data source? Then what you can do is this: go to this data group in the Analyze tab. There is this change data source option. Once you click on it, you can see that whole of your data source, which was your original data source, is highlighted. Now if you want some other data source, you can simply just select it from here and then click on OK, and then the data source for your table would be changed. Suppose I just want to include some of the records, not all the records. I want to include only 26 records. In total there are 36 records. So I want to include only 26 records from this data source. So I selected till 26 and then I click on OK. So once I click on OK, you can see some of the values have changed. And this is because I can change my data source even once my pivot table is been completed. So that is about the pivot table. But now the question is, what if you want to apply the filters? We all know that the pivot table is dynamic in nature, and its importance is that we can apply filters to it, and according to that our data would be filtered. But now since our filtered options have been removed with the field headers, so now if we want to apply any filters over the data, then how can we go for it? So this is the topic that we are going to cover in the next video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be continuing our discussion, and we were previously talking about pivot tables and how can we customize it as per our choice. So we have already taken a look at some of the options, but there are still some options that needs to be covered. And one of the important features of the pivot table is that it shows dynamic data. Now what we had done in our previous video was turned off the field headers. Now once these field headers are turned off, then we do not have any option to apply the filters in our pivot table. And when we do not have any option to apply the filters, then the table data is now set to static and it cannot be changed. So this must contradict the whole feature of pivot table, which is showing the dynamic data. But that is not gonna happen, because we are going to use some feature which helps us to apply the filters without showing these field headers. So how can we go about that is, we can just first click on the pivot table. Any of the active cell must be inside the pivot table. Then go to this Analyze tab. Here we have in the filter group an option of insert slicer. If you just click on it, then you can see that these are the various options which are actually the columns of our original data source. If you can just see, okay, I am just closing it for a second and I'm just scrolling to my original data source, then click on insert slider. a slicer, then you can see all these options are actually the column headings of our original data source. Now, as far as our table is concerned, we had taken item and years. This means if we click on item and years, then these two slicers would be available to us. Now, what is the usage of these slicers? These slicers will actually contain all the data that is present in the table, and using that data, we can filter our pivot table. Since the active cell we had was in this pivot table, whose name is pivot table 2, as you can see in the top left corner, so the slicers that we are going to construct would be associated with this table. Now, if we move or perform any changes over these slicers, then the changes would be reflected in this pivot table, and that's exactly what we want. Okay, so I'm choosing two slicers, one for item and one for years. Now you can choose any number of slicers, it's totally up to you. Okay, and once you are happy with it, you can click on OK. So you can see that we have these two slicers in front of us. We can just bring them over here. Okay. Now, if we look at years, then we have two options, 2018 and 2019. Okay, but I only want to show the data of the year 2018. If you click on 2018, you can see that only 2018's data is visible to us. But in the items option, I want to show only pens which are sold in the year 2018. So I click on pen, and 2 pens were sold in the year 2018. That's what the data I get. But what if I want to show that how many pens were actually sold in both the years, that is combined in the year 2018 and 2019? Then what do I do? If I simply click on 2019, then you can see that this data has moved to only 2019. That means I need to multi-select the data. Now, how can I go with multi-selection? There are two options for that. First is you press a control and just click on this option. If you do that, then both of them are selected. But if you do not want to do that, then how can you go for it? Here in the slicer itself, you can see there is this option which allows you to multi-select the data. Once you activate it, now you can simply click on the data and it would enable multi-select. Similarly, if you do not want only the pens to be visible, I also want pen set and pencil to be visible. So just go to this slicer, enable multi-select for it, and you can turn the data for pen set and pencil to be visible to the viewer. Now, if you want all data to be visible, then how can you go for it? You can go to this clear filter option in the slicer, and once you do that, you can see that all the data is now visible that was originally present in the pivot table. So that is the usage of the slicers. And why are slicers so important? Whenever you are going out for presentations, then it is advised to use a slicer instead of the field headers in pivot table, because slicers allow you to customize or filter the data in a more visible form and in a very easy format. Okay, so now once you have got the slicers, you also may want to customize its view. So how can you do that? It's pretty simple. Once you are in your slicer, there is this options tab. Using this options tab, you can customize everything about your slicer that you want. Okay, so I have selected my slicer which has the information about the items. Okay, that is why it has got this item in front of it. But what do I do if I want to change it to something else, say count of items, because actually the count of items is visible in my pivot table. So I can go to this slicer group. There is this item. Instead of item, I can just type count of items. So I am typing count of items, and once I press enter, you can see that count of items is what its new name is. Similarly, you can go to the slicer settings as well. From here also you can just customize it to anything that you want. There is this display header. If you check, if there is a check on it, then you can customize it to anything you want, but there is no check, then you can not show the header. I just uncheck it and click on OK. Then you can see that yes, there is no header, so there is a disadvantages. Now you cannot multi-select, you cannot clear the filters. That is why I go to the slicer headings and make sure that the display header option is checked. Similarly, there is some sorting and filtering options for the slicer as well. Now, what are these options? First is you can select the option that you want. There is this option, display header. If you check, if there is a check on it, then you can customize it to anything you want. But there is no check, then you can not show the header. I just uncheck it and click on OK. Then you can see that yes, there is no header, so there is a disadvantages. Now you cannot multi-select, you cannot clear the filters. That is why I go to the slicer headings and make sure that the display header option is checked. Similarly, there is some sorting and filtering options for the slicer as well. by default the data is sorted in the ascending order, but what if you want to sort it in the descending order? You can go for it as well. Here it is sorted in descending order. You can click on OK. So now it is sorted in the descending order. Similarly, you can go to slicer settings and you can just check on this item that hide items with no data. If there are some items which have no data, you can hide them as well. Once you click on OK, then nothing is hidden because of course there is no items which had no data. So here we have some items like this which are disabled. Actually they have no data. So if we go to the slicer settings and we check this option and click on OK, so these two items are actually hidden because they had no data. Okay, now similarly you can go to slicer settings and you can just turn it on. So if you want to visually indicate those items with no data and show the items deleted from the data source, these are these various options through which you can customize your slicer. Like if there is no item present and you want to show it, do you want to visually indicate it to the user? Yes or no? Similarly, if you do not want to indicate it, then also you can go for it. Okay, so that is about appearance of the slicer, how you can customize it. Now what if you want to show that this slicer is connected to which table? And there is an interesting fact that one slicer could be connected to many of the pivot tables as well. So if you want to show that this particular slicer, how many connections it has, so how can you do that is you can go to this report connections and you can see that there is this name of the pivot table 2, which is actually this table, and in which sheet this table is present, sheet 1. So this is one connection that this slicer has. You can check it with the slicer name as well. Years, this means this is the active slicer. So this is the information about this slicer and you can click on OK. So with this you can also know that how many connections a slicer has. So let us understand that how can we just associate one slicer with many tables, with many pivot tables. So but before that, let us first understand that how can we customize our slicer. So as you can see, by default we have got this blue view of the slicer, but what if we want to change it? You can just go to this slicer styles option and you can change it to anything that you want. Okay, I'm going with this green color. Similarly for this slicer also you can just go with this green color and this option is now changed. So using this, there are these various styles option which you can apply on your slicer. You can change it to customize its style to anything that you want. Similarly, there is this arranging option. If you can see that this count of items is actually behind years. If you want to bring it forward, you can bring it forward as well, like this. If you want to send it back, you can send it to the backwards as well. So apart from this, you can also align it to these various options which are actually disabled right now. The reason being cause we do not have any criteria for aligning them. Okay, now if you want to change the size of the slicer, simply you can drag it and change it like this. Now you can also customize the slicer and check that or you can connect with one slicer with more than one pivot table. That is what is going to be our topic for the next video.
We would be continuing with our discussion on the slicers in Microsoft Excel. So as we all know that from our previous video, slicers are used to apply filters over the data in the pivot tables. So here we have our pivot table which we created in the past table. So I have applied this pencil filter using this item slicer. Now in this video what we are going to see is that how one slicer could be connected with many pivot tables. Okay. So in our previous video we saw that with one table more than one slicers could be connected. Like with this table we have the year slicer as well as the item slicer. So now we are going to see that how one slicer could be connected with more than one pivot tables. Okay, so there is a simple trick behind this fact which is pretty easy to understand. So let's first see that how can we create a pivot table. So in order to create a pivot table, what you got to do is just go to your data source, insert, and then go to pivot table. Then a whole of this data source will be created. All you got to do is select a location on your existing worksheet, which could be anything like this, and then click on OK, and your sheet would be created, or your pivot table would be created with the pivot table fields. You go to select,
the rows or the data that you want to bring in. Like I want to bring in the names in the columns format. I want to bring in the date with the grouping of the years. So I'm just going to remove this quarters and order date of this years, and the units cost I want to bring in the values, and then I'm just going to close it. So this is my other pivot table where it is that how much purchasing has been done in which year by the person. Okay, so it is in a name wise fashion. Like if you want to know the value for Andrews, he purchased a total of $5.27 in both the years 2018 and 19. So this is the kind of the pivot table I've got. Now, out of this, this year's slicer could be applied to this table. So if I want to apply this slicer, then how can I apply it? One interesting thing is you could go to options and go to report connections, and there must be this pivot table where if you just check on it, then the connection for the slicer would be maintained with this pivot table. But none of this thing exists over here, so what can we do now? So the simple thing is that it is actually not the way of connecting the slicer with the pivot table. Actually, you do not need to create a new pivot table. What you got to do is just go to just select this active cell from the pivot table, go to Analyze tab, select entire pivot table and delete it. To make a pivot table connected with more than one slicer, you first got to go to that uh, original pivot table with which the slicer is connected. Now I'm talking about your slicer, so just delete this item slicer by enabling multi-select. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this item slicer. Then this your slicer is present, so this is the only slicer that I'm concerned with. Go to this table, make sure your active cell is inside the table, press Ctrl A, or you can go to the Analyze tab and select the entire pivot table, press Ctrl C to copy it, and at any other location just paste it like this. Okay, so now what we have done is we have got a copy of this table. Now if we just apply any kind of filtering through the slicers, then it is applicable on both of these tables. Now what you got to do is, if you don't want the exact copy of the table and you want to just modify it as per your choice, then how can you do it? You got to select this cell, go to the Analyze tab and go to Fields List. Now from here you can modify the pivot table very easily. Like instead of the columns, what I want is the names column. Instead of cost of items, I want units cost. So this was my table and now it's been created. Now you can close the fields list. Similarly, you can, instead of using this criteria, you can use any of the criteria of your choice. It's totally up to you. That means you can easily create a pivot table. Now if you want to see that whether this slicer is working with this pivot table or not, how can you do that? Simply click on 2018. You can see that 2018 for this table is changed and 2018 for this table has been changed as well. So this is a simple method of creating or associating one slicer with more than one tables. Now if you just click on this slicer and we try to view its properties, then just go to this options tab and here is this report connections. Then you can see that actually pivot table 2, which is this one, and this is pivot table 3, which is actually this table, are both created or associated with this slicer. Now what happens is, if you try and just remove one kind of a connection, if you just want to remove this pivot table 2 and you click on OK, then what happens is this slicer is now only connected with pivot table 3. So if you just apply any kind of filters, you can see it is only associated itself with pivot table 3 and now there is no connection with pivot table 2. The reason being, there is report connections property of this slicer. If you just turn it on for both the tables, then it would be associated with both the tables. And similarly, if you want to turn it off for table 3, pivot table 3, then it would be turned off as well. So that is about how you can connect your slicer with more than one pivot table, and there was a simple trick associated. Now instead of the slicer, if you want this table to be associated with some other kind of filtering criteria, then what can you do is insert a timeline. Now the timeline, as the name suggests, is only associated with the data That involves some time. Like if you have years, months or weeks or quarters or any kind of that data, time data, then only you can insert a timeline. So that is a condition for inserting the timeline. But whenever you have this kind of data, it is advisable to use a timeline instead of a slicer. Of course, you can use a slicer, but a timeline is more effective in that case. So let us see that how can we do that. It's simple. You got to select the cell inside the pivot table to which you want to apply the timeline, but make sure that some kind of numerical data or a time data is present. Like in this case, years are present and the months are present, which are time data. Then go to this Analyze tab. Here in the filter groups itself, you will find this Insert Timeline option. Now you can see that the only option it gives us is of months, because that is our time data. Okay, you can click on month and you can click on OK. When you do that, you can see that a timeline has been created. Now what data it has is from January 2018. You can say that's 2018 January up till it has it till 2019's December. Now I want to just filter the records to show the data of 2018 January till 2019 July. And as soon as I do that, you can see that only the selected records have been visible in this pivot table. Now this was about the months, but we have years as well. So if you just click on this drop down, you will find this years option as well. You can click on years. I don't want this data for 2018. I only want it for 2019. So you can see that only the data for the year 2019 is now visible. Similarly, instead of the years, you can also go with quarters, like quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. I want the data of quarter 3 of the year 2019. Okay, so I have filtered it using the quarters. So this was this July and September data that is visible. Similarly, if you want the data of quarter 1 for the year 2018, then you can see that it is done as well. Okay, so this is filtering through quarters. Similarly, if you want data on a days wise fashion, then there are these days. But since we have already applied the quarter filter, so it's showing the data of quarter 1 to quarter 2 of 2018. But you can see that these are all these other things also available. I mean, up till this, suppose you want to show only a single day's data, like I checked on 31st December 2019, then you can see that no data is shown because there is no such data present. Now, if I just go to my source data, it's 27 April 2019. That is the date present in our records. So if we just go to 27 April 2019 and I just clicked on that date, so the record for that date over here is now visible. So that is the advantage of using a timeline. You can apply filters using a single date. You can apply filters using the quarters. You can apply filters using months. You can apply filters using years. So that is the advantage of using a timeline over a slicer, especially for the date or the time data. Now if you want to customize this timeline, what you can do is just click on it, go to options tab, and here are all these customizing options that you can select any one of them as per your wish. Then you can go to report connections to see that with how many tables it is associated. And since what happened was our table pivot table 3 was just a copy of pivot table 2, that is why in this insert timeline we have an option of pivot table 2 as well. If you just check on it and click on OK, then you can see that this slicer is also connected with pivot table 2. So that is the advantage of using or copying the pivot tables. All the slicers or all the timelines that you apply on a table have an option of connecting with all the copies of the table that are already existing. So that is all in today's video about the slicer and the timeline.
In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we create the drop-down lists in Microsoft Excel. Apart from that, we are also going to see that how these drop-down lists are going to be dependent on one another. Okay, so what is basically the drop-down list? We all know that there is a list available which has different options, and based upon our choice we can select any one of those options, and there are even some lists in which we can select multiple options. So today we are going to see that how can we create drop-down lists which enable us to select a single item or a single choice is available to us. Then we are going to see that how can we create dependent drop-down lists. Now the concept of drop-down lists that are dependent on one another is pretty simple. It is exactly like when you go to some website or you are going to fill some form where you are asked to enter some data. Like if they ask that in which city you live, so first of all you gotta select from a list is in which country you live, and on the basis of that country that particular city is selected. Okay, so I have an example for you for better understanding. Here you can see that in your sheet we have two countries, India and USA. In India there is a list of these cities of India. These are these 5 cities, and similarly for USA these are these some cities that are available. Now what if I go to some website and I want to enter my country, and on the basis of that country I want to select my city. So I have created a drop down list over here. You can see this small arrow sign. This denotes that actually a drop down list is created over here. So we got to use it. So I just click on it and you can see there are two options of countries available, India and USA. So I'm going to select India. Then in the city block there is, if I just click on this drop down list, these are all the cities that I have in my database, that is this data for India. So I want to select my city, so I have selected this Mumbai. So this is a dependent drop down list. This city drop down list is actually completely dependent on the drop down list of country for the data. How you can understand it? If we just change the country name from India to USA, then you can see that the city name has also changed. Then now instead of these cities of India, we have these cities of USA which was present in our database, like Washington DC, New York, San Francisco, Texas, etc. So I just select New York and yes, that's valid. So this is actually the functionality of a dependent drop down list, and it comes in handy when you got to select the data based upon some criteria. So basically city is the list which we are mainly concerned with, and the criteria is this country list which is actually used to filter the records from the city. So this is what we are going to understand today, and we are going to create some kind of dependent drop down lists. So let's move to our practice sheet. Here we have some data. If we look closely at it, we have names of fruits, that is apple, mango, bananas. Similarly we have flowers, berries and vegetables. Now all these three directly contain some data, while as vegetables there is further bifurcation into leafy and roots. If we go for leafy, then there are 3 options available, which is the final data: spinach, coriander and mint. Similarly, as the roots are concerned, we have 3 final data: turnip, radish and carrot. So basically 3 lists are going to be created. One is for this bifurcation, this external bifurcation like fruits, flowers, berries, vegetables, etc. Then there would be another list which would help us to select this leafy or roots, and on the basis of that, from the second list we would be able to select spinach, coriander and mint. So total of 3 drop down lists have to be created. Let us understand its creation. So first of all, let us give it some kind of like names, like cat1, then I'm going to type cat2, and then I'm going to type in final. Alright, so in cat1 what we are going to have is this fruits, flowers, berries and vegetables. In cat2 we have apple, mango and bananas. That means the contents of these cat1. In the case of vegetables, it's going to be leafy or roots. So in the case of vegetables, we would be having that. In final, only for vegetables, we have this and this. Okay. So before the creation of the lists, one important thing that you got to keep in mind is all your data must be in the form of a named range. Now we have already covered the topic of named range in detail in our previous videos, but just for the revision purposes, I'm going to show it again, that how can you do with it, how can you go with it. You can just select them, the whole data like this. These 3 columns have equal kind of spaces, so I'm going to select them. Then go to this Formulas tab. Here you have create from selection and just select this top row and click on OK. Now if you just go to this box, we have fruits, flowers and berries. These three have been selected. Similarly for the vegetables, there is another option. You got to select them, go to this cell name tab and type in vegetables. Press enter. Yes, now if you just see it, berries, flowers, fruits, vegetables. India and USA are from the previous one. Similarly, we're going to create for leafy and roots as well. So just type in as leafy, enter for the roots. Select the data, type in roots, enter. Now, okay, all of them are created. You got to first cross check it. Perfect. Now what we are going to do is first come to cat1. Now we're going to create a list first of all. Then how can we create it? Simple, go to this data tab. Here is this option of data validation. You got to click on it. Okay. Now in the first tab, that is settings, you got to select allow list. So this is a list would be created and it asks for a source. So in our cat1, all these headings are going to be our source. So just select these 4 headings simply and click on OK. Now you see this list is created. If you just click on it, these 4 headings are available. If you select just any one of them, then no change happens over here. The reason being that actually no list exists now for cat2. So let's create a list for cat2. Just select this cell, go to data validation and again select a list. That's the simple procedure. Then go to source. Now instead of selecting the source data, we have to select the criteria which is present in cat1, because whatever the criteria would be selected in cat1, the result of cat2 would be changed according to that. So for that we have to use a formula. Now what is this formula? All you got to do is press an equal sign, because we know that all formulas in Excel start with an equal sign. Then type in a function known as indirect. Okay, then open the parenthesis and just select this cell M10. This is going to be a criteria, that's why we have selected this cell, and then you can close the parenthesis. This indirect function tells Microsoft Excel that actually whatever that is given over here is the name of the named range from which you got to take the data. That is why we have created the named range previously, and its name was exactly like the name of the headings. So if you just click on OK, then you can see that this list is created, and since vegetables was selected, we have 2 options, leafy and roots. Similarly, if you just select some other things like fruits, then there would be options like apple, mango and bananas. So we can just go with it, vegetables, and here would be leafy and roots available. Similarly for the final also, we got to create a list. Now the criteria would be this cell, that is N10. So go to data validation and here you got to select allow list. The source is going to be again the indirect function. Open the parenthesis, this is going to be a criteria, close the parenthesis and press OK. So yep, if you just select on leafy, spinach, coriander, mint. If you select on roots, then turnip, radish and carrot. So that is how you can create dependent drop down lists. And as you can see, it is pretty simple to create and it can be used in almost every place there wherever there is some kind of category bifurcation and there is some criteria. So that is all about dependent drop down lists.
Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we would be seeing that how can we create summary report in Microsoft Excel. So summary report, first of all let us understand that what it is actually. So it is basically a kind of report as the name suggests. And what is this type of report? It is a report that tells us that how much sales was done. Suppose we are constructing it for a sales table. So it would tell us that how much sales was done, the total amount of the sales, and for that particular item how many times that item was sold and its average. Okay, so these are the three basic things that are taken into consideration while constructing a summary report. So let us understand it in a better way with the help of an example. Here in front of your screens, you all could have seen these two reports. These are actually the summary report tables. So here in this first column, if you see, then this is the items which are taken from this table. So this table is actually a data source, and the items here have been taken as the reference. Then there is the sum of sales, which tells us that for that particular item how much sales were done. For example, for binder, this amount of sales was done. A total sales of this much amount for binder was done. How many invoices or how many times this binder was sold? This binder was sold around 10 times, and this means that the average amount of sale of a binder was this much. So these three criteria are important while preparing a summary report for any table. Now here in this table, you can see that we can create a summary report based on three criteria. Now what are these criteria? It could be on the basis of order date, that on which date how much sales was done, and all these three criteria. On the basis of name, that which customer purchased how much items, its count and its average. And third, on the basis of items. So we have done it for the items, and I will show you in an example how can we do it with the help of names. So this is about summary report, and there are two ways to create a summary report in Microsoft Excel. What are these two ways? One is through a pivot table, that is a simple way, and the other is somewhat lengthy way, but it is used if you have no knowledge of the pivot table or if there are some constraints. Okay. So here this first table is actually constructed with the help of the pivot table, as you can see, and this table is constructed without the usage of the pivot table. So we have used the SUMIF, COUNTIF and the averagef functions over here, but here we do not need to use it. We have used the pivot table over here. So let's see that how can we create it. So if we just go to this different sheet, here we have the same database, same table we have, and in the previous one we did it with the help of the items. So this time we are going to construct it or classify it on the basis of names. So first of all, I'm going to show you that how can you do or prepare a summary report with the help of a pivot table. First of all, what you got to do for that purpose is create a pivot table. Now how can you create a pivot table? We all know. Just bring your active cell inside the data source, go to insert, click on pivot table, your whole data range would be selected. You want to cross check once for error free things, then go to existing worksheet and select any cell and then click on OK. Now from this, for the rows, what we are going to select is name for the rows over here. Then for the values, what we are going to select is the total. So the first thing is going to be the sum of the total. Now this is the first thing that's going to be there. We all know that. The next thing is, since this total is in a currency format, we've got to change its format. So for changing the format of a field in the pivot table, what you got to do is just click on it. Here you will find this value field settings. You can just go to it, and there is this custom name which is actually sum of total, which I'm going to go with it only. But if you want to change it to anything else, you can change it to anything that you want. Then you can go to number format. In the number format, there is this currency option. You can go to it and change its currency to anything that you want. I'm going with 0 decimal places, and the symbol I'm using is a dollar, but it's totally up to you. You can select the different symbols from here as per your wish, but I'm going with the dollar symbol. Then click on OK and again on OK. So you can see that the applied formatting. Now after the sum, what do we want is a count of the totals. So for that, what you got to do is just drag this total once again into this values field. It will again give you sum of total, but we've got to change it to something else, that is count. So how can we do that? Similarly as the previous one, go to value field settings by clicking on it. Here you can see these are the different functions which have been used. Now previously we used sum, which was the default value itself. So this time we are going to use count. Similarly, you can use average, max, min, product and all these functions from the list. Okay, so I'm going to go with count. and I'm going to name it as count of total. That's it, not 2. And you can click on OK. So you can see the count is there, and we're not going to apply any formatting to it because it's simply a number. Then again drag sum of total, just click on it, go to value field settings, and this time click on average. Change its name as average of total, go to number format and change it to currency with 0 decimals and a dollar symbol. Then click on OK and again OK, and that's it. Your pivot table summary report has been created. That was pretty simple to create, and yes, that's it. Okay, now what if you do not want to use pivot table? Then how can you create a summary report? So first of all, you got to select the item or the column name with which you want a criteria for that. So you got to select this whole column name, then press Ctrl Shift F3 from your keyboard. This will bring you this dialog box, and make sure this top row is selected. We are creating a named range over here actually, and then click on OK. So you can see that a name, this thing is created. Okay, then what we're going to do is just go to this place, and in the data tab, go to this advanced filter setting. Then you want to select this list range. So for that, just select this whole column like this, and make sure the unique records only is checked, and then you got to check this copy to another location and select this location. This will help us to find out the unique names from this name column, and then click on OK. So you can see that these names that are unique have been created over here. Then what we want is sum of them. So just go to sum, just type in sum. You can just go to format painter and format its paint like this. Then what we're going to do is make use of the sumif function for here. Okay, so how can you do that is just type in the formula for the sumif function. Now we already know the formula, that is press an equal sign, write sum if, then open the parenthesis. What is the range? Name is actually our range, so you got to press name, tab, then put a comma. The criteria is which is going to be presented from this particular cell. That means whenever this name is equal to Andrews, then we want the sum. Of which thing we want the sum? We want the sum for total. So you got to select this whole total like this. Okay, and then you can just close the parenthesis and press enter. So you can see that 298.65 is what we have got, and if we just cross check it with this value, then it is 299 because we haven't included any decimals in the previous one. So let's format it according to that. In the home tab, you can see that here in the number group there is this decrease decimal option. If you just decrease it to 0 and apply this dollar symbol, or you can just go and apply this currency format and then decrease the number of decimals to 0, then you can see that it has actually been exactly equal to the data that we have created from our pivot table. Okay, now the next thing is the count. So for that purpose, you can also use the counted function. So simply just type in countif. The range is going to be name, put a tab, and the criteria is going to be this Andrews. Close the parenthesis, press enter. That's 3, exactly equal to this, and then we got to get the average. Press enter, and average formula is sum divided by count, or you can just go with this whole average formula. So that's the average we've got, and you can just drag this formula to everything over here, and it would be applicable like this. Okay, now if you want, you can also just go to format painter and apply the formatting to these things as well, and then you can also apply this all borders for a cleaner look. So that is how you can create these tables, summary reports, using two methods. One is using the pivot table and one is using normal operations. So that is all.
Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we connect slicers with charts in Microsoft Excel. Now from our previous videos, you all must have already known that what is a slicer. So I'm going to reiterate it once again. A slicer is a thing that helps you to filter the data of a table. Now we have already seen from our previous videos that how can we connect slicers to pivot tables. So we know that pivot tables have dynamic data, so using the slicers we can show the data that matches a particular filtering criteria in a very interactive way. Now in the same section we are going to see that how slicers can be applied over charts in Microsoft Excel. Now the reason being that charts are usually used for presentations purposes, and whenever you are doing any presentation, then we already know that to apply filters in the chart you got to follow some steps which could be lengthy and it does not looks good in a presentation. So that is why we have an option of going with slicers for the charts as well. So how is this going to be implemented? That is what we are going to see in today's video. So let's start with it. In front of our screens you all can see that there is this data present, and in this data there is all these months from January to December, and then there is some amount written in dollars. So what it is exactly is the sales amount or the amount of the sales done over the 12 months. So first of all, it is provided with some kind of header like months and sales. Now once our data is ready, what we got to do is create a slicer for this table. So creating a slicer for this table is like, if you just click on this table, you just select this table and then you see then there is no design tab, so you cannot create a slicer for it. So how do we do that? So for this, one thing that is needed is you got to convert it into a table. So I have just converted it into a table like this. Yes, so you can see that as soon as I did that, this design tab is present, and now I can perform each and every option of the design tab that was available in the pivot table, but it is slightly different. So I'm going to cover it in the next video, that what is the significance of a table. But as of now we are going to see that how can we create slicers for it. So yeah, once you have created your table out of the data, then what you got to do is go to your design tab, then go to this insert slicer option. Now from here you have the option of insert slicers of 2 columns, because we have only 2 columns in the table. So you can select any option, like I want to insert a sales slicer, so I have clicked on sales. And now if I just click on, you say any data like $100, so there is only one option of $100, $30 and like this. So I can apply the slicer and I can clear its filter. So that's about how you can create a slicer for the table. But I'm just going to delete the slicer. Now I want to create a slicer for a chart. So what we're going to do is first create a chart from this table, because for chart a table is required. So we are going to create a chart out of this table. Now we all know that how can we create charts of the tables. So first is the shortcut method, then you can go to this insert tab, or you can just select this whole table and press Ctrl Q. Sorry, yeah, you can press Ctrl Q for this option and you can get these charts option. So I'm going to go with a clustered chart this time. Okay, so yeah, my chart is created, but how can I insert a slicer? If I go to the design tab, there is no option of inserting a slicer, and I am in a presentation where I want to show only the specific data like of the month January. Then how will I show it? I can go to this filters option and then uncheck it and only check on January, select on January, so the data of the month of January would be visible then. Okay, but that's not what I want. I do not want to follow all these steps. What I want to do is I want a quick method. So for that I'm going to insert a slicer. So again we know that the slicers can only be inserted for the tables, so we are going to do that as only. Just select a column, go to the design tab and insert the slicer. This time we are going to insert the slicer for months column. So just click on it and click OK. So you can see that the slicer for months is created. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit for a better view. Yes, now if we just click on the month January, just extend it a little bit, then you can see only the data of this January month is visible in the chart. If you want to show multiple options, then you can enable multi-select from here. You can press the Alt S for the shortcut key, or you can just right click and go to multi-select months from here as well to select multiple months as at once. Now what I want to show is the comparative analysis of the data of 3 months. Okay, so yeah, January, February and March, that's what I have selected, and January, February, March data is visible on the table, and this January, February and March data is available in my chart. So using this slicer, now I have connected my chart, and now I can just use this slicer to filter the data what is shown in my chart. So that is how you can connect a slicer with a chart. But this time what it is happening is this slicer is connected only to a single chart. Now in our previous videos we already know that a slicer can be connected to multiple pivot tables. So the question arises that is it possible that we can connect this slicer to multiple charts? And the answer is yes, we can connect one slicer to multiple charts also. So how can we go with it? Let's see. First of all, I'm going to just clear the filters so that all of this data is visible. Then again just select this whole table and just go to this charts option for quick analysis. This time I'm going to enter a line chart. Okay, and I'm going to place it in the right of this slicer. Yes, now both these charts are visible. Okay, yeah, perfect. Now what if I apply some filters, like I only want to show the data of the month January. Now you can see the difference. In the clustered chart, this data is visible only for January, but in the line chart it's not visible. It is not because this chart is not connected with the slicer, it is actually connected, but for the line chart to be visible we need at least 2 points. So enable this multi-select and select 2 options like January and February. So you can see that the line is now constructed, and the line chart is also following the rules of the slicer. Now this means we have connected more than one chart, that is exactly 2 charts with the slicer. But actually what we have done over here is we have connected the slicer with this table, and that is allowed in Microsoft Excel, but constructing or associating a chart with a slicer is not allowed in Microsoft Excel. So what we have done is we have associated our slicer with this table, and out of this table we have created 2 charts. One is this chart, which is a clustered column chart, and then we have created this second line chart. Now after these charts have been created, we can filter the data using this slicer for this table. Actually we are filtering the data of this table, and since these charts are linked with this data, so they are changing dynamically because they have active links with the table. Now if you just make any changes in the slicer, or if you apply any of the filters, then you can see that exactly what it is happening with these charts. So this is how you can connect the slicer with multiple charts. And one other thing, if you just click on the slicer and go to this options tab, then you can see this report connections thing is disabled. The reason being, we are only allowed to connect a slicer with a table, but here actually this slicer is indirectly connected with these 2 charts. So this option is disabled because Microsoft Excel is not understanding that what is happening with the slicer. It is not able to understand that what connections this slicer has. So that is why this option is disabled. But still there are all these options which you can access, like you can increase the column number, you can increase the height of the columns, decrease it. You can manage the width of the columns, you can manage the height and width of the slicer as well, like this. You can change its caption. Suppose instead of months I want time, and you can see that its header has been changed to time. So all these settings you can change, but report connections option is disabled. So that is how you can connect your slicer with charts and with multiple charts in Microsoft Excel. That's all for this video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that what is the difference between the table and a range of cells in Microsoft Excel. So in the previous video, we have already seen that what is the benefit of creating a table in Microsoft Excel and what advantages it gives us. Now, up till now, what have we been doing? We just entered some data, we provided it with a header, then we added some formatting, and that was used to be treated as our table. But that is not a table, it is exactly a range of data. Why is it called a range? Because if we just select it, you can see this is some data that exactly follows all those constraints that we were doing up till now. And if you just select over it, then you can see that we have got a range of cells in it. That is the first cell address and the last cell address. That's how it is used to associate, but actually it is a table. So first of all, I'm just going to convert it to a range. Yes, so now it is a range, and you can see that it would be referred by A1 to F7. This is what this name is, but it is not a table. Now what is the advantage of a table? We already know from our previous video that if anything is a table, then it has got a design tab, and using design tab we can do tons of operations over the table similar to those which we were doing with the pivot tables. So how can we create a table out of the data range that is given to us? The option is pretty simple. All you got to do is just select some cell which is inside your data range, then press Ctrl A. Now once you do that, you got to see that whether your whole data range is selected or not. Yes, my whole data range is selected. Then what you got to do is just press Ctrl T from your keyboard. That is the shortcut for create table. When you do that, you will be asked that where is the data for your table, which is actually the data range, so which we have already selected, and it would be highlighted with these dancing arrows, you can see. So you got to cross check once again if you want. Then make sure to check this option that my table has headers option, to make sure that these headers are actually treated as column headings, and then click on OK. Now once you do that, you can see that you have got a design tab for yourself. This table has okay, so if you just go to this design tab, then you can see that this table is having a name as table 1, and here are all these filtering options available. So if you just resize it, now you can see it more clearly that all these filtering options are available. If you want to filter it by name, if you want to sort it just by the names like this, then it is also available. If you only want to show Harvard and Morgan's data, you can click on OK, and you can see that only Harvard and Morgan's data is now visible. So actually I'm going to clear the filters. Yes, and there is this predefined formatting also that is being applied, which you can of course change later. So that is a table, and if you want to recognize this table, then how can you recognize it? If you just go to this tab, here is this option of table 1. If you click on it, you can see that this whole table is now highlighted. Now there is another advantage of this. If you are in some other sheet, suppose I am in sheet 5, in this column I'm doing some work, and suddenly I realize that I need to get to table 1. I know the name of my table, that is table 1, and I want to go to it. Then I can just go to it right here, select this table 1, and you are present again into table 1. So that is the advantage of creating a table. Now another advantage is, what if you want to add a single column, or you want to add multiple columns to this already existing table? Then how can you do that? You can scroll to the bottom of your table, then here you can see this is this option. You can extend it, and you can see that these columns have been added. Similarly, to add multiple rows, you can extend it towards the downside, and you can see that these rows have been added. Now if you want, you can enter the data in these rows, and if you want, you can also create a column. enter some data in the column, you can see that it's created by the heading column. So you can, if you want, resize it back like this and like this, or you can just simply press Ctrl Z and Ctrl Z like this. Okay, now this is the advantage of tables. Now let us go with the design tab and see what all we can do with it. So here is our design tab. First option is resize table. Now what is this option? If you go to it, then whole of your table is selected. Now if I select that I do not want to show order date, or I do not want to include order date in my table, then what can I do is just actually change its data range like this, leaving this order date column. I have changed my data range from the order date column, but one thing is to be noted, that you must include the table headers. So I have included all these headers and then click on OK. Then you can see that from the order date, all these filters option have been removed, and if you just click on anything in this order dates option, then your design tab is not visible anymore. But if you click on this, then this design tab is visible, means this is a part of the table, and order date is no longer part of the table. Similarly, if you just click on this table one, then you can see that order date is not highlighted, means it is not a part of table 1. So I'm just going to press Ctrl Z, and again order date is now a part of table 1. So that is how you can resize a pivot table, a table. Then going to the design tab, we have some other options. So we are going to table style options. We are going to understand it, as it is pretty simple. First is the header row. If we have selected it, then this is the row that has been connected or concerned as a header. So if you just uncheck it, then it has gone, but if you check it, it becomes visible once again. Similarly, if there is a totals row, you want to add a totals row, you can just check on it, and you can see that this totals row has been added for this totals column. Okay, but if you don't want to include it, you can just uncheck it or toggle it. Similarly, there is an option of banded rows, which you can check or uncheck like this. Okay, then there is an option of first column. So this is what it is doing. It highlights the first column simply. Then it can also highlight this last column options. We have this banded columns option like this. We can choose it. Then there is filter button. If you do not want to show the filter button, then you can uncheck it from here. If you want to show it, you can bring it from here. So that is how you can play with tables and apply all these options in Microsoft Excel. So the next thing arises is what if you want to change its formatting? You can go to this styles option, and all these formattings are available. So you can apply any of these formattings that you want, that you like. So I'm going to go with this blue formatting. I really like it. Now the formatting is applied. The next thing is let's come to this tools tab. Here what we have is summarize with pivot table option, which is nothing but an extension of the pivot table which we were creating up till now. So this table 1 is selected as the range, and if you want to select a table in the existing worksheet, then click on any location, click on OK, and from the order rows and items, I want to create a pivot table. So you can see that for each year the count of the items is visible, and that's simply to create a pivot table out of this table. Then again, if you go to the design tab, then there is this option of remove duplicates. How does it works? If you see all these records with gold color, these are actually duplicated records. Okay, Jill purchase binder 46 units, each cost is this, total is this. So these are these duplicate records, and similar is with Harvard records. So what we are going to do is just click on this remove duplicates option. Then you can select all these options and make sure that the select all option is checked, because it will remove all the values from all these columns. Okay, and make sure you also check this my data has headers, and once you click on OK, you will get this kind of option: 8 duplicate values found and removed, 28 unique values remain. You can see now only they have one thing, one record for Jill and one record for Harvard's binder as well. So that's how you can remove it to duplicates. Now that's all these things you can do with a table. But what if you want to convert it back to a range of cells? Then how can you go with it? In the design tab only, there is this option given, convert to range. If you just click on it, then it will ask you, do you want to convert the table to a normal range? Select yes, and it has now converted to a normal range. To check it, you can just see that there is no table 1 present over here. So that is about all those things that you can do with a table in Microsoft Excel. And with this, you have also understood that what is actually the advantage of creating a table in Microsoft Excel. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we insert or link various documents with a Microsoft Excel sheet. Now you all must have encountered a situation where you are asked to link your various objects into Microsoft Excel sheets. So that is exactly what we are going to see in today's video. So let's start. From our previous video, we already know that there is one option through which we can link our predefined documents into the Microsoft Excel sheet, and that is through hyperlinks. So how can you insert hyperlinks? You can insert it only if the textual data is present. So that was the limitation, the textual data must be present. Suppose I have some textual data over here, that is doc, and I want to insert link. So you got to go to your insert tab, and there is this hyperlink option. Once you click on it, you can select any of the files that you want. You can select your folder, and then you can go or select with any of the files that you want. Like I want to insert this Adobe Acrobat document, and I click on OK. So now this Adobe Acrobat document is actually linked with my doc. So if I click on it, then yes, this Adobe Acrobat document has been opened. Now I just close it for a while. So that was the limitation. What you got to do was you got to just link it. Firstly, the presence of the textual data was important. Then the link was shown externally, and there was no document actually shown, but its link was shown. So you got to go to that place, and then the link was opened. So that was a lengthy procedure, but now we have some other options through which we can insert these different kinds of objects directly into Microsoft Excel sheet, and that is through objects option. So for that we do not need any text, and that is the major change that we got from the hyperlink. So how can we do that? You got to select some cell, go to the insert tab, then in the text group you will find this option of object. Once you click on it, you will find this kind of a dialog box in front of you, and this dialog box has two options. You can create new, or you can create an object from file. Create object from file means if you have some kind of a pre-existing object, then you can just check it, or you can just connect it with your Microsoft Excel. And create new means you got to create a new object from scratch. Now the question arises that what kind of objects can I connect with Microsoft Excel? So once you go to file, all you can do is just select a file name through this browse button. But what if you want to check that whether it is valid or not? Suppose I want to connect an Adobe Acrobat document, then you can come to this create new tab, and there is this object type. So all these objects that are present over here are actually supported by Microsoft Excel, and the reason being it is all part of the Microsoft community. So all these types of the documents are supported, like WordPad you can connect PowerPoint, you can create a Word document, you can also create like a bitmap image, you can create a Photoshop image, Illustrator artwork can also be created. You can also create or connect an Adobe Acrobat document. So it is advisable that you first got to check that whether the document that you want to connect is actually supported by Microsoft Excel or not. So I have checked that yes, my Adobe Acrobat document is actually supported. So I go to create from file, and then I click on this browse tab. So this is my target document. I click on it and click on insert. Then you have two options, link to file and display as icon. Now what do these do? If you just check on this link to file option, then what you will get is an exact copy of your document in your Excel sheet. And I am just going to go with it and just click on OK. Then it may take some time. So now you can see that we followed this link to file option, and using that, this is a copy of the document that is actually available over here. So now you can directly read this document from here. But there is another option that we had over there, which was, if you just go to this object again, go to create from file and choose the file. So I'm just going to choose the same document, and now I'm going to insert it in the form of display as icon. So if I click on it, then again, similar to link, it would be shown, but the drawback of adding a text is removed, and now you gotta show an icon. If you want, you can go to this change icon options, and since there is no other alternative for Adobe Acrobat, so no icons are available, but if there are other options, then these icons are visible. Once you click on OK, you can see this kind of icon is created, and if you click on it to follow the link, then here our document has been opened. Okay, so that is how you can create an object that is already existing on your PC with Microsoft Excel. Now I'm creating a new sheet, and here what we are going to do is we are going to link a new document. So that document is actually not present in our PC, but we are going to create a new document. So from this we have to go to this create new tab, and here we can select our type of the document that we want to create. I'm going to create this PowerPoint presentation, and if I click on this display as icon option, then there is this change icon, and in this there are these different kinds of icons available. If you want, you can just select any of the icons. So I'm going to go with this icon, I really like it, and just click on OK. And if you read its description, inserts a new Microsoft PowerPoint presentation object into your document as an icon, and you can click on OK. Then you can see that a new PowerPoint has opened, but if you look clearly at its title, it's presentation in tables versus range in Excel. That was the name of our Excel sheet, and that is displayed as an icon. So it is here where it takes us. Now what happens if I just go to this object and I want to insert another PowerPoint presentation, actually a slide, and I do not want to display as an icon, and I click on OK. Then when I do that, you can see my Excel has somewhat changed to my PowerPoint itself. You can see these all tabs are of PowerPoint, and this is the slide. So if I want, I can make any changes to my slide, like I just change it to sample object. So this is what I want, and I'm just going to delete it. This is my slide. Now what if I want to come back to my Excel? Then how can I do that? All you got to do is click anywhere else, and you are out of your PowerPoint and you are back on your Excel. Similarly, if you just double click once again onto your slide, then you are back into PowerPoint, and you can make any of the changes into the slide as you want. You can make it bold, italic, you can change its color, and anything basically that you like, you can do it. But once you click over any of the cells that is outside the slide, then you are back in your Excel. So that is how you can insert PowerPoint objects in Microsoft Excel. But what if you want to insert an object of any other type? Then you can insert it of any other type, but make sure it is of the same type that has been listed over here. So it is advised to always check in, as I have already told you. Now I want to insert this Microsoft Word document, so I'm just going to go with it, and you can see that now my Excel has actually changed to Microsoft Word, and this is the page that we have got, and I can just type here anything like sample document, like this. Okay, and I can just change its formatting like this to anything that I want. I can increase its size, I can change its color, everything and anything that you want. Also I can increase its size so that more things are visible. Now you must have noticed that my Excel has now changed to Word. If you want to switch it back, you gotta click anywhere outside of this, and simply you can just single click over here and change it position as well. But if you just double click, then again it comes into the Word inside Microsoft Excel. So that is because all these are actually part of the Microsoft Excel community and all are actually interlinked with one another. That's all for this video. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see that how can we insert some of the objects in Microsoft Excel. Now we already have seen about the hyperlinks, and we know that how can we insert hyperlinks over the data in Microsoft Excel. And what is the usage of these hyperlinks? These hyperlinks can be used to take us to that particular location. Now we have already covered that topic in detail in the previous video, so I'm not going to cover it up in detail again, but I'm going to show you a small sample. Suppose I just type here some data or some text like link, and then I press Ctrl K, which is its shortcut, or I can go to insert and then click on hyperlink. Then my data could be linked over here. So for that I have a path over here. So this is my path and I want to link it with some data. Like I want to insert this video over here and I click on OK. So you can see this video is inserted, and if I just click over here, then this video will start playing over here. Okay, but what is its requirements? The text must be present, only then the data would be linked. If there is no text present, then at least a picture must be present for the data to be linked. But what if we do not want such kind of constraints? We just want to link the object, and without performing an action we want to see that object. Then how can we do that? So for that we have an option of inserting an object in Microsoft Excel. Now what are these objects? These objects could be anything ranging from Adobe Acrobat documents, Microsoft Word documents, Microsoft PowerPoint presentations, to anything else. We have a list of these documents which could be inserted, which of course you do not need to memorize, cause Microsoft Excel has given us a very easy interface for that purpose. All you got to do is come back to your insert tab, and here in the text group you will find this object option. So if you click on it, this kind of a dialog box will open in front of you. But before that, let's read that what it says. Embedded objects are documents or other files you have inserted into this document. Instead of having separate files, sometimes it's easier to keep them all embedded in a document. So that is the reason why we have an option of inserting objects, so that we can have the collection of documents into our single Excel sheet. So let's start with it. Here are two options. You can either create a new object or you can create an object from file. This means you can either create a new object for yourself, or you can associate or attach an object that has already been created. So first of all, let's see create from file option. There is this browse button. If you click on it, then you are required to select something. So let me select this is my Adobe Acrobat document, which is simply a PDF, and I click on insert. Then there are two options, link to file or display as icon. If I click on link to file and click on OK, then what happens is, you can see sometimes it takes some time, and here it is. The copy of the document is present as it is into my Excel sheet. If I want to look at that particular document, I do not have to follow the link. I do not need to go to that thing. I do not want any text or any image to be present. All I simply got to do is just open my Excel sheet and I can read this whole document like here. So that is the advantage of inserting an object. Now this is pre-existing object. We have another variation of pre-existing object. Let's see that. I again go to object, create from file, go to browse, and this is the same document that I'm inserting, but this time I'm going to check on this display as icon option. Now what will it do, that instead of creating a copy of this document, it would display it as an icon with its name like this. And what is its advantage? Suppose you have opened your Excel sheet and you do not want instantaneously to your document to be shown to the viewer, but you want like you are in a presentation, then you want the document to be shown only when you click on it. Then in that case, this thing would work miracles for you. You can change its icon as well, but since Adobe PDF has no alternative icons, you cannot choose anything else, and you can click on OK. And after some time you can see that this has been created in front of you. You can just actually click on it and you will see that yes, my Adobe PDF document has been opened over here in a separate window. Okay, so that was about how you can work with the objects that are already existing in your PC. But what if you want to create a new document from scratch? Then how can you do that? So I'm going to actually delete them both right now. And for deleting, all you got to do is select them and press the delete key, simple. Then again go to object, and this time we are going to create a new object. So how can you go with that? You got to click on this create new tab, and in this create new tab you have a list of all these documents that are acceptable in Microsoft Excel. Now if you want to go with create from file option and want to check that whether the document that you are trying to associate is valid in Microsoft Excel or not, then you can just go to this create new tab and check it from the object type, that whether that object type is present over here or not. I associated Adobe Acrobat document and it was present in my object type, so yes, I was able to associate it. So first of all, it's advisable that you gotta check with this list. Now what I'm going to do is create a new document. So these are these documents that I am able to create a new document with. So this time I'm going to create a simple Word document. Okay, so I'm going to click on this Microsoft Word document and I'm just going to click display as icon. When I click on that, I have got this change icon option, and if I click on this, you can see these are these different icons available, out of which I can choose anything as per my wish. So I have chosen this kind of icon, actually this one, I like it, and it asks me for a caption, which I'm going to go with as it is, and I can click on OK and again OK. Now when I do that, what will happen is you can see that it has opened a new Word document, but it is not actually a independent Word document. It is a Word document that is existing inside the Excel sheet. How can you check that? You can see its caption, document in book 2. Now book 2 was the name of our Microsoft Excel workbook. You can make any changes to it. Suppose I have added some text like this. This is some random text that I have added, and I can just press Ctrl S to save it. It has been saved. It has not asked me the location because it already exists inside my Excel sheet. And if I go to my Excel sheet, then you can see it is present as an icon. If I just click on it, then again it points me to this document. If I close it, I come back to my Excel sheet. Now since I have displayed it as icon, so I'm getting this option of displaying it in a separate window. My Word document is visible in a separate window. But what if I go to object and create a new Word document again, and now I am not checking this display as icon option and I am clicking on OK. Then what happens is Microsoft Word opens itself inside Microsoft Excel. You can see this is the Excel sheet, but the layout that I'm getting, this blue layout, is of Microsoft Word. And you can see this is a kind of a small text box that I have got, which is actually of Microsoft Word, and I can type anything over here. So this time I'm inside Microsoft Word, but as I click on anything that is part of Microsoft Excel. In this sheet, I come back to Microsoft Excel. So this platform independency is possible because both of these things are actually products of Microsoft Office package. Similarly, other Microsoft Office documents also are possible like this. Suppose I click on a presentation. I want to create a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. I click on OK, and I have not chosen display as icon. So what I get is a window of Microsoft Office presentation. Now I can make any changes, like I type here slide. So I'm inside the slide just now. If I click on anything inside Microsoft Excel, then I come back to my Microsoft Excel document and I can adjust its position as well. So that is how you can insert objects in Microsoft Excel. The advantage being that you do not have to insert some kind of text, you do not have to follow the steps to insert a link, you do not have to click on it. You can just view them right now. You can see the document, you can see the Word document, you can see the PowerPoint document as well. So that is all about inserting objects in Microsoft Excel. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see the different shortcuts that are associated with the control keys in Microsoft Excel. Now, throughout our video tutorials that we have covered up till now, we have taken a look at various actions, and also I have told you about the various shortcut keys that could be substituted for them to make your tasks easy and reduce your time. But now onwards, we are going to cover some videos in which we are going to just talk about these shortcuts and what is their usage. So in today's video, I'm going to cover the control shortcuts from the keys A to Z. That means Control A, Control B up to Control Z. There are 26 letters in the English alphabet, but there are 24 shortcuts of these control keys available to us, as Control J and Control M have no shortcuts. So let us start. First of all is Control A, which is used for select all. If your active cell is inside the Excel sheet like this and you press Control A, then whole of your sheet would be selected. But if there is a particular table, like this is my table and I have my active cell inside this table, now if I press Control A, then only this table would be selected. Next we have Control B, which is used to make any text bold, like I have written text over here. So if I just press Control B, while the focus is on that particular cell, the text becomes bold, and similarly if I again press Control B, the text becomes back to normal. Control C is for copy. I have my existing cell, so I press Control C. This means the text has been copied, and you can see with these dancing arrows. If you want to confirm, you can just go to here, the top left corner in the clipboard, and you can see text is written in the clipboard, which means that yes, we have text in the clipboard, and if we just press Control V, it would be pasted any number of times that we want, simply. Then we have Control D for fill down. Now you all are familiar with the concept of custom lists. If we type here Jan and I just extend it, then all the months would be filled, which is due to the concept of the custom lists. But what if we do not want these months? We want Jan to be filled in all. Then we have to use this Control D option for fill down. So suppose I write Jan again here, and then I select all these cells up to which I want to fill, and then press Control D. Then you can see all of them are filled with Jan. Then we have Control E for flash fill. Now we all know what is flash fill. So suppose I have the days of the week written here from Monday till Sunday. Now I want to extract the first 3 letters. So I give it a pattern like MON for Monday, and similarly I want for all these days. So I gotta select this and press Control E. Then this will flash fill with the pattern that has been given to it with all these things. So that was a shortcut of Control E. Then we have control F for find. If we just press control F and we want to find something, suppose I type in Jan and I click on find next, then you can see all these occurrences of Jan are highlighted one by one. But if you click on find all, then you will see that there is this list given with the book name, sheet name and the cell number where the value could be found, and it will also give you the total occurrences of that particular word. Here are 13. Similarly, we have control G for go to. If you are in any particular cell, right now I am in K16 and I want to go to G7. So I press control G and I will type the name of the cell, that is G7, and I click on OK. Then you can see my cursor moved to G7. Then we have control H for replace, like in Jan. Like in find, we are having replacement. Suppose instead of Jan, I want to type say January. And I can click on find next to find out that particular occurrence that I want to replace, or I can click on find all and click on that particular occurrence I want to replace I7. I click on replace and one occurrence is replaced. Otherwise, if I clicked on replace all, then all the occurrences would have been replaced. Then we have control I for italics. If there is a particular cell focused and you press control I, then its contents would become italics. Control J has no shortcut. Control K is used to insert a hyperlink. Suppose we have this text and I press control K, then it would ask me to insert a hyperlink, which we have already covered in detail, but it is shortcut. So if I just click over here, that video would be played that I have associated. Then control L is used to insert a table. Suppose I have selected this data range and I press control L, then it asks me that whether this is the data that you want for your table. I click on OK and you can see that my table has been created. And I can just press control Z for undo just now. Then control M has no shortcut again. Control N is used to open a new workbook. I just press control N and you can see book 1 is a new workbook that has been opened. So I come back to my original workbook. Then control O is used to open an existing workbook that is already present in your system. So I just press control O and you can see I have a list of these workbooks which I can open. Suppose I open this workbook, that is slicers and charts. So you can see that I have opened a workbook using control O. Now control P is used to print the existing workbook. If I just press control P, then you can see that we have got this print menu which already has been covered in detail, but you can manipulate all these things as per your wish, and it has been divided into 2 pages. The content of our sheet has been divided into 2 pages and we can print it from here, and you can see the page breaks are also available right now. Then we have control Q, which is used for the quick analysis tab. Now what is this? If your data is selected like this and you press control Q, then this quick analysis tab will open, and using this tab you can insert totals, you can insert tables, you can insert charts, you can insert sparklines, you can apply formatting and so on. Then we have control R, that is used to fill right. Now this is similar to what we had done in fill down. Suppose we have Monday written over here, and if we just extend it like this, okay, like this, so it would just fill it according to the custom list. But what if we do not want that? So what we are going to do is actually just select the cells up to which we want filling and press Ctrl R for right fill, and all these things would be filled to the right like this. Similarly, for a set of data, you can also click like this and press Ctrl R, and all of them would be filled like this. Like for Tuesday, all are filled right, for Wednesday, all are filled right, and so on. Okay, so that was Ctrl R. Then we have Ctrl S, that is used to save. I have made some changes in my workbook and I press Ctrl S, so it would be saved, but nothing is visible. So let's go to some new workbook. This was my new workbook and I just press Ctrl S. So it will take me to save as, where I can browse for a place and I can save it over there. So I'm not going to save it right now, but that's how it works. Then we have control T, which is again used to insert a table, like control L. You can select the table, press control T and click on OK, and the table would be created. Control U is used to underline a particular word, like this. You can see it's been underlined right now. Control V is used to paste the text, which we have already covered. Control W is used to close a workbook. If you just go to this workbook and press control W, it would be closed because no changes were made. So let's make some changes in this workbook and press control W. Then it would ask you that do you want to save your changes? I click on don't save, and now it has been closed without saving the changes. Control X is used to cut a text. Suppose I press control X, so the text is cut from there and it has been pasted over here. Control Y is used to redo an action which has been undone before. Like I just press control X and paste control V December over here, then I press control Z, so it would be like this, but I press control Y and the action would be redone. So control Z is for undo and control Y is for redo. These two work according to each other. If there is an action that has been undone in the past, then only it could be redone. So control Y only works if you have previously worked with control Z. So that is all with today's video, in which we covered about all the control shortcuts in Microsoft Excel. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see what is the usage of the different function shortcut keys in Microsoft Excel. Now we all know that we have 12 function shortcut keys in our keyboard, ranging from F1 to F12. Now we are going to see each of their usage and what functions do they perform and a demo of these functions. So let us start. First of all, we have F1, which is used to display help to us, but there is a disadvantage for it, that help is only visible if you are connected to the internet. So right now I'm connected to the internet, and if I just press the F1 key, then it would display the help to me, because this is an online feature which is given to us by Microsoft Excel. And using this help, you can have a look at the various features, various functions and their syntax, their definition, everything you want to know about a function or about any key. Then you can use it using the help option. So here you can see there is a search box where you can type your function, or you can use these topics which are searched widely. So what I'm going to search for is HLOOKUP, and I press the enter. Now it may take some time depending upon your internet speed, and here I have got the HLOOKUP function which I was looking for. So I'm going to just maximize the window, and you can see this all information about the HLOOKUP function is available to you. You have got its description, you have got its syntax, you have got some of the remarks and some of the examples as well. And then at the last there is a small feedback form, that was this information helpful to you. You can choose either yes or no. So this was the help feature using F1 shortcut key. Next we have enable editing in a cell. Now if you have some contents in a cell and you want to edit it, so how can you do that? You can select that cell, activate that cell and double click on it, so the cursor is now inside the cell, and this will help you to enable the editing in a cell. But what if you do not want to use a mouse for that purpose? What if you only want to use your keyboard? Then how can you go with it? So there is this shortcut key F2. You gotta select your active cell, and as soon as you press F2, then the cursor is present inside the cell, and now you can change anything that you want. Suppose I write some text, so it is written. I can remove that extra text, it's written, it's removed as well. So that's how you can edit the cell using the keyboard only. F3 is used to paste the name range. Now what is a name range? We all know that if there is a range of data, then we can give it a name so that we can reference it very easily. So that's a name range, and if you want to paste a name range at some place, then we can use the shortcut key of F3. Now how can it work? So here we have a name range, this as day, and this is our name range as days, and I want to find the count of days. So how can I do that? I just type my function count a. The reason being, we have the textual data, so I'm using count a. Then I want my range to be pasted over here. I can simply type it, or I can use F3. This will give me a range or a list of all the named ranges available in my table or in my sheet. So I will select day, click on OK, and then close the parenthesis and press enter. So I have got 7 as my answer, which is absolutely correct. So F3 is used to paste the name range wherever you want. Next we have F4, which is used to repeat the actions. So first of all, that is a very simple thing. Suppose I have an example that we have written programming knowledge over here. So I copy this text and I paste it over here. Now what happens, my previous action was to paste this data at a particular cell. If I want to repeat the same action, then what I can do is select an active cell and press F4. This will help me to repeat my action, which was of pasting the data. Now instead of using the shortcut key Ctrl V, what I have simply done is press F4. So it would help me to repeat my action. Next shortcut we have of F5, which is helping us to go to a particular cell. Suppose you want to go to a particular cell, then how can you go with it? All you got to do is press F5. I am in this cell. If I press F5, then to which cells I can go? I can go to the specified name ranges. Suppose I want to go to days and I click on OK, then I can go to days. If I don't want to go to days and I want to go to a particular cell, then what can I do? I can simply type its reference. Suppose I want to go to I10 and I click on OK, then I10 becomes my next active cell. So that is the feature of go to a cell. F6 helps you to toggle between panes. Now before learning about that feature, first of all see that what are these panes. There are 3 panes right now on my screen. First is this menu bar, second is this sheet, and third is this status bar at the bottom. Currently I am on the Excel sheet. If I press F6, then my active pane changes to my status bar. Now if I use any of the arrow keys, like here over here, if I'm using my arrow keys, you can see that I can toggle between these things. This is the normal view, here is my arrow. If you follow, this is the normal view, this is the page layout view, and if I press enter, then my view changes to this page layout view. Simply I can also toggle to page break view and I click on enter. So I will go to this and I can come back to normal because my active pane is the status bar. Again, if I press F6, then my active pane becomes this menu bar. Now if I press my arrow keys, then all these menus would be toggled with. Again, if I press F6, then again my sheet becomes my active pane, and if I press the arrow keys, then this would be the scenario. So this is how you can toggle between the panes. F7 is used for spelling checks, which is a very basic feature. We all have used it somewhere or the other. So if you want to go, so you can just press F7. Color, you can see there is a suggestion for us, COLOR. I can just change it or I can ignore it. Here is some of the suggestions for programming knowledge as well, which asks me to split the word, but I'm going to ignore it all. And yes, if your spelling check is complete, you get the sweet message from Microsoft Excel. F8 is used to extend the selection of the cells. Now how can you extend the selection of the cells? You know that if you want to select this whole list of the cells, you can just drag it like this, but it's again a work of the mouse. So if you want to extend your cell selection, what you can do is press F8, and then your arrow keys help you to extend your selection. You can press the downward key to select the contents downward. Simply you can select right, left, you can select it upwards like this, all like this. And if you want to come out of it, what you can do is just simply press the escape key, and now if you just use these arrow keys, they are working simply as before. So that was the usage of F8. And F9 is used to replace the formula with a result value. How can you go with it? Suppose here was a formula that I had written, but now if I go to my active cell, then in the formula bar this formula is shown, which I do not want. So I want to show its value. So for that I simply press F9, and once I do that, you can see that no longer the formula is visible on the active cell. If I click this as the active cell, its value is visible. So that is used to replace the formula with the result value in the formula bar. F10 is used to activate the menu bar. That is simply using the F10 key, if I just press the F10 key, then you can see that yes, my menu bar is now activated like this. That is used to activate the menu bar, simply like F6 used to toggle between the panes, it is used to activate the menu bar. F11 is used to construct a new chart in a new sheet. So this is my table and I want to construct a chart out of it. So I simply press the F1 key and you can see that this chart is created. The name of the months is present over here. If I just zoom in a little bit, these are these months and this is the sales value, which is exactly the default chart type we have got. If you want to change its design and its formatting, all you can do, simply we have covered it in detail in the previous videos. So that's all about the customization of the chart that you can perform. Then F12 is used to save an existing workbook. If I just press the F12 key right now, then it asks me that whether where I want to save this workbook, and I'm not going to save it right now, so I'm going to click on cancel, but if you want to save it, you can click on save option. So that is all for today's video. I hope you all have enjoyed. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Welcome back. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see the various shortcuts that are associated with the Alt keys in Microsoft Excel. Now in our previous videos, we have already seen the control key shortcuts and some function key shortcuts. So in the same spirit, we are going to continue with our shortcuts series and we are going to see the Alt shortcuts. An interesting feature about these Alt shortcuts is that they have been in Microsoft Excel since the previous versions as well, but in some previous versions there were different shortcuts used, and in this version which I'm using right now is Excel 2016, some different shortcuts are used. So an advantage that we get over here is that if you are well versed with the shortcuts regarding the Alt keys of the previous versions, then you can use them in this version as well. Of course you won't be getting any visual help on that, but still you can use them if you are well versed with them. So in today's video we are going to see that how we can use all these Alt shortcuts in the new version, and also I'm going to show you that how can you use some of the Alt shortcuts from the previous version as well. So let's start with the video. Once you have opened your Excel sheet, all you got to do for learning about the Alt shortcuts in Microsoft Excel is you got to press the Alt key. As soon as you do that, you will get a complete visual aid on how to use those shortcuts and what functions do they perform. So if you want to see its demo, you got to just press the Alt key and see that in the tabs that you have got, here are all these tabs, we have got all these letters that are associated with them. So these are actually these shortcuts. And another advantage of this is once you press an Alt key, you can wait for as long as you want to press the next shortcut, which is an added advantage and is not available in many of the features. Okay, so let us start with the file tab, because that's our first tab. So if you press Alt and then you press F, then you get to the file menu. Now in this file you can see all these options, and if you want you can drag through these all options. So suppose you want to open a new worksheet, so you got to press N. Now here you have got all these options, that whether you want a blank workbook, a sales report, billing statement, or whatsoever you want. So what I'm going to do is create a blank workbook, so I got to press L, and this will help me to create a blank workbook, but I'm not going to use it, so just close it and I'm back on my workbook. So this makes that if you want to create a new blank workbook in Microsoft Excel using the Alt keys, then what steps you need to follow? You got to press Alt, F, N and L. These steps would help you to create a blank workbook, but there's a catch over here, that we can directly create a new workbook by pressing the shortcut as Control N, and boom, we have got a blank workbook for ourselves. So what is the usage of the Alt shortcuts? The usage or the advantage that we get is the visual aid. For example, if you are over here and you just press the Control key, then you have got no visual aid, so you do not know what next step you need to follow. You got to be well versed with these shortcuts to use the Control key shortcuts, but that's not the case with the Alt keys, because you have got the visual aid, and as you are navigating through them, you got to get to know the shortcuts and you can use them as per your wish. So it's very easy for the beginners who are just trying to learn Excel and trying to learn all these shortcuts. You have got a visual aid. So that was about the file tab. As you have got visual aid, so you can navigate to any menu, like I'm just showing to here. You can get to any place, you can perform any action that you want. But what if you want to come out of it? So all you gotta do is press the escape key. Once you press the escape key, the function that we performed with the F key was undone, and now we are in this. And if you want to make sure that these all get vanished, then again you gotta press the escape key. And on pressing this escape key second time, all your visual aid for the alt key has gone. Now this is the same thing that you need to perform again and again and again. You gotta press the alt key. Suppose we want to go to the home tab only, so press H. Now we have got all these visual aids for the home tab. You can do whatever you want. Like if you want to cut a particular text, so first of all you gotta select something. So I have selected this cell. I want to cut its contents. So okay, I have selected the cell. Press Alt H for the home tab and X to cut it. And if you want to paste it at some other place, you can just select that particular cell, press Alt, go to the home tab H, and here is the option for paste, that is V. So if you press the letter V, you have got another option of pasting, that is through the key P. If you press it, then this text would be pasted over here. So this is how you can go with it, and this is all these ranges of shortcuts. If you want to copy it, you can press Alt H C to copy. There you will get two options, if you want to copy it as a text or if you want to copy it as a picture. So I'm going to show you that how can you copy it as a picture by pressing the key of P. So you will get options like where what is the appearance that you'll want, as shown on the screen or as shown when printed. So I'm going with the screen option and I'm going to format it as a picture only, and then click on OK. So it's copied as a picture now. If you just go to some other cell, so now you can see that it has been pasted and in the form of a picture. And if you want to try that, then it is evident from the fact that we are getting picture 2 in the name box instead of the cell number which we usually get in the case of text like this. Okay, so this was about pasting a text in the form of a picture. Next, what we have is, again, if we press Alt key and go to the home tab, then you can see that there are some shortcuts that are associated with numeric keys. So it's pretty simple. Like we have bold, italics and underline in the form of numerics. So if I just I'm putting my cursor in this cell and I press 2 to make sure that whatever text I type in here is turned into italic. So you can see this italic option is now highlighted, and if I just enter any text like hello, so it's now italics. So that's how you can use the numerical key shortcuts. That was pretty simple, just identical to the fact of the alphabetical shortcuts that we were seeing up till now. Now if I again press the Alt key, go to the home tab by pressing H, then we have got some of the keys which have double keys like FF. You can see for here FF, FS, FG. Similarly we have AL, AC and AR. So what happens for them? How can we use them? So simple is, if you want to use any of the shortcuts, you gotta just press whatever you see. If I'm seeing AR, then I gotta press AR for the right alignment of the text in the cell. So if I press the A key and then I wait, then you can see that what I have got is all a list of options that are available for me to carry forward. Now I can press R for a right alignment and C for a center alignment, and that's it. So if I press R, then whatever text I enter into this cell would be aligned to the right. So you can see that yes, it's aligned to the right. Similarly, if you press Alt key and you want to go to some other tab, like if you want to go to the insert tab, you got to press N for going to the insert tab, and you are in the insert tab. And here are also some of the shortcuts that are associated with two keys like S and H keys. So if you want to use them, you can use them as well. And if you want to come back to the place where these tabs were highlighted, what you got to do is simply press the escape key. So you are over here. And if you want to go to some other tab, like you want to go to the data tab, and then you remember, no, I don't want to go to the data tab, I wanted to go to the review tab. So what you got to do is press the escape key and then press R to go to the review tab. So that's how easy it is to navigate through the tabs by pressing the escape key and using the alt shortcuts. So it was all about the alt shortcuts that we get in the newest version of Microsoft Excel. But what if you are already well versed with the previous versions Excel shortcuts of alt keys? Then you can use your knowledge here as well. So I'm going to show you. A simple example is if I press Alt A, then I go to the data tab in the newest version of Excel. But in the previous version, the shortcut that I used was Alt D for going into the data menu bar. So let's see what happens if we use the same shortcut. So just I'm going to press the escape key and then press Alt D. So Microsoft, what it does, it realizes that thing that Office access keys Alt D continue typing the menu key sequence from the earlier version of Office, or press escape to cancel. Since I'm well versed with the shortcuts over there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue with it. I go to press O, and since my active cell was inside this table, so what I get is a list of the records of this table. I can add new records, so I can just press on new and add new records. Suppose I add Tom, so that's added. And if I want to just change its value, say add a value of 800 sales, and then I click on enter, so I can add values, and not only a single value, I can add values as many values as I want. Similarly, if I want to delete value, then I can delete it by navigating through find previous and find next. I want to delete this old value of Tom that was for 500. Just click on delete and it will ask you for a confirmation. Click on OK and you can see that the previous value of Tom has been deleted, and using this you can manipulate your table. But this was just one shortcut from the previous version of Excel. If you want or if you're well versed in the previous version shortcuts of Excel, then you can use them here, and that is an added advantage that is offered to us by Microsoft Excel. So that is in today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video. We are going to see that what shortcuts we can apply using a combination of two keys. So in this video we are going to look at the combination of the shift keys and the function keys. In our previous videos we have already covered about some of the combination key shortcuts and some of the single key shortcuts as well. So let us start with the video. As I have already told you that in this video we are going to look at shift and the function key shortcuts, so the combination of those would be shown. For your reference, on the left side of the screen you all can see that there is a table given which gives you the keys from F1 till F12 and what functions do they perform if they are pressed with the help of the shift keys. So this table is just for your reference, so if you want you can refer to it anytime you want. And now I'm going to show you each of these shortcuts with a small practical demonstration so that you can easily understand their functionality. Now each of these functions are very simple and we have already covered most of them in our previous lectures, but since there is a shortcut series, so we are going to cover them in detail right now. If we talk about the combination of shift plus F1, then there is no shortcut key or no function assigned to this combination, so you can use it for macros. When you are using shortcuts for macros, shift F1 is what you can use. Then we have shift F2, that is used to add or edit comments. Now you must have been remembering from the videos of on our comments that we have already covered how can we add comments, how can we edit them, or how can we delete them. So I'm not going to discuss it all in detail, but I'm going to show you a small demonstration of the same. So first of all, what is comments? We all know that comments is for the reference of a viewer who is new to the sheet, so that he can understand that what the person who has created the sheet has done and why he has done something. So it helps to explain a particular feature. Suppose I write anything like I write in this cell hello and I want to add a comment to it. So what shortcut can I use is shift F2. Now when I use this shortcut, since there was no comment added on this cell, so a new comment is added with my name as the username, which is going to be added by default. And now here you can type your comment. Like I'm going to type greetings like this, and you can press enter to add multiple lines of comments, or you can just press the escape key to come out of it. And if you select or click on any other active cell, then this comment would not work. But if you just go to this cell, then this comment is shown like this. Okay, now this comment is already added. Now what happens if you press shift F2? Then you are able to edit this comment. Suppose you have written something but you are not satisfied with it, so you want to edit it. So you can do it by using shift F2. You just put it greetings, and I'm going to type for the day like this, and again you can press escape key. So this is your new comment. Now if any user selects on it, then greetings for the day is what he is going to see instead of greetings, because we have edited the comment. Now we have shift F3, which is used to paste a function. So what is this works for? Suppose you are on a cell and you want to insert a function to it. Suppose I want to insert the sum function to it, and I do not know its syntax, or I do not want to actually type it. So what can I do is simply press shift F3 from my keyboard, and as soon as I do that, what do I get is, in this active cell I get an equal sign that is written already. The reason why all the formulas in Microsoft Excel begins with an equal sign, so as soon as I press that shortcut, Microsoft Excel automatically adds this equal sign in my cell, because it knows that I'm going to insert a function over here. Then I get this insert function dialog box, which is what we get when we go to the insert tab, and then we have this functions option. Here you can just search for the function. So I'm going to search for sum function and then click on go. So we have got this sum function. You can click on OK, and here you can type numbers, any number of arguments you can type over here. Suppose I type 89, then I put a tab 67, I again put a tab 45, tab 23, tab 23 again, tab 47, tab 12. Any numbers of arguments that I want, I can give to it. Like here you can see it's up to 251. And once you click on OK, what happens is, in this cell you get the sum of these numbers, that is the result, and here you can see the function that what all numbers are being added. So this is how you can insert a function, and not only sum function, you can insert any function that you want. Next we have shift F4, but for before that we are going to cover shift F5. Suppose you want to find something, we have hello written on this sheet and I want to find it. So you got to press shift F5 to bring out this find and replace dialog box, and I want to find hello, and you can click on find next. So this cell becomes active cell. Now you can just close it. Now what happens if you want to find it again? Then you got to press shift F4. Actually nothing happens because it is the only occurrence of the hello word. So let us just write it some more times. Okay. Now if you just press shift F4, then it toggles between these three occurrences, which means once you have found anything and it has been stored over at the find and replace dialog box, you can just find it again using the shortcut shift F4. Now shift F5 we have covered. Shift F6 is the next shortcut that is used to toggle between panes. We already know what are panes. We have three panes in this screen. First is this tabs pane, then is this sheet panes, and then is this status bar panes. So if you want to toggle between them, what shortcut you can use is shift F6. You can see that you can toggle between them like this. Okay, so currently I'm in this pane which I'm going to work upon. Next we have shift F7 shortcut for thesaurus. So what does it does? Suppose you have written this word hello and you want to see some of the synonyms of this word in the dictionary. So what you can do is press shift F7 from your keyboard. This will help you to bring out the synonyms of this word, which you can just replace with, or if you want to show its meaning, then we have got this meaning like it's greetings. You can also write howdy, you can also write good morning, you can also write good day, you can also write hi, you can also write greetings, anything that you like you can write. So it's for the purpose where you want to make your text somewhat to a higher level, or you want to change the multiple occurrences of a word. Suppose there are multiple occurrences of the word, so you can replace it with synonyms sometimes, so that for a better and a clear text. Then we have Shift 8, which has no shortcut. Shift F9 is to manually calculate a worksheet. Now how this process works, suppose we have written some of the numbers over here like this. Okay, now I want to find its sum. So what I do is put an equal sign, write sum, put a parenthesis, select this range, close this parenthesis and press enter. So 435 is the sum of these numbers. But what if I just change this 89 value to something else, say 30, and then I press enter? Now the sum of these numbers is actually 376, as you can see in the status bar, but here it is already 435. So to overcome this problem, you need to manually calculate your worksheet by pressing on the key Shift F9. Shift F9, and you can see that as soon as you press that, 376 value is what it's been updated. Now the next shortcut, Shift F10, brings us the context menu. If you are on this active cell and you right click, so the menu you get is known as context menu. But if you do not want to use a mouse, you can press Shift F10 and the context menu will be in front of you. Then you can use arrows to navigate and perform any action that you want to perform. Shift F11 helps you to open a new worksheet. As you can see, the book name is same, book 1, but a new sheet 6 has been created. So it is used to create a new worksheet. Similarly, the last shortcut key that we have is Shift F12, helps you to save the worksheet or the workbook. Since it's not already saved, so it takes me to the Save As panel. I can go to browse and I can save it to anywhere that I want. So let's save it as shortcuts in MS Excel 2 and click on save. So yes, my workbook is saved as shortcuts in MS Excel 2. So that is all that we have covered about the shortcuts with the shift key and the function keys. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to continue our discussion with the shortcut keys that we have been covering since past few videos. In this video, we are going to discuss about the combination of the control and the function key shortcuts in Microsoft Excel. So basically, we are going to see that what happens if we press control keys along with a shortcut of any of the function keys ranging from F1 to F12, then what functions do they perform or what output do we get? So this is the simple thing that we are going to show today. For your reference, as always, on the left side of the worksheet, you can see that there is a table which has keys ranging from F1 to F12 and the functions written when they are used in combination with control keys. So for your reference, you can refer to this table, and I'm also going to show you the practical demonstration of each of these shortcuts simultaneously. So let us start with our video. First shortcut that we have of the control key is of control F1, which is used to hide or show the ribbon. So first of all is, what is a ribbon? If you go to this tab bar over here, these are these different tabs like the home tab, insert, page layout and so on. So if we just click on any of the tabs, the contents here change. So the place where these contents are stored dynamically is actually known as a ribbon. If you want this ribbon to be visible always, or if you want to hide this ribbon, basically if you want to toggle between its visibility, then you can use the shortcut control F1. So let us type control F1. You can see the ribbon has been hidden. Now if you see, if you just click on this tab and you want to perform any action, suppose I want to change its alignment, so you can perform the action, and as soon as you click on the sheet, the ribbon goes off. But if you want it to be visible every time, what you can do is again press Ctrl F1 and it would be visible at all the times. So this is how you can toggle between its visibility. Next shortcut we have is of Ctrl F2, which is used to bring up the print menu. This shortcut is similar to Ctrl P, which is also used to bring the print menu, but let's see its demonstration. Ctrl F2 brings you to the print area, and here you can perform all these options that help you to customize your printed page, and we have already covered about it in the detail in one of our previous videos, so I'm not going to cover it in detail over here. Okay, then using the shortcut Ctrl F3, we can define a name range. Now what is a name range? We all know it's a named array that helps us to reference to that particular range of data from anywhere in the workbook. Suppose I have some data like the days of the weeks ranging from Monday till say Sunday, and I want to name it. So what I got to do is just select all the data that I want to provide a name, then use the shortcut Ctrl F3, and it asks me that what you want to do. You want to edit an existing name range or you want to add a new name range. So I want to add a new name range. This refers to the sheet named as control keys. As you can see, my sheet name is control keys, and the range of the data that I have selected, it has got. So what name you want to perform want to give it? So I'm going to give it days, and I click on OK. You can see this days has been added. You can just close this dialog box, and if you go here, you can see days is existing as a name range. If you just click on days, so this days is being referred over here. So this is what is the use of the name range, but we already knew that. So it is a new shortcut Ctrl F3 for the name range. Next we have Ctrl F4, which is used to close the window. Suppose I have this window open right here. If I press Ctrl F4, then it would prompt me to save the changes. So if you want to close it, you can save the changes or you can don't save it, totally your choice. But I don't want to close it, so I'm going to use the third option, that is of cancel. Then we have Ctrl F5, that is used to restore the size of window. Now my window size is maximized, but I want to restore it to its original size. So for that, what I got to do is press Ctrl F5 from my keyboard, and you can see that it has been restored to its original size. If you want to change its original size, you can just resize it like this, and it would be changed. Its original size would be changed. Now if you maximize it again, then it has changed to its maximum size. Ctrl F6 is used to toggle between workbooks, but for that purpose more than one workbook must be opened. Currently I have only this workbook open, so first of all let us open another workbook. So I have this all shortcuts in MS Excel workbook. I have opened this. Now I've got two workbooks. Now I can easily toggle between them using the shortcut Ctrl F6. You can see as I press Ctrl F6, I can toggle between these workbooks. Ctrl F7 is used to move window using keyboard. Now what is its purpose? For that, first of all, we need to restore the window to its original size by pressing the shortcut key that we just learned, Ctrl F5. Now if we press Ctrl F7, then what happens is we get this move tool. Now using the arrow keys, we can move our window to any place that we want. Earlier you used to use mouse for this purpose, but using this shortcut key, we can use our arrow keys for the same purpose. Once you're happy with your workbook's position or your window's position, you can simply press the escape key to change things back to normal. Next, what we have is resize window using keyboard. Just now what we did was restore the window size and resize it to make it somewhat big, but we used mouse for this purpose. So if you don't want to use mouse but only want to use the keyboard keys, then what you got to do? all you got to do is use Shift F8 from your keyboard. Let's see. Sorry, you got to press Control F8 from your keyboard. I have pressed Control F8, and now if I use my arrow keys, then you can see by pressing these arrow keys I'm able to resize this window size like this. Okay, like this. Okay, up, down, left, right, anything that you want. And again, if you want to come out of it and change things back to normal, all you got to do is press Escape from your keyboard. Next shortcut we have Control F9, which is used to minimize the workbook. Now if you press Control F9, your workbook is minimized. If you want to bring it back, here it is. Okay. Control F10 is used to restore workbook. Now what is its usage? If you just maximize it, restore workbook helps you to change it back to its original size. And if you again press Control F10, then you can change it back to its maximum size. So it is basically used to toggle between the sizes like this. Small size, maximized. Small size, maximized. Like this. Okay. Then using the shortcut Control F11, we can open a new macro sheet. Now using this shortcut, we are in the same workbook, but a new sheet, specifically a macro sheet, would be opened in the same workbook. So let us use it. You see, I just pressed Control F11 and I got a new sheet named as macro 2. By default it is macro 1, but since I have already opened one macro sheet, so it's been named as macro 2. Now it has got all the functions similar to a normal sheet. You can just right click and you can insert anything to it, any picture or thing. You can delete it, you can rename it, you can move or copy it, you can protect the sheet, you can change its tab color to, suppose I think I change it to red, so that you know I'm able to identify that this is a macro sheet. Okay, so I have changed its color to red, so macro 2 is what we have got. Okay, so if you just go to other sheet, so it is visible in red color to easily identify it. So that was with Control F11. Then we have Control F12. Now this shortcut helps you to open any of the existing workbooks in your system. So if I press Control F12, it takes me to this option. Here I can open anything. Suppose I want to open this chart customization sheet. I can click. Okay, so it is actually used to save your worksheet, not open it. That was a mistake over there. You can correct it, that it is used to save a worksheet. So if you want to save a worksheet, say I want to save it by the same name, that is shortcuts in MS Excel 2. So I'm just going to select it, click on save. Do you want to replace it? Yes, of course. And yes, it's saved. So let us correct it over here. Instead of open, it's actually save. So yes, that was all about the control key shortcuts that you can use in combination with all the function keys ranging from F1 to F12. Now basically what is the usage of these shortcuts? They are used to apply some of the features in Windows, like resizing it or moving it or toggling between the sizes, minimizing it, maximizing it, etc. But some important features that we got to know was toggling between the status of the ribbon, defining a name range, printing, and so on. So that is all. In today's Microsoft Excel tutorials video, we are going to see some of the shortcuts that we can use of some of the keys that are present on the keyboard, which are of general functions like the arrow keys, space, tab, backspace, enter keys, etc., along with a combination of alt keys, and then we are going to see the usage of these keys along with the combination of shift keys. Okay, so these are two topics that we are going to cover in this video. Let us start with the video. For your reference, as always, on the left side of the sheet you can see there is a table that contains the names of the keys and the function that they perform along with alt keys. So if you want to refer to it anytime you can refer it very easily. And simultaneously I'm going to show you a practical demonstration of each of these keys. So let us start with the first combination, that is Alt plus down arrow key. Now the first three are left blank because there is no function that is performed with these shortcuts. Alt down is the only shortcut out of these 4 arrow keys that is valid and that performs some action. If you see, it is used to use a drop down list. So what is actually a drop down list? It is slightly similar from the dependent drop down list that we have seen in the previous video. So what is its function? Let's see. Suppose I'm adding some names in a sheet. Okay, so what I have got is a task to add names in a sheet, and I'm adding some names like I got to add Sam, Roger, Tom, Chris, Robert, and again I got to add Sam, then I got William, then I got George, again we have an occurrence of Tom, and so on. So this is a small list, but imagine if you have 1000 names and all these names are recurring and you got to add all these names in the sheet. So you got to manually type these names and then insert the records. But luckily Microsoft Excel has got a solution for this problem. So what you got to do is simply press Alt and down arrow key from your keyboard when you have made some of the entries, and then what you get is a drop down list out of which you can select anything you want, and you can see that this drop down list contains all these names that you have already entered, arranged in ascending order from Chris, George, Robert, Roger, Sam, Tom, William. And if you have noticed one thing, that Sam is present here, Sam is present here, so there are duplicate records for Sam. Tom is also present twice, so there are duplicate records for Tom as well. So this list ignores that thing and gives you a unique occurrence of each of these names. So if you want to select any name out of this, you can simply use arrow keys. I want to add Robert. You can add it, then press enter. Again press Alt drop down or the down arrow key, select any name like Sam, press enter, again press enter, and by this way you can add names as many times as you want in the less time. Okay, so this helps you to create a drop down list for your reference. Then the next shortcut key that we have is Alt space key. It is used to bring out a control box. Now what is a control box? Let's see. This is what is known as a control box. We can use the restore function in it, we can use the minimize function in it, we can use the close function in it. So this is actually the control box using which you can apply controls on your windows. Okay, so that was the usage of the control box. Then Alt tab, which is used to switch between applications or go to a next application, but there is a constraint. The next application must be opened, then only you can go to the next application. So let us test it. If I press Alt tab, you can see I have got a series of these applications that I have opened, and I can toggle between them by repeatedly pressing the tab key. Suppose I want to open Notepad, I just release this tab key and the Alt key and I get to this Notepad window. Again I want to switch back to my Microsoft Excel window, then I can do that as well. But actually this is a shortcut that could be used with any Windows application, so we cannot say that precisely it is an Excel shortcut, but this is a shortcut of the Windows, so it can be used with any Windows application. Okay, not only Microsoft Excel. Then Alt backspace helps you to undo any action that you have already done. Suppose I have written something like hello, I write here, and again I write hello, but I realize that I do not want two hellos, I only want one. So all you gotta do is press Alt and backspace from your keyboard and it would help you to undo your action. Again you want to undo it, again you got to press Alt backspace. Then Alt Enter helps you to create multiple lines in a single cell. Suppose there is a form that you are filling and you get this field, that is address field. So what you got to do is enter your address over here. So generally what happens is, an address is a combination of several things: house number, locality, area, city, and so on. So usually the address does not comes into a single line, and it spans through multiple lines. So for better readability, what you got to do is you can add any text in multiple lines using the shortcut Alt Enter. Suppose I write line 1, then I press Alt Enter. I can write line 2, again I can press Alt Enter, line 3, and if I press Enter, then I go to the next cell. So you can see that these 3 lines have been added in the same cell, and that's how it works. Okay, now Alt page up is used to shift left via screen, but we are going to see it afterwards. First of all, we are going to see the usage of Alt page down. If you just use the page down key, is actually situated just beside your up arrow key. So if you use Alt page down, it will shift your sheet with a single screen towards the right. You can see like this. And if you want to shift it to the left, then you got to press Alt page up like this repeatedly. If you want to see it clearly, right now I have till P. So if I press Alt page down once, then I have till Z. Now if I press Alt page up, then again I have got my original screen back. Now one thing you all must know, that we have not got any visible help or visual aid for these like we get in the general Alt key shortcuts. So this is not related to that, this is different. And if you just press the Alt key and you got these options, and now if you try to press page down or page up, then this feature does not work, cause you got to press Alt page down simultaneously or Alt page up simultaneously as in the normal shortcuts. So this was all about the Alt keys. Now let us look at the shortcuts that we get with the help of Shift keys. So here we have all these shortcuts. These are very general shortcuts and you must be aware of some of them. Like if you use the Shift and the left arrow key, then what happens is you can select all the cells that are from left. Similarly, if you press Shift and the right arrow keys, then all these selections would be done on the right side of the cell that you have selected. The Shift and the up arrow key would help you to select all the cells upwards the selected cell. Shift down arrow will do the same thing for the down side. Then what happens if you want to select a particular row? Suppose I'm in this row and I want to select this whole row. So what I can do is simply press Shift spacebar, Shift spacebar, and this would help me to select this whole row of this sheet, cause my active cell was here. But what if your active cell is inside the table? Then what happens is you can only select this whole row of the table. But if you are in the sheet which is not associated with any table, then whole of this row of the sheet would be selected. Now if you want to move towards the right, we know tab is the shortcut, but if you want to move left, all you got to do is press Shift tab. Similarly, to move to a down cell or to change rows, you got to press Enter key. But if you want to move upwards, you got to press Shift and Enter to move upwards. So this is how it works. These are all the shortcuts that we have got with the Shift key and a combination of all these keys. So in this video we have covered about some of the shortcuts of the Alt keys and the Shift keys. I hope you all have